-139,622. The second byte Hamdash was rededicated. -138,623 Hanukkah was declared a festival. -133,628 Judah the Maccabee was killed in battle. -133,628 Onatan, son of Mattanyahu, ruled. -127,634 Shimon, son of Mattanyahu, ruled. -119,642 Yohanan Arkanos, son of Shimon, ruled. -93,668 Judah Aristobulus, son of Eugene Arkanos, ruled. -91,670 Alexander Yanai, son of Eugene Arkanos, ruled. -73,688 Michal Zion, Salome Alexandra, wife of Alexander Yanai, ruled. -65,696 Aristobulus II, son of Alexander Yanai, ruled/TV. -61,700 The Romans gained control of Judea. -61,700 Arkanos II, son of Alexander Yanai, ruled. -43,721 Antigonus, son of Aristobulus II, ruled. Roman client kings and rulers, the Herodian dynasty. Secular year Jewish year event in history. -36,3,725 Herod I ruled. Killing all the Shashmanai. -33,728 Hillel became the leader of the Torah scholars. -19,3,742 Herod I began rebuilding the second byte Hamdash. -11,3,750 renovation of the second byte Hamdash was completed. 13,761 Archelaus, son of Herod I, ruled. 3,768 Hillel died. 3,770 Archelaus was deposed by the Roman Emperor. 3,781 Agrippa, grandson of Herod I, ruled. 3,788 The Sanhedrin moved from the second byte Hamdash. 3,804 Agrippa II, son of Agrippa I, ruled. 53,810 Rabban Gamliel I, son of Shimon, grandson of Hillel, died. 3,826 Vespasian arrived in Judea to reassert Roman authority. 3,829 The second byte Hamdash was destroyed. The Talmudic era. The Mishnah. Secular year Jewish year event in history. 74,334 Are Yohanan ben Zakkai died. 86,346 The Sanhedrin moved from place to place, under Gamliel II. 133,893 Bader fell, and the Bar Kokhba revolt ended in tragedy. 134,894 Judaism was banned, and Bar Akiva was imprisoned. 189,949 Bar Judah Hanasi completed the Mishnah around this time. The Talmudic era. The Gemara. Secular year Jewish year event in history. 219,979 Rav left the land of Israel and settled in Babylonia. 247,4,007 Shmuel was the Talmudic authority in Babylonia. 254,4,014 Bar Yohanan was the leading Talmudic authority. 294,050 Bar Huna was the leading Talmudic authority. 298,4,058 Bar Yehuda was the leading Talmudic authority. 304,060 Bar Kista was the leading Talmudic authority. 309,4,069 Rabba was the leading Talmudic authority. 321,4,081 Bar Yosef was the leading Talmudic authority. 325,4,085 Abedi was the leading Talmudic authority. 338,4,098 Rabba was the leading Talmudic authority. 359,4,119 Hillel II, who established the calendar, became Nasi. 392,4,152 Ardashi was the leading Talmudic authority. 427,4,187 Ardashi died after the compilation of the Gemara. 475,4,235 The Talmud was complete when Ravina II died. The Ravina. Secular year Jewish year event in history. 551 4,311 Mar Zitra proclaimed Jewish self-rule in Babylonia. The Janine. Secular year Jewish year event in history. 589 4,349 The Talmudic Academy of Papadita was reconstituted. 609 4,369 The Talmudic Academy of Sura was reconstituted. 614 4,374 The Persians conquered the land of Israel. 614 4,374 The Jews were allowed to return to Jerusalem. 629 4,389 The Byzantine Empire reconcaved the land of Israel. 636 4,396 Aritzhak was the last Jayon of Neharne, Virushuber. 637 4,397 The Arabs conquered the land of Israel. 645 4,405 One of the Tekana Hajanim was enacted at this time. 755 4,515 RK Jayon left Iraq for the land of Israel. 759 4,519 Ar Yehuda became Jaon of Surah. 759 4,519 Halachakillah, Bahag, was written at this time. 788 4,548 another of the Tekanah Hajanim was enacted at this time. 858 4,618 Aramrum, who wrote the Siddur, became Jaon of Surah. 928 4,688 Rabbi Anusayah was appointed Jaon of Surah. 955 4,715 poor captives were ransomed at around this time. 968 4,728 Arsherer became Jaon of Papadina. 997 4,757 Arhai became, the last, Jaon of Papadina. 1,038 4,798 Arhai died. And the academies of Babylon declined. The early Rishonim, the Crusade massacres. Secular year Jewish year event in history. 1,044,800 Rabbi Jerusalem Agola died. 1,088 4,848 the rip arrived in Spain from Morocco. 1,096 4,856 the Crusaders destroyed Jewish communities. 1,099 4,859 Jerusalem was captured by the Crusaders. 1,103 4,863 the rip died. 1,105 4,865 Rashi died. And the era of the Tosafot began. 1,135 4,895 the Rambam, Maimonides, was born. 1,144 4,904 the first, recorded, blood libel took place. 1,147 4,907 the Crusaders attacked Jewish communities. 1,147 4,907 Rabbi Anotan was captured by the Crusaders. 1,148 4,908 the Rambams and the Redax families left Cordoba. 1,165 4,925 the Rambam visited the land of Israel. 1,171 4,931 Rabbi Anotam died. 1,175 4,935 the Rashbam died. 1,184 4,944 the young son of Uri was killed. 1,187 4,948 Jews were allowed to return to Jerusalem. 1,189 4,949 Ar Yaakov d'Orleans was killed in London. 1,190 4,950 Jews were massacred in England in the Third Crusade. 1,191 4,951 Rabbi David Kimchi, known as the Radak, wrote his commentary. 1,194 4,954 the Ramban, Nachmanides, was born. 1,198 4,959 the Ariavid died. 1,204 4,965 the Rambam died. 1,236 4,996 rampaging mobs massacred Jews in France. 1,242 5,002 a massive burning of the Talmud took place in Paris. 1,244 5,004 Jerusalem was sacked by Egyptians and Turks. 1,252 5,012 the Inquisition began to use torture. 1,267 5,027 the Ramban left Spain and settled in the land of Israel. 1,275,030 the Ramban died. 1,286 5,046 the Maharam Mirathenberg was imprisoned. 1,295,050 new works advanced the study of Kabbalah. 1,295,050 the era of the Tosafot concluded at around this time. Later Rishonim. Persecutions and expulsions. Secular year Jewish year event in history. 1,295,050 all Jews were expelled from England. 1,293 5,053 the Maharam Mirathenberg died in prison. 1,298 5,058 the Rheinfleisch massacres began. 1,298 5,058 the author of the Mordecai and Haggadah Maimonides were killed. 1,305 5,065 the Rashba placed a limited ban on philosophy. 1,305 5,065 the Rosh and his son, the Tur, arrived in Spain. 1,306 5,066 all Jews were expelled from France. 1,310 5,070 the Rashba died. 1,320 5,080 Jews were massacred by the Post-Rose Crusaders. 1,327 5,088 the Rosh died. 1,336 5,096 Jews of Germany were massacred by the armed letter bands. 1,338 5,098 the Ralbag wrote his commentary on the Bible. 1,349 5,109 the Black Death massacres swept across Europe. 1,367 5,127 Iran, Ribish, and other scholars in Spain were imprisoned. 1,391 5,151 Jews of Spain were massacred. Many were forced to convert. 1,391 5,151 the Ribish and Rashbats left Spain. 1,394 5,155 the final expulsion of Jews from France. 1,413 5,173 Ar Joseph Alba was in a forced debate with Christians. 1,421 5,181 Jews in Austria were massacred in the Wiener Gesuch. 1,475 5,235 the invention of printing was used for Jewish books. 1,481 5,241 the Inquisition was established in Spain. 1,488 5,248 Ar Obadiah de Verdenauer settled in Jerusalem. 1,491 5,251 Columbus consulted Ar Abraham Zacuto for his travels. 1,492 5,252 all Jews were expelled from Spain and Sicily. The great scholars of the Shul Chan Aruch and Torah consolidation. Secular year Jewish year event in history. 1,493 5,253 Ar Itzhak of Arbanel arrived in Naples from Spain. 1,496 5,257 all Jews were expelled from Portugal. 1,516 5,276 the Ein Yaakov was printed. 1,516 5,276 the Turks, Ottoman Empire, conquered Eretz Yisrael. 1,525 5,285 Ar Yosef Yasselman saved many Jews during the Peasants' War. 1,553 5,314 a mass burning of Jewish books took place in Rome. 1,563 5,323 the Shul Chan Aruch was completed by Ar Yosef Karo. 1,570 5,330 the Shul Chan Aruch was published with supplements of Rama. 1,572 5,332 the Arizal died in Span. 1,573 5,333 the Maharil came to Prague. 1,573 5,334 the Maharshal died. 1,575 5,335 Ar Yosef Karo died in Safed. 1,599 5,359 the Maharil returned to Prague again. 1,614 5,374 the Maharsha became rabbi in Lublin. 1,616 5,377 the Tosafot Yom Tov commentary was concluded. 1,621 5,382 the Shalom arrived in the land of Israel. 1,629 5,389 Ar Yom Tov Lippin Heller was imprisoned in Prague. 1,640 5,400 Ar Yoel Sirks. The Bab died. 1,646 5,406 the Shach and Taz, on Shul Chan Aruch, were printed. 1,648 5,408 Jews were massacred by Shmielniki's forces. Early Akarim and East European massacres. Secular year Jewish year event in history. 1,654 5,414 the first Jews settled in New Amsterdam, New York. 1,655 5,415 many Jews killed in Russian and Swedish invasions of Poland. 1,656 5,416 Jews were permitted to live in England. 1,656 5,416 Baruch Spinoza was excommunicated. 1,673 5,433 the Maggid Abraham, on Shul Chan Aruch, was completed. 1,676 5,437 Shabtites died as a Muslim. 1,689 5,449 by Shmuel, on the Shul Chan Aruch, was printed. 1,698 5,458 the Baal Shem Tov was born. 1,702 5,463 the Nehemiah Yahushua's family was killed in an explosion. 1,712 5,472 the Sittei Chachamin was arrested. 1,724 5,484 Ar Yaakov Kilai, Miam Loizi, arrived in Constantinople. 1,727 5,487 the Mishnah Elimelech died. 1,734 5,494 Jews were massacred by the Haidamach bands. Akarim and early Hasidim. Secular year Jewish year event in history. 1,741 5,501 Igor Hashayim arrived in the land of Israel. 1,747 5,507 Ar Moshe Chaim Lozatov, Rambal, died in Akko, Acre. 1,750 5,510 Ar Jonathan Beskuds became rabbi in Hamburg. 1,754 5,515 Ar Yechezkel Lego, known as the Noda by Yehuda, became rabbi in Prague. 1,757 5,518 the Frankists instigated mass burnings of the Talmud. 1,759 5,519 Frankists supported blood libel charges in public debate. 1,765 5,520 the Baal Shem Tov died. 1,764 5,524 the Council of Four Lands, known as the Ba'a Arba Erzod, was discontinued. 1,768 5,528 despite resistance. The Haidamaks massacred thousands. 1,772 5,532 The Maggid of Waziritz died. 1,782 5,542 Ar in Adler and Chatham Sofer visited the Noda by Yehuda. 1,786 5,546 Ar Elimelech of Lizins died. 1,791 5,551 Pale of settlement was established in Russia. 1,793 5,553 Jews suffered in reign of terror of French Revolution. 1,797 5,558 The Vilna Jaon died. 1,798 5,559 Bal Hahanya was released from first imprisonment. 1,799 5,559 Napoleon led an army expedition through the land of Israel. 1,806 5,566 Najida, Arham Yosef David Echelon, died. 1,806 5,566 The Chatham Sofer became rabbi in Presby. 1,809 5,570 Ar Levi Yitzhak of Berdijek died. 1,810 5,571 Ar Nachman of Breslov died. 1,814 5,574 Ar Akiva Ager became rabbi in Posen. 1,814 5,575 Kushnitzer Maggid and Yehudiot. Peshizka. Both died. 1,815 5,575 Joseph of Lublin and Armendel of Riveno both died. 1,819 5,579 anti-Jewish riots spread throughout Germany. 1,827 5,587 Russia began conscripting Jewish children to the army. 1,845,600 Ardat Yisrael of Ruzin was released from imprisonment. Later Karanim and the Changing Society. Secular Year Jewish Year event in history. 1,843 5,603 Tzemach Tzedek of Lubavitch was repeatedly arrested in Russia. 1,846 5,606 Servosha Montefiore visited Russia to help local Jews. 1,848 5,609 Ar Yisrael Salander left building. 1,851 5,611 Ar Shimshon Raphael Hirsch became rabbi in Frankfurt am Main. 1,859 5,619 Ar Menachem Mendel of Kotsk died. 1,864 5,624 The Malvin was imprisoned, and then expelled from Romania. 1,866 5,626 Judashe Harem, Tigeret Shlomo. And Tzemach Tzedek died. 1,873 5,633 The Chapit's Time was published. 1,874 5,634 The Minchat Chinook died. 1,878 5,638 Petatikwa agricultural settlement was established. 1,881 5,641 Many Jews began leaving Russia after a wave of pogroms. 1,886 5,646 Ar Shlomo Gad Scribe, author of Kietzer Shul Janhara, died. 1,892 5,652 Ar Haim, Brisker, became rabbi in Brisk. 1905 5,665 Esfet Emmet died. 1905 5,665 Many Jews were killed in official Russian pogroms. 1911 5,671 Chazanish was published. 1914 5,674 Over 500,000 Jewish soldiers fought in World War I. 1918 5,678 Over 60,000 Jews were killed during the Russian Revolution. 1923 5,684 The Dab Hayomi study cycle commenced. 1927 5,687 The 6th Lubavitcher was released from Soviet prison. 1938 5,699 Jews were attacked in the Kristallnacht pogroms in Germany. The Holocaust. Secular Year Jewish Year event in history. 1939 5,699 Germany started World War II. And mass killing of Jews. 1941 5,701 Nazi Germany unexpectedly invaded Russia. 1941 5,701 200,000 Jews were killed at Babi Yar and Pottery. 1942 5,702 400,000 Jews of Warsaw were sent to death camps. 1943 5,703 Nazi Germany experienced massive losses in the Battle of Stalingrad. 1943 5,703 The remaining Jews in Warsaw staged a massive uprising. 1943 5,703 Jewish uprisings at Treblinka, Sobibor, and Bialystok. 1943 5,703 The Danish people quietly rescued 93% of their Jews to safety. 1944 5,704 300,000 Hungarian Jews were killed in 3 months. 1944 5,705 uprising in Auschwitz death camp just before freedom. 1945 5,705 Nazi Germany was conquered. And World War II ended. 1945 5,705 6 million Jews were killed by the Nazis during the war. The modern state of Israel. Secular Year Jewish Year Event in History. 1947 5707 publication of the Talmud Encyclopedia was commenced. 1947 5708 The United Nations divided Israel. 1947 5708 Arabs attacked Israel to gain territory. 1948 5708 The State of Israel was established. 1948 5708 Israel was invaded by many Arab countries. 1949 5709 The War of Independence in Israel ended. 1955 5710 All Jews left the ancient Jewish community of Iraq. 1955 5710 Almost all Jews of Yemen emigrated to Israel. 1951 5711 The Lubavitcher Rebbe accepts the mantle of leadership. 1956 5717 Jewish forces invaded Egypt and conquered the Sinai Desert. 1967 5727 The Lubavitcher Rebbe established the Tefillin campaign. 1967 5727 Jerusalem reunited under Jewish rule in the Six-Day War. 1973 5734 2,500 Jewish soldiers were killed in the Yom Kippur War. 1974 5734 The Lubavitcher Rebbe established the Shabbat Candle campaign. 1982 5742 massive enemy arsenals were discovered in Lebanon. 1987 5746 The first international conference of Chabad Lubavitch emissaries. 1993 5753 A secret agreement signed in Oslo. 1994 5754 The Lubavitcher Rebbe passed away. 2008 5767 Deadly terrorist attack at the Chabad house in Dubai. India, kill 6. 2020 5780 Israel signed Abraham Accords, normalizing relations with UAE and Bahrain, soon followed by Sudan and Morocco.
Sledge, and welcome to Esoterica, where we explore the arcane in history, philosophy, and religion. One of the most difficult aspects in starting to study Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah is getting a handle on just how these ideas developed over time. It's tempting to think that, for instance, Kabbalah just always existed in the form that we have it, or that Kabbalah is just one thing at all. Of course, neither of these positions is really tenable. Such notions developed greatly through the ages and are still developing. And there are now, and there have always been, numerous truly exclusive schools of Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah. This class is meant to serve as an introduction to Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah from the point of view of its incredibly complex development from the prophets of ancient Israel to the rise of modern Hasidism in the 18th century. Of course, this series isn't meant to be exhaustive by any means, but only should serve as a springboard for deeper study and reflection. And hopefully it will also enable you to situate developments of Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah in their historical and cultural context, and hopefully enable you to dive into the primary texts, which are admittedly as sublime as they are obscure. Let me express my gratitude to Congregation Tehillah for allowing me to use these lectures to reach a larger audience here on Esoterica. If you want, you can find the entire series on the playlist Entering the Garden, Introduction to Jewish Mysticism and Kabbalah. I'll be uploading them over the next few weeks, or you can find these episodes after autumn of 2021 and you want to watch the entire series, you can find them in that playlist. If you find this series on Kabbalah interesting, I hope you check out my other content on topics in esotericism and perhaps consider supporting the production of free academic and scholarly topics in occultism, hermetic philosophy by joining my Patreon or perhaps with a one-time donation. You can find those links below, and I really appreciate your consideration. Now, let's enter the garden of Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah. All right, everybody, I really can't believe I'm saying this, but after 13 sessions, we are now in session 14 of this, what was supposed to be a 9-series exploration of Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah. And of course, 14 sessions is still too few. I can basically keep teaching this class one day a week for the rest of my life and still not exhaust all the things there are to say about Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah. And I'll be also very honest, this last session is going to in some ways be the thinnest, because this is where my expertise really runs out, and I'll be very frank about that. It's just honestly the case that my expertise, I hit a wall, and my wall really is really with Hasidism. I don't know as nearly as much about Hasidism as I probably should. I'm still learning about Hasidism, and everything from roughly the 18th to the 21st century is where my gap is. Everyone has gaps in their knowledge. It's important to acknowledge the gaps in our knowledge, not to pretend that everything's don't. And it's simply from Hasidism that that's the real gap in our knowledge. Not that I don't know anything. There are certainly people out there who know a lot more than I do. In fact, I'm just invited a good friend of mine to do some talks, maybe at least a talk at Federation to see about Hasidism. Because I do feel like I gave it short shrift and deserved a lot more attention, more deep attention than I gave it. And so I reached out to a good friend of mine who knows a lot about Hasidism to maybe give a lunch and learn. So we'll see if that works out. At any rate, welcome to the, I would say welcome to the end. It's not the end, it's welcome to the ellipse. It's the dot. Because, of course, Kabbalah is not going to go away anytime soon. Jewish mysticism, Kabbalah is doing actually a lot better now than in the early part of the 21st century than it was doing in the middle of the 20th century. In the middle of the 20th century, I would say that Kabbalah, in some ways, was at death's door, and it's doing much better now. So, in a substantial way, we're not saying goodbye to Hasidism or goodbye to Kabbalah, rather we're saying dot. It's going to continue to grow and change. And I've heard really exciting things about developments in this creating world, where we're in sort of new and dynamic Kabbalistic thought. And if we do end up moving to Palestine this next year, I'm looking forward to kind of getting into that and seeing what's going on in the Kabbalistic world there in Jerusalem. Well, as we marked last time, the sort of post-Shabbatai world is, I would say that it's actually more sophisticated in many ways than the Shabbatai world. The Shabbatai world is marked by a relatively thin understanding of Kabbalah, really. And that's part of why Shabbatai speak was so successful, is that people really didn't understand what was going on. They weren't really versed in Kabbalah. When you read something of a very technical nature, you can go wrong by it, very convinced by things that simply aren't really true, or they can sound meaningful, like they're not. And I think that's true of a lot of things that go on in Shabbatai. It sounded Kabbalistic and Kabbalistic veneer, and if you scratch the surface even a bit, you realize that the kind of reasoning that justified the stuff that went on with Shabbatai speed and Frank was, I think, pretty facile. And I think that once you watch and scratch the surface of it and realize that this is just, cold killing, they abandoned it pretty quickly. So the years after Shabbatai speaks and prophecy and the whole business, what you get is a kind of conservative backlash in the world of Kabbalah, and that shouldn't be surprising. This whole Shabbatai business is a complete disaster. And so what ends up happening is it's kind of a closing of the ranks. That is to say, in the Kabbalistic world, after this, what people do is return to the period of returning to Kabbalah, much like the period before Shabbatai, a bit more closed off, a bit more guarded, a bit more silent, which I think is probably not always for the worst. And so the developments within Kabbalah, the developments in Kabbalah sense of relatively conservative, which is Gloria. And so that relatively conservative movement marks Kabbalah from about the mid-17th century all the way till now. And as we talked about last time, two major Kabbalah schools developed in the aftermath of everything. One of those in Jerusalem, led by Rostrovsky Rabbi Sharabi, and another in Brody in Poland. And those two become the central schools, so to speak, of Kabbalah. These schools in the period after that, but of course, it was worth pointing out that Kabbalah also developed very heavily technical Kabbalah in Baghdad, in Kurdistan, in Morocco, and Marrakesh was a huge Kabbalistic center. So Kabbalah continued to develop in the aftermath of the Shabbatai business, especially in the Sephardic world, really a niche. And I think that has a lot to do with the fact that the Sephardic world was much more stable than the Ashkenazi world at that time in terms of social stability and Jewish education. Again, I think I mentioned this several times ago that a lot of the people that were influenced by the Shabbatai movement only recently really come out of Judaism. And so they are really anchored in Judaism in a very profound way, in a way that, for instance, the communities in Marrakesh, communities in Baghdad, they've been there for 1,000 years. Easily 1,000 years. And so when I looked at the whole Shabbatai thing, they were like, no. So because they had a much deeper education, so the Sephardic world had been less affected by the whole thing. And so it's not surprising that in Jerusalem, never accepted the whole Shabbatai business to begin with. It's excommunicated him as soon as they could. That one of the largest Kabbalistic schools in the aftermath of the war developed. As I mentioned last time, the two Kabbalistic schools take very different directions. The school of Beidel in Jerusalem is going to take the form of really intense concentration or Kavanah prayer. And that school again will last basically until 1965 when the last adherent of that school dies, which is amazing. How long the school lasted for hundreds of years, although very tightly guarded, very disciple-student oriented. And of course the other is a Klois in Poland. And that is going to be largely influenced by Polish and Lithuanian Kabbalah and Jewry. And Polish and Lithuanian Kabbalah is going to be mostly set as remarked by its intense intellectual Kabbalistic speculation. And so out of that world is going to flow a mountain of highly intellectualized Kabbalistic systems that are going to basically try to do the work of systematizing Korean Kabbalah, especially as a people for the Baron system, which I actually this period also saw, as I talked about last time, the rise of Hasidism. Hasidism is probably the most important, it's the most important movement in Judaism probably in the last 3 years. Hasidism is going to spawn an entirely new system of Judaism, social relations, customs, dress, all kinds of things that come out of the Hasidic world. We saw the nickname that I'm sure all of you are very familiar with come out of the Hasidic world. And so it's from that world that we have to focus on extreme piety, but also piety that's meant to find the divine every day. It's a piety in which God is learning all about you, but you can't see God. The divine is everywhere. I think of the line from the Quran, which I can easily imagine for a Hasidic Rebbe having written. The Quran says that Allah is to judge that image in the Quran always comes incredibly alive. And I can easily imagine someone having something just like that. So the idea that the divine is that close to you. The obstacle is just you and your ego, or fundamental you and your lusts and your desires. It's your desire to get rich or to have fame or to be loved by someone or whatever. It's these things that get in the way of your relationship with the divine. Because the divine for the Hasidic movement is right there. You just have to do the work of erasing the barriers between you and the divine, and it's in the erasure of the barriers that one can experience the divine in the everyday, including even in the movements of one's physical body, the sound of a bird. Some of the Rebbe's were even alleged to be able to understand the language of birds. They would listen to birds sing, and so they were singing, talking about having theological things that the Rebbe's could understand, that they was wrong. And that the Thales Rock allowed them to hear the debates of the rabbis and the birds. Always found beautiful, like them sitting in the forest, listening to the birds, rather than just hearing like the rest of us normie people that all hear the words, the Rebbe, they hear words, they hear the things about the words of God. And so I was found that to be a very beautiful example of necessity of the words. You're not just hearing words, you're hearing theological debates. So again, according to the Hasidic idea, is a deep desire to experience the divine in every aspect of life and to cleave to God. The Vegas is clinging to God, and you cling to God in the way that you do this. At some level, by cultivating a relationship with shamanic character in the Hasidic world. This is the Rebbe, or sometimes they're tzaddikim, tzaddikim, they're righteous people who have a unique relationship with God. They're intensely holy. And of course, they start to go on to set up various courts, and those courts really operate a bit like royalty. Still do operate a bit like royalty to this day. And so you have a loyalty to the Rebbe, to your Rebbe, and the Sassan encounters the divine primarily through the Rebbe, and it's in that Rebbe relationship that Chassidism really grows. Today we'll talk a little bit about a little stranger with which Bob which I forgot to mention much in the later slides. We'll talk about that a little bit as well. But we'll see how that goes. So, as I started last time, sort of cliffhanger from last time was that what I think that no one really realized in the aftermath of the whole Shabbatai speed thing, that as much as the Shabbatai speed business was a disaster, no one really saw what was happening in the background that was a bigger deal. The same year the Shabbatai speed converted to Islam and apostatized in 1666, I'm sure as many folks in the room know, 1666 is a dynamite year in the history of science. To hear that Isaac Newton discovered or invented calculus, discovered it as the same time as Leibniz, bitter debate about that. It's also the same year that Newton discovered light and also basically figured out Newtonian physics as we know them now. They published all that in 1666. This is called the Year of Miracles. So at the same time that Newton figured all that out, inventing calculus and all this stuff, that's the year Shabbatai converts to Islam. So it's difficult. I know that for many people, me too, when I think about Shabbatai's conversion, I think it's a medieval thing. So it's something that happened a long time ago. And I think that somehow Newton not having that Newton feels very hard. It feels like I can just sort of, we can play chess with Star Trek. And they happened at the same time. They happened the exact same year. And so it's coming down from the pipe. And what I think the Jewish world could not see in the aftermath of this entire Shabbatai business was the Enlightenment. The Enlightenment was happening all around the Jewish world, France and North America and England and Holland and Germany. The Enlightenment was developing a huge, completely new role that was dynamically breaking from what they call war, of its emphasis on rationality, its emphasis on experiment in science, its emphasis on extreme logic. And so you're beginning to get philosophers like Descartes, like Spinoza. Spinoza's philosophy rejects as a God separate from nature. It's just nature. Nature is God and God is nature. It's the same thing. We're getting the mechanistic philosophers who believe that all of nature is like a giant machine. If you study it carefully, you can understand how it works. If you understand how it works, you can predict it, and therefore you can make it do things for you. This is an incredibly mechanistic philosophy, which is in many ways really wonderful and everything like that. Inside the Jewish world, they never saw this coming. It just sort of landed on their doorstep. When I say landed on their doorstep, what I really mean is Napoleon showed up. What Hegel called the world spirit on horseback. Napoleon shows up in Central Europe and Eastern Europe. Remember, he marched all the way to Russia. So everywhere Napoleon went, he brought with him these enlightenment ideas. His army was a sort of enlightened army. As much as armies are ever enlightened. And Napoleon brought with him the metric system. He brought with him French revolutionary ideas. He brought with him the idea that if you're a citizen of a country, you should have equal protection of the law. There should never be second-class citizens. Either you're a citoyen or you're not. And if you are a citoyen, you have the rights and privileges of everyone else that is protected by the rational law. And of course, I'm not saying Napoleon was perfect or anything like that, but he was a big enough deal that Hegel thought that somehow he represented the very movement of Geist, the very movement of God, in the realization of Godness in the world. And of course, Hegel met me some later, but made a big impression on the young age. And so this is at the same time that the society was taking over. And so when these two movements come into conflict, contact with each other, there's going to be a break off in the Jewish world where some Jews are going to become very attracted to enlightenment values, and they're going to incorporate those enlightenment values into the Jewish world. And that is called the Haskalah, the enlightenment. And I think for almost everyone here in this class, and almost probably everyone hearing my voice, all of us bring some of my enlightenment ideas. The idea of protection of the law, you can't be just killed because you're evil. That was a rational system of weights and measures in this country, but most countries in the world. That the scientific, the very fact that I'm talking to you through this machine is proof of the success of the enlightenment. So for many Jews, the enlightenment was a solution to so many problems in the Jewish world, both in terms of the inner backwardness of the Jewish world, what they both be a superstitious world ruled by elite dynastic rulers who defy the will of God and how we figure things out. They wear those vampires, they play all this stuff. Many Jews were very disenfranchised with that and wanted to rush into the world of the Enlightenment. And they did. In fact, the Jewish folks here, I imagine for many of the Jewish folks in this class, the children of the great-grandchildren of the Muslim of the Enlightenment folks. Because the Enlightenment was very, very successful. It can be for better and for worse. So what ends up happening is that this new kind of rational Judaism integration of Enlightenment values with Judaism became incredibly polarizing. We also, speaking of the Jewish folks in the room, we live in an incredibly easy world compared to our ancestors because in many ways we can adapt both worlds. We can be religious and we can be enlightened somehow. Well, that there was no middle ground in the 18th century. Either you jump ship and you join the Enlightenment camp, or you stay behind the shtetl and stay in the world of the pre-Enlightenment, or the traditional world, that's what I could say. And so in the traditional world, they realized how much of a threat this was. They were terrified of this. And they doubled down on the traditional aspects of the world. And so in many ways, both Enlightenment Judaism and Haredi Judaism, that is to say the black hat, Orthodox Judaism that we recognize now, are both actually creations of the Enlightenment. So I know that sometimes Haredi folks like to pretend as if they're the legitimate TV word here of a streamed continuous line of Judaism reaching all the way back to Moses and past them, Moses wore black hats of the edge. But I guarantee you he didn't. The reality of modern Judaism is at some level, all of it is a response to Haskalah. It's all a response. Either you double down traditionally and you retreat into the world of the dynastic world of the Semitic world and the Levish world, or you drifted off into the secular world and tried to make it go and either assimilated or you tried to balance out both. Assimilation was the largest so what happened here basically is a choice between some level of assimilation, right? As much as those countries would allow you to assimilate, whether it's the French and the Germans, and as I should know from the terrifying history of how this would go, fail assimilation ultimately was a failed strategy to not protect Jews in the end. And neither did God, by the way, who wasn't already people who were protected when the first page was rolled in. And so what we have is a dualistic, polarized world by the 1700s in which there are Haskalah Judaism, Jews, and then there are traditional Jews. Now, that's not to say that Kabbalah stops. If all the kinds of things that have not stopped the Kabbalah hadn't stopped people from crusades or the chapter 3 event or whatever pogroms would stop the Kabbalah, well, this whole enlightenment thing didn't stop it either. And so many of the traditional centers of Judaism in the medieval or in the early modern world, they continue to produce Kabbalah as if nothing was going on for them. I mean, they may have not even known. And so, especially in the Hasidic world, there is a huge outpouring of literature and studies that have Chabad becomes sort of the intellectual center in many ways of the Hasidic movement. They become much more interested in the world of mind, the intellect, as opposed to just the world of emotions. And so the Chabad movement actually becomes much more of a rigorous system of Hasidic philosophy, as opposed to just talk and happiness. So this is a period of people like Rebbe Nachman Breslov, which I imagine most folks have heard of. Nachman Breslov, probably one of the most famous Rebbe's of this time period. He's of course known for his deep spiritual reflections and his existential torment experiences. He was a person of great highs and great lows, which I guess most historical people end up remembering are kind of manic depressive in this way, and so Rebbe Nachman is known for this extreme joy, extreme sorrow, feeling. And ultimately, he's going to get brought into the Hasidic movement for about a minute, but also the Nabal, which I imagine if you've ever been to sometime in Israel, you will at some point encounter some Nabal guys, which is smell as pious as they are. They wear the knit cap from the Nabal, and they listen to the techno music in Israel. Pious to a fault. So there's these guys that are out there and they're dealing with the neo-Hasidic world. Of course, also at this time period, probably one of the most important modern Jewish philosophers and mystics is also writing. This is a Rav Moshe Chaim Luzzatto, one of the greatest traditional Jewish minds of the early modern period. And Luzzatto wrote a mountain of stuff. It's really captivating today. I said, my God, this guy wrote 50 books. I mean, I've probably read one or two of them. He wrote 50 books. Enormously huge output. But the Ramchal, as a young man, before having had a spiritual experience where he had a Magi or a spiritual teacher began to reveal him all kinds of spiritual things. He was relatively young when this happened, and you can imagine that in the aftermath of the Shabbat speed business, no one wanted to hear about anyone talking to the spirits anymore. And so he kind of got kicked out of Italy a little bit. He kind of got expelled from Italy, and this led him on a journey through Europe. And in the journey through Europe, he ended up writing, like I said, a ton of stuff. His two most famous books are Derech Hashem, The Way of the Lord. Derech Hashem is probably the most systematic collection or systematization of Judaism that incorporates both philosophical issues and Kabbalah into one system. Derech Hashem is a really, really great book. You can get it in Hebrew and English if you want to study it. It's a fantastic text that really does the work of combining the philosophy of the day. Although the philosophy of that book is updated, but it's still very amazing work. His other major book, the book of ethics, which is also really, really great to read and also get it in English too. And these books, both good books, are basically classics in the Orthodox world. Based on people, there's even study sessions. They study these books over and over and over again. So Derech Hashem and Mesavit Yesharim are classics of Judaism. They become classics of Judaism, and again, they incorporate Kabbalistic and non-Kabbalistic philosophical elements in one text. Again, Chaim Luzzatto is probably say he's the most important rabbi. And so, very, very also over in Eastern Europe, they're also continuing to do classical Kabbalah. A lot of what's happening at this point in Kabbalistic texts is a lot of systematization texts, which are trying again to systematize the learning system. But also there are a lot of encyclopedic texts. They're just going through and trying to list things and describe what things are. One of the problems that comes along with more technical Kabbalah is that the Hebrew language just isn't actually that good at doing philosophy for a lot of technical reasons why this is. German is a far better language for doing philosophy than English. And Hebrew is just sort of clumsy language when it comes to doing philosophy. And it's also a bit of a clumsy language when it comes to doing Kabbalah, ironically enough. And so a lot of the technical terms in Kabbalah are very, very confusing. A lot of what happens during this time period is the encyclopedizing of Kabbalah. One of the more famous encyclopedias that gets written this time is one of the books I would love to see translated. I have it downstairs, but I can read it. They are translating it. It's beyond me. But it's the Sefer Naim. Sefer Naim is an encyclopedia of the Klukot. The Klukot, as you may remember, are the shards left over in the process of creating the world. And those shards that are left over are actually demonic. Those demons that haunt the Oriental world. And it's an encyclopedia of all the demons. So we actually get a systematic account of the evil detritus left over from the creation of the world here in the 18th, 19th century. So the Sacred Nine, which is a fabulous and interesting text. You can read it for free. Commercial, we have Hebrew translation. Now, as you probably also know, in all of this, in the 19th century, the amount of anti-Semitism in Europe doesn't go away. Anti-Semitism has always been there in Europe. There's always been European anti-Semitism. Well, the anti-Semitism gets a new added dimension. As you might imagine, as Jews become more and more part of secular civil society, there's also anti-Semitism that emerges at the level of discrimination of Jews in secular civil society. Of course, the most famous and infamous example of this is the Dreyfus affair in the 19th century in France. And so, with this uptick in anti-Semitism and the ongoing reality of anti-Semitism, there's sort of three distinct ideas basically about what's doable. One idea is the traditional idea, double down on being pious and vow to protect you. Go in theory for many thousands of years, but that theory no one's given up. So one is double down on being pious and vow to protect you. The other theory is that at some level, we just need to get out of Europe. Europe is just a death trap. We've been living in Europe now for 1,000 years, and for 1,000 years, it's just been a nightmare. It's just been pogrom after crusade, after blood libel, after witch hunt, after whatever. You just think the Europeans are never going to accept us, and at some level, eventually they're going to kill us all. It's just a matter of time. Turns out they were right. So what do? You leave. You leave Europe. You pack your bags, and you leave Europe. And in the mid-19th century, that idea takes the form of secular Zionism. This is where hostile Jews, enlightened Jews, decide as a group that the situation in Europe is basically untenable. And this is the emergence, of course, of very, very nascent Zionism. Now, two things that worth noting here about really early Zionism is that it was entirely a secular movement at first. In fact, it didn't really get to have much religious backing until the mid-20th century, frankly. And so, Zionism was a secular, largely socialist movement, although not all of the socialism, not all of the socialism that we recognize it now. And that movement, while it did accept some messianic themes, and it was sort of, apocalyptic in its narrative, in its way to talk about the world, it wasn't really influenced by Kabbalah. But I think that it was, if you read a lot of the language of the early Zionists, you will see a lot of the exile redemption language. You will see a lot of language that is coming in from the Kabbalah, although I think it's mostly social osmosis, right? So, let me make that more clear and put a finer point on it. The Zionist movement early on was different from Kabbalah directly. Although, I think that there is some messianic and some Kabbalistic ideas that are preached into the Zionism, mostly because of the social osmosis because of Jews, and they've been raised in a diet of Kabbalah and New York. So that's one part of the Zionism is that, from a religious perspective, it was completely remote. It was completely an Avera. The religious world rejected Zionism very early on. Rejected Zionism. Most of the religious world still rejects Zionism. It still says Zionism is a toxic ideology that is harmful to Palestinians, and it is irreligious. It's blasphemous. It's straight up heresy. And so this early, and even as a reform movement very early on, Germany, at the very beginning of the reform, they rejected Zionism in two major conferences. So even at the very far progressive end of the Jewish world, Zionism was very popular, at least to start. Remains popular now. These very new old. Watching the very wonderful show Shtisel. It's so popular, basically. You'll know Shtisel, right? Every time that they bring the Zionist up, Shulman's brother always says, he refers to the Zionist, the Universal Zionist, Shulman, he always called and so this is a thing that develops later on in the response to so it never became religious until much later. In fact, I would say that in many ways it wasn't until about then. It certainly wasn't until I think after the idea war that in a big way you get religious it's relatively minority. The Kabbalah, of course, continues to develop, right? It's not like the Kabbalah stops. Slide. Oh, yes, I stick and slide, but there's an extra thing down here I want to talk about. Off this slide. But anyway, the last thing I want to talk about here is that in the 19th century, what also happened in the non-Jewish world is there's sometimes what's referred to as the occult revival. The occult revival with a real interest in the occult sciences, alchemy, and some romantic interest in this stuff. And what you get are people like Sidney and Barrett, who are people who published the Vegas. You have a bunch of people really interested in the occult again, and this sort of occult revival that occurred primarily in the 19th century also incorporates some older elements of Christian Kabbalah, and they ultimately developing the form of Kabbalah out of Christian Kabbalah that is referred to as the Hermetic Kabbalah. And this is a completely non-Jewish, cult-centered version of the Kabbalah, primarily used for engaging in ceremonial magic. So we have elements of Freemasonry being combined with elements of Renaissance magic, and then that being fused together with some elements of Kabbalah, and that developed what we now refer to as the Hermetic Kabbalah, which is another third branch of Kabbalah that is developed. There's Jewish Kabbalah with the K, there's Christian Kabbalah with the C, and now it's developed eventually in the early 19th century, 20th century into Hermetic Kabbalah. And these forms of Kabbalah continue into occult practice all the way to this day. So again, in the 19th century, Kabbalah undergoes another mutation, albeit not a Jewish mutation, but primarily in the non-Jewish world, primarily in England, where this occult revival takes place. And so the Hermetic Kabbalah is always out there, and it's very popular. There's a whole big world of people. Spirituality is wrapped up with a very specific So as I mentioned, right, just a minute ago, one of the other strategies, right, so we have one strategy double down on being traditional, the other strategy is leave, go to Palestine and wherever, the other strategy that I mentioned a minute ago too is assimilation. Assimilation was a very daring strategy, but perhaps I think one of the more difficult with many of the people who did the job of assimilating things and get written off as traitors or something. I think it's really unfortunate to talk about that generation of folks. But assimilation was a really difficult task of trying to maintain two things at once. It was trying to maintain being Jewish, also trying to maintain your identity in a world that rejected you. Trying to be German and be Jewish, whatever German Jew meant. And the problem was that the Orthodox world were being Jew because they thought it was to sell out. And the Germans never really accepted you either. And you could do anything, almost, right? I think of people like Husserl was the great German philosopher whose son fought in World War I and still got fired when they never could become Jewish enough. In fact, even for the anti-Semites at the time, the more the Jews assimilated, the more dangerous they were. They were almost hiding among them. And so there was something about this, the strategy of assimilation was always included some level of the game. But what ends up happening, at least in the academic world, is that, or at least in the religious world, I should say, is that Judaism early on had to face things that looked like Judaism. They had to make a Judaism that looked as much like Lutheranism of the 19th century philosophy. And that movement became the Reform movement, right? That's what went on. And if you look at the Lutheran movement and the early Reform movement, it is amazing how similar. Even the choir, it's it's just like the organs and stuff, right? If you're into a classical performance, organs on fire, they even moved Shabbat to Sunday mornings and all kinds of stuff. They were desperately trying to fit in. And again, one of the probably looking at that is they're trying to sell out. But again, I think that was to accuse them of that. You know, while they're trying to understand how devastating the reality of anti-Semitism was at that time and how awful it could get. And at the same time, I admire the courage it takes to try to figure out a way of being German and Jewish, French and Jewish in a world that you basically are rejected by both sides of the religion. I think it's very heroic and very difficult path to march. On the academic front, part of what had to happen to justify the viability of Judaism is to justify it to the world of the theologians. And that's the theologians largely of Lutheran theology in the mid and late 19th century, which as you probably imagine, as you may know, even German scholarship at this time was some of the most amazing scholarship in the world when it comes to the Bible. This is a time period where critical source theory was being developed. This is a time where the Bible is being systematically studied, scientifically studied for the first time. This is where Hebrew is really getting into the manuscripts of these things. It's really a time period of enormous erudition. In fact, I would say the German biblical scholarship of 10 years probably produced more erudite scholarship than 30 years. It's amazing. These guys, they just knew 50 languages. They just did. That's just how they worked. They didn't have the whole Bible as general countries. So the scholarship was very driven by pietist, very careful scholarship. And so what's emerging at the same time is the attitude to do the same thing in Judaism. And the attitude to do the same thing in Judaism was largely spearheaded by a group of Jewish Haftarah scholars. This movement became known as the Wissenschaft des Judentums. I beg your forgiveness if I mispronounce my German stuff as I go. So the Wissenschaft des Judentums movement, scientific study of Jewish books, was a movement in the academic Jewish world to study Jewish literature using all the modern tools at that time of German scholarship to study religious literature. And they had to make a decision about what they studied, because what they studied and what they published basically represented Judaism to the outside academic world. So, what did they study? What did they publish? Well, Talmud. They focused their energy on Talmud. Why? Because the Talmud, for one, is a highly systematic, highly argumentative book based on logic. They can argue that Judaism is irrational because the Talmud is rational. The Talmud is a book of arguments driven by logic, and therefore Judaism is logical. Right? So we have the ethical components of the Hebrew Bible, we have the logical components of the Talmud, and therefore Judaism is respectable because it's a paragon of logic. Well, guess what isn't paragon of logic? Kabbalah. So, what did the Wissenschaft do? What did the Wissenschaft do? Ignored it. Basically, it wasn't. Why? Because it was embarrassing. It was superstition. It was occultism. It was nonsense, made up, fraudulent stuff. For them, for the Wissenschaft des Judentums movement, Kabbalah was an embarrassment, was back in darkness of knowledge, because it made Jews look crazy. If you've been listening to some of the stuff I've been saying over the past 14 weeks and thinking to yourself, God, that sounds nuts. Well, it does sound nuts. And can you imagine a bunch of Jewish scholars presenting that to a bunch of erudite Lutheran scholars being like, yes, Jews, we believe that God masturbated reality. What? That's not going to fly, right? It's going to make them hate you. It's going to reinforce every negative stereotype about the Jews. The Jews are irrational, they're driven by superstition, they believe in nonsense. The Wissenschaft des Judentums movement had to make a decision, and the decision was Talmud. And so early on, Kabbalist literature was largely put in the back roller, politely. And as you might know, at the same time this is happening, this is also the same time that all of the movements in Judaism were beginning to form. The Reform movement, the Conservative movement, sorting movement, the Reconstructionist movement begins in the early 20th century. All of the movements, even modern Orthodox Judaism, all of the movements in movement Judaism in the non-traditional Jewish world, all of this developed this movement, and they based their Judaism on some level on the Judaism being talked about by places like JTS, by places like German Scholarship, by places like Cincinnati, by the Reform Seminary. Guess what? None of those places are doing. None of them are going to come up. Why? Because it's embarrassing. They do not want to look like crazy people. So the Kabbalah is totally sidelined for 2.5-3 generations of my scholars. Completely sidelined. And it's sidelined at a decisive moment in Jewish history. What is that decisive moment? The emergence of movements. So if you grew up in a movement, Reform movement, Conservative movement, if you grew up in any of the movements, their scholars were simply not being trained in Kabbalah. And because they weren't being trained on it, they couldn't teach it. Because they didn't teach it, it was abandoned. This is the reason why folks who grow up, especially folks who are a bit older than me, if you grew up in the movement Judaism world, you've never heard about Kabbalah. There's a reason why. Because of the rabbis you had never learned about it. And that's because the generation before them never learned about it. The generation before them made a decision not to learn about it. And that's what happens. Effectively, Kabbalah becomes decanonized by the modern Jewish movement. Modern Judaism basically decanonized it. So the Zohar, Sefer Yetzirah, all the literature we talked about, basically goes back on the shelf. And what comes back is Talmud, if you're lucky, but mostly Talmud. That's the reason why you will never really see movements until recently. Studies of Kabbalah, studies of Talmud, even Talmud. For those who here grew up in how often did you all study Talmud? How often was Talmud something that you encouraged to study? Or heard about much? It's checking. Yeah, even Talmud, right? Even Talmud was sidelined. You can imagine Talmud sidelined, I'm sure so that's one part of the story. A huge part of the story is that Kabbalah didn't go away. We still did Kabbalah, studied Kabbalah in the traditional world. It did the progressive world. It was decanonized our world. And it's only now lending back into canonization. And I think it needs to be recanonized from that. Of course, the other thing that happens in this time is in the mid-20th century, and the way to avoid the elephant in the room is, of course, the Holocaust. The Holocaust devastated, obviously, European Jewry, but in terms of Kabbalah, it really devastated the Hasidic world. And the reason why it devastated the Hasidic world, as you might imagine, is the Hasidic Jews live basically in these very tight-knit social networks. They are distinctively dressed. They look very Jewish. They're payas. They dress like Jews. Targeting them was the easiest thing in the world. They all live in the same shtetls and ghettos. So liquidating them and killing them, putting them all these cattle corners is very, very easy for the Nazis. So a Hasidic world was incredibly destroyed in the Holocaust. I think, unfortunately, and Ross would be the better expert than I would be, that the Hasidic world suffered apocalyptic levels of devastation and the Holocaust just because of they were basically sitting ducks. And also their theology was independent believers. So many of them, because they rejected Zionism, did not try to flee to Palestine. They thought it was religiously forbidden to flee to Palestine because they were also taught that their Rebbe. They also didn't want to get people to leave. Right? They were tied to this person. And so if the Rebbe didn't leave, they didn't leave. And last right, the mark. And when the Einsatzgruppe comes in, they're there. They're living in that. They're living in that shtetl, and they're there with that Rebbe. And it doesn't take but an afternoon of really blackout drunk Einsatzgruppe to do the deed, to basically eliminate an entire Hasidic dynasty. And it's not some show that happened. It happened over and over and over again in this era, especially I think 1 in 4 South were killed or something like that. And the Holocaust was just devastating apocalyptic story. And as you know, the only people keeping the light on at this time, in many ways, for Kabbalah are it's the people in Eastern Europe, it's the traditional people. They're the ones keeping the lights on. And with their execution by the beasts that were the Nazis, the light goes out. The light went out. It was a devastating blow to Kabbalah. Now, luckily, our Sephardic brothers and sisters, Sephardic folks, they were still doing Kabbalah in Morocco. They were still doing Kabbalah over in Baghdad. Still doing Kabbalah in Northern Africa. So it wasn't like that the devastating blow that was dealt to European Jews at the end of Kabbalah. But it is just important to say that the Hasidic movement and the European Jewry were very center of the development of Kabbalah and the Holocaust easily and profoundly destroyed some elements of that coming out. Luckily, they did survive. Many of them survived. And they would recruit some of them in America. And in fact, the two largest groups, Samar, would eventually, Samar Rebbe, Teitelbaum eventually made his way out before the war, and the Babish Rebbe also made it out as well, and they refounded their Hasidic diocese in Holy Land, real Holy Land, which is broken. So Borough Park and respectively go visit the Holy Land. It's just right over there. You folks know this, right? Israel, just the borough of the real over there, just right coming out. So, the rebound, folks, the rebound. How does this all rebound? We have the Holocaust, we have the Haskalah, we have the Massachusetts. How did this rebound? Well, it rebounded in a couple different ways. The rebound in many ways began with a young maverick philologist. Forget that Gerhard Scholem, also forget that he was Gerhard Scholem. He got Gershomized later when he made Aliyah, but Gerhard Scholem was a young maverick philologist who studied language. That's the reason why his scholarship was so top notch. He reads everything in the original language. And Scholem made the crazy argument that Kabbalah deserved to be academic study. It just deserves academic part of Jewish history. We need to study it. And so in the 1920s, Gerhard would do all the heavy lifting of reading basically every single Kabbalist he could get his hands on in the archives. Every single one. And being the German scholar that he was, he did that. And unlike the Wissenschaftler students that rejected the importance of Kabbalah, Gerhard Scholem argued convincingly that there simply was no Judaism without Kabbalah. You couldn't imagine Judaism without it. Judaism was just as important, or Kabbalah was just as important to Judaism as Talmud, as anything else. So, Scholem argued over the time that Kabbalah had to be reintegrated both academically and historically into the history and thinking about what Judaism was. And this was by no means easy, folks. When Scholem, who was already an established scholar at the time, was invited to speak at JTS, lecture at JTS at the Jewish Theological Seminary there in New York, when he was allowed to speak, the justification for him being able to speak was that, well, look, Kabbalah is nonsense, right? Kabbalah is Narishkeit. Kabbalah is nonsense, but, right, Narishkeit is Narishkeit. Aber, the Geschichte des Narishkeit, das ist Wissenschaft. Right? Nonsense is nonsense. But the history of nonsense is science. So Kabbalah is nonsense. But the history of Kabbalah is science. It's worth studying as historical information. But God forbid anyone from here Kabbalah, that's ridiculous. That, by the way, was coming from the most famous progressive Talmud scholar in 20th century history, Saul Lieber, probably the most important, one of the most important Talmud scholars of the early 20th century, the Talmud professor of JTS, basically invented modern sort of quasi-secular Talmud education. Saul Lieber. That's how Scholem was introduced. Can you imagine being introduced at the JTS by basically saying, yeah, what you study is nonsense. But because you study it as history, that's something we used to do. But God forbid anyone actually do that. That's completely crazy. So, Sholem really had to walk an uphill battle. He fought an uphill battle the entire time to get legitimacy for what he was doing, which is unimaginable now, considering that Kabbalah is so legitimate, so mainstream. But Sholem had to fight that battle in many ways on his own. Luckily, he was a great scholar, making papers to do it. Sholem brought with him an army of students. He attracted a great deal of students, folks like Moshe Yadel and Don, and folks who've gone on to become themselves leading scholars of Kabbalah. His students were also willing to criticize him, and they did. They made careers criticizing him. Folks like Moshe Yadel really showed how important Sholem was, and also how incomplete Sholem was. So we have a whole new generation of scholars who leads Zach Weiss and all kinds of stuff. Brody Burroughs is a huge group of scholars that blow my mind with every book that they write. And so the academic study of Kabbalah is landed. It is now totally legit if you can study Kabbalah and you get Kabbalah. You can take an academic level Kabbalah class and no one's going to that. Sure, history. At the same time, there is an emerging, relatively small religious Zionism led by Rav Kook, and he would eventually get rise to no one, although Rav Kook wasn't terribly influenced by, wasn't a huge communist, but certainly a lot of overeating themes of exile and redemption were there for him to rise of Zionism. The most important, I think, communists that have come really in the early to mid-20th century would be Rabbi Ashram, the master of the latter, is the Muslim of Israel, and he would be opposed to towards the most important, I think, is his commentary on the Zohar text that he took, I think, 10 years to write, called Hasavam, the latter. And this is both an introduction to the Zohar, but also a commentary on the Zohar. And he translated Zohar crazy Aramaic, but it's into a very modern, make it accessible to a whole generation of people who are in the original Aramaic, and so it's much more accessible. So many people who read Zohar now in the Orthodox world, and also many people who study Isaac Luria are going to study many of his ideas in some level through the lens of Rabbi Ashlag, who also developed his own like interesting communist theory. There's in fact, I think, a communist that's based on some of his ideals. So you go to Ashlag, another character that I don't mention in this that I can't believe I left out, of course, is Schneerson, of course, was the head of the Babbage movement, and what's important to know about him is that he became one of the most important founders of the Hebrew movement, that is to say, the outreach movement among Orthodox Jews and Hasidic Jews. So he were into a Chabad house because Rebbe sent someone basically in his study, and Schneerson founded this enormous network of the Chabad movement, and he was just a hugely important figure in the history of 20th century Judaism. It's really hard to downplay all the really important things he did. But one of the things that's worth mentioning here that's important, that will be important going into 21st century Judaism, is that when he died in the 90s, it was already believed in his lifetime that he was the Messiah, and then when he died, people really began to believe in himself. And so there is a movement in the Chabad world, not a super big movement, as big as it was in the late 90s. It seems to be mostly localized to Brooklyn and Israel, especially Kfar Chabad, where they believe he's the Messiah. Also, I have so I have, at any rate, the Schneerson was believed to be the Messiah, and I studied briefly at a Chabad yeshiva, and I definitely met people who believed that he was not only not dead, but that he had been taken into heaven somehow bodily, and that he was going to return really soon, and that it really is his return to be heralded by Jews adopting more Torah, and that basically he was kind of excluded, and his occultation of men and the Rebbe was really that side. Of course, you can still go to Crown Heights, you can still go to Brooklyn, and you can still see crowns, images of the Rebbe's flag, which has a yellow crown that says Mashiach on the side. So there's this huge messianic movement, which again can be a whole class into itself, inside of the Chabad where they do believe that their late leader is the Messiah. This is causing some serious problems in the Chabad movement because it's such an amazing outreach. Although in my experience, when I've been told that was grown up in the movement, is that largely the people that the messianic stuff appeals to are typically people like all Shuvas, convert back to Orthodox Judaism, and younger most established doesn't really Messiah stuff. Although I think they do stuff close to accepting these so it's a lot has this messianic which is super weird and interesting. For the folks who are in Michigan hanging out with these classes, you probably have never heard about this or heard about it briefly because the Shinto family, which is the larger Chabad family here in Michigan, is a very old Chabad family. They were some parents of a series of really way back in the 70s, 30s, something like that. But they were the leading force in many ways of the anti-Messianism, where they really thought Messianism was dangerous. And the Shinto family was very powerful here, at least in Michigan, has never been a Messianic camp. I don't think Messianic camps ever got a foothold in the culture of Detroit area. That's different other places. I don't think that the Messianic camp has ever gotten a foothold. But Brooklyn, 770, certainly. Alright, two things I guess I'll mention before we really wrap up is the rise of the Neo-Hasidic culture. As folks know, the Neo-Hasidic movement was pioneered by folks like Martin Luther, who came out of the Hasidic world and maintained a lot of this is not the right word, but wanted to sort of modernize and expand the Hasidic movement outside of the dynastic structure. And so many of the tales of the Hasidim, a lot of Hasidic spirituality became sort of exported out of the Hasidic world and then imported into the modern Orthodox world and the conservative world especially. And the Reconstructionist world most recently was the Hammurabi of the 1970s. This is a period of Karloff and stuff like that. Folks who wrote Karloff at the time. And so it's in that world that we have the rise of what might be called the Neo-Hasidic movement. And this movement is really extraordinarily popular in the Jewish world. And there are great luminaries in the Neo-Hasidic world. Folks who recently passed away, like Rabbi Shlomo Shalom, and Mark Green, of a lot of teachers actually, and Hebrew College is probably one of the premier Neo-Hasidic leader in the world right now. It's really funny how I got to bring together and talk about Kabbalah briefly. I feel like I'm pretty honored to be hanging out with the Gaons of Hasidic. And so I got to spend some time with Mark Green So the Neo-Hasidic movement is alive and well in this popular sexual growth and popularity. And with folks like Joe Weisenberg and other folks who are really channeling some of the Hasidic ideas into music. I think this is so popular. The last thing I'll mention, this is the thing I imagine some folks already know, is of course mainstream pop culture and Kabbalah. Kabbalah is understood by Rabbi Bird, which has received a lot of criticism, but whenever I think that it's a legit form of Kabbalah as much as anything else, at least from an academic perspective. The Kabbalah Center is they have outfits all over the world. It's sort of a franchise type, and they teach a very specific kind of Kabbalah that is tailored toward celebrities, basically. Now there are non-celebrities that get into it. It's sort of kind of new age, traditional Kabbalah. But it's famous by folks like Madonna and Britney Spears for a while, which I think even Britney Spears has a tattoo like Britney. Some kind of holistic tattoo. Whatever sense of holistic tattoos make. You go Britney. So I think we show they were home state people, so me and Britney go back. So also embraced Kabbalah in a pretty good kind of way. And I think apparently I think Madonna went to concerts quite like because of her commitment to certain kinds of Kabbalistic things. But I think that the material goes from here, right? She's from Bay City. Madonna's from Bay City. So the material goes from here. So we have Ready Madonna has gone on to become influenced very heavily by Kabbalah and some level of spirituality. I don't think she's ever converted to Judaism. And there are many other people who have been influenced by the Kabbalah Center. The Kabbalah Center is very polarizing. It's very controversial. They've gotten some trouble on this stuff, unsurprisingly. A religious organization gave up all its liberties and get in trouble by itself. Can you believe that? So, the Kabbalah in many ways in the 1990s was about pop culture and a lot of pop culture folks, musicians, and other folks were really influenced by Kabbalistic ideas. Very mainstream, right? Very mainstream. Kabbalah is gonna live. Kabbalah is gonna survive us all. It's back. Kabbalah has gone through now a couple thousand years now of turns, twists, messiahs, dead messiahs, apostate messiahs, amount of books and commentaries. He's really gone through almost every kind of travail a religion can go through, a philosophy can go through. No philosophy that I can think of has gone through this much. Platonism, communism, whatever. Kabbalah has gone through so much. And it's had to transform and adapt itself. And when I think about the Kabbalah, I'm very happy and very glad to be alive now. Because we're now living in some level, the golden age of Kabbalistic literature. More Kabbalistic literature is available to me than anything else in history when it comes to accessible information. More Kabbalistic teachers are available. Secular Kabbalistic education is available. In a class like this secular academic class of Kabbalah. Also, you go to dozens of teachers of Kabbalah to become a Kabbalist. And Kabbalah is accessible to people who never accessible before. And then, for those folks, it's accessible in a way that you can and so, I say that Kabbalah died, Kabbalah lives, Kabbalah will live, because we're living in an age where the Kabbalah has finally been able to, at some level, withhold its secrets. You have to work hard to become a Kabbalist. Learn Hebrew, learn Aramaic, you have to go to Israel, you have to do a lot of it. You have to really work to become God. But you can. It's there. So much of it's on the internet. Right? So much of it can be an interlibrary alone. Buy books right there in Amazon to learn secrets of the Kabbalah that were utterly inaccessible to 99% of the Jewish population. Most of history. And there they are, immediately available. Even English translations, things like the Zohar, Pritzker edition, the Zohar, massive 12-volume Pritzker edition. There was no standard English translation of the Zohar prior to that, not really. And now, for the first time in history, we have access to all 12 volumes of Zohar, and new things are coming out every day. So we're living in a golden age. The study of Kabbalah, and we're living in a golden age for those who want to be Kabbalists. I have to say that I'm really happy. I feel really blessed. I feel really grateful that all of you have decided to come along with me on this 14-week journey through the history of Kabbalah. Because I feel very lucky that I have had the privilege and the honor to be able to learn about Kabbalah and share what little I know. And to know that there are people interested in learning about Kabbalah and learning what little I know. And so I just want to thank all of you who hung out with me over the course of the past 14 weeks to learn some Kabbalah together and to learn about Kabbalah and learn that this tradition is beautiful and strange and science fiction-y, just all over the place, weird and wonderful. And so I just want to express my deep gratitude for everyone who's jumped into our class or stayed for all 14, whatever.
What if you watched it while recording for yourself at least 3 times straight? Really? Yeah. You know everything about it? Yeah, I'm a fucking Kabbalist on.
That's it.
You're welcome, guys. No big deal. Yeah, it's my pleasure.
I look forward to learning. Study so hard. Imagine kind of a class that would be sort of like a science class where you have a lecture in the lab. Lecture would be like this. You have a lab. The lab would be like studying this a lot, studying it. So I imagine that's my dream gig. Is a lecture lab. So we're like, which I can't have to say it's exciting. So anyway, folks, that's how we go. I guess again, I'll just get the same. It's true. Doesn't end here. Definitely see that. Like I said, we're not going to begin to come down the top.
And it became serious. Built from each other, nothing was like discuss no here, no there, no anywhere. They also came very well. Same like others like inshallah.
Topics come around philosophy. Consider supporting our Patreon or perhaps donation. You can find those links below. Until next time, I'm Dr. Justin Sledge, and thank you for watching Esoterica, where we explore the arcane in history, philosophy, and religion.
Are you fucking serious?
So I hope you hear this
No. What's that too? What are you even saying?
Coming to you live from the Road Famous Comedy Store for a brand new episode of Kill Tony Volume 2. Give it up for Tony Hinchcliffe!
Holy shit, everybody. Welcome, everyone. Happy Tuesday evening for you. A rare Tuesday edition of Kill Tony. Happy to be proceeding with great weather comedy store show. Known as Roast Battle. Happy Tuesday to you all. Welcome, everybody. How are you? This is like a real live show in here. Speaking of live show, you guys that are live here in the audience were part of episode 91, which is basically the first live streaming Kill Tony ever. You guys are double live. There are people around the world that can hear your laughs and your reactions. So thank you for being here. This is very exciting. We've always wanted it this way, a new sound system, a new streaming live show at the old historical public, the Comedy Store. And as of right now, it's bumping. I'm looking at it.
And just to note that there's going to be two versions of Kill Tony. One's what you're watching on live stream. That's just so you guys can see each episode. But then we also are releasing
higher quality for all you listeners. So you get to find out. I mean, another one this week in Vegas. Wow, we are over capacity of the fire hazard in the belly room. And I just tweeted it, so maybe more people so let's do it. It's fun. We have it again. We have one sponsor only. Her name's Lisa Lane. She cooks us a meal every week. She's at the Girl with the Pan on Facebook and Instagram. She's Lisa Lane on Twitter. Today she made us grilled chicken crazy sandwiches. I had some weird tofu, but it's good. Well, pretend like that's it. So, guys, it's a live show, and anything could happen. Like, normally we would have cut that beginning part of banter out completely, but no, you saw it. It just happened. We talked about Ryan's crazy answer in section 2. Guys, every week lately we've had a musical guest, and some of you guys that are here in the actual room got to hear him earlier because he plays while the audience gets sad. He puts on his own concert here, because why not allow people to see it on a live show already going on. He's one of my favorite artists that I came across in 2014, one of my favorite new musical guests. It's going to be great. Matt Reagan with a brand new song every week. Kill Tony exclusive, the musical work of Matt Reagan. Hey guys. The audience, I don't think he's very happy to see me too. I think they're like, you already did your part on the show. As Tony was saying, here's a song. Well, you guys want to hear a fucked up song? All right, here's a fucked up song. Fuck yeah, super live. All right, super duper live show. Please to God. Here's my song. Sorry. Walking down the street, it all seems beautiful to me. I stand up straight and seem to walk a little faster. Going to the shop and making talk with Mrs. Lark. You know, she's got the happy face of a disaster. Yes, and everyone smiles and waves at me, and I wave and smile back. There's one thing that they don't know. I've got a gun in my backpack. 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 If they only knew, they'd probably shit their pants. Make a sticky, stinky doo-doo. Why? They're unaware of the real circumstance. I've got a gun in my backpack. Fucking gun in my backpack. I stole it from a dead man. Now it's in my red backpack. Nobody knows I got a gun in my backpack. Nobody sees I got a gun in my backpack. Walking down the sidewalk with a smile and a gun in my backpack. My backpack. To weed in my backpack. Packages in my backpack. Regan! Another brand new song that we've never heard before. Superlive, streaming. He's on Twitter at Patty Reagan. Buy his album. Pat Reagan is a piece of shit. Pat Reagan Smells Like Shit. That's available on iTunes and Spotify for free.
Check out him and Carolina Watkins. Check out this one great video for Funny or Die.
Yeah, they're hilarious. We're very excited about Pat Reagan too. Guys, every single week on this show, we have a head of security. Normally, it's a young rising comic coming through the ranks who is the head of security who keeps us safe and asks questions, tries to learn, progresses us. This week, we have our most accredited patriot of all time. It's actually relatively super regular guest, a Death Squad powerhouse, one of the most accredited comedians we know and get to work with, one of my very best and funniest friends. We're again together with the great Stephen Brody Stevens, ladies and gentlemen.
What?
Wow, our best patriot ever. Chelsea Lately, Hangover 2, Due Date. Enjoy it on Comedy Central. It's on Comedy Central half-hour special.
You got it.
And then present EX live in the flesh. You've seen him on everything. Comedy Central, HBO Go. There he is, live in the flesh. He's on Patriot. You did? You did it again. Brody's already on fire.
It's great to be playing the role of Iron Patriot when I work with Iron Man, Due Date, You Got It, Robert Downey Jr., opening scene.
Oh yeah, you were in that. What about after the opening scene? How'd it end with that?
I went home. After that?
Yeah. Come back or anything?
No, it was one and done.
Oh, okay.
I do one scene and I get out. That's how you do it. I'm excited here. Hello, Internet. Hello, high definition. edition. I'm excited. Welcome to Restream. So I'm getting yelled at for Restream after I did 2 hours of professional audience warm up today in front of 150 people. So I come in here and I'm up maybe 2 percentage points than I normally am, and I get beat down. You don't do that to me.
Brody's got a little bit of a soft side. Rugged teacher. Brody, I'm really excited to have you on. You're talking about your 2 hours of crowd warm up that you did on at midnight today.
Yeah, I've been fired up recently. You know, people don't see the dark underbelly of show business and what it takes to make an Emmy-nominated television show. You got it at midnight. Nothing. Right? Excited to see the fresh crop of talent, and I'm excited to work with your 2 guests. It is always an honor to be here with Tony Hinchcliffe and Red Band. Let's do it.
Right, here we go. Every week we have 2. Every week we have 2 new guests come on, and just,
You know, I'm here being positive. You know, I'm being a good sport. But let's keep, and he said, I'm doing this. Let's be nice to me. Well, why am I doing that? What?
Is the couch that you're sleeping on?
Why am I doing that? What?
Is the couch that you're sleeping on? I didn't hear him. Is the couch that you're sleeping on in the kitchen of the place that you're sleeping? Like, why are you losing so much sleep over the thought of food? What is it? Like, do you really fucking sweat when you think of, like, eggs and shit? Why did you want adjusting the mic? Jesus Christ. I think the microphone doesn't go as tall as me, but it comes down, you think I'm gonna get Jesus? This guy's like a giant 7-year-old. Giant 7-year-old lesbian. That's what you are. It's unbelievable. Sports is wrong. Yeah. It's less fortunate to be when you know you're not gonna get laid by anybody who's worth playing, just go fucking eat everything you can. Look, man, you gotta change the attitude. Yeah. This women out here fucking everybody. Yeah, for who's on the market? Go get it, Michael. That's Michael Parkinson going to get some pussy. Michael. Is this your real Twitter handle? Is this your Twitter handle now, Michael? This thing you wrote here? Okay,
I think I just got Michael Parkinson's disease.
Whoa, look at that. He went
Classic bad. Tweeted.
Follow Michael Parkinson on Twitter at Gerber Baby Grown Up. So I've called him a lesbian all 3 times in his film. Once every time he really does. He looks like a giant lesbian.
He's a happy.
It's like that one that if you played softball and she was on the mound, you'd be like, oh, fuck. This is that one that fucking throws the thunder.
Just throwing fastball.
Oh, shit. All right, here's another new name that sounds like they haven't been on before. We're going to get together for Peter Barrera. I don't see Peter Barrera, and so that means he just got blacklisted. Brody makes some funny noises.
How dare you with this Peter guy? He got nervous. He thought I was going to go after him. That's what makes you a tough for a comedian. Michael, thank you very much. Picture of Access Paratransit.
Oh, there you go. You got it. Nailed it. Fuck yeah. So,
Yeah, let's do it.
your next comedian goes by the name of Eric Carter. We know this guy. Hillbilly. This guy himself up. He's from the south. Eric Carter, everybody.
Oh man, it's great to be out here, but I nearly fucked up earlier. I wanted to feel like I'm living in a big city, so I didn't drive. I took the metro, and I went to Holland. Instead of going west, I went east, and I noticed like the Hall of Fame, Walk of Fame dropped off, and then I looked up, and I said, Little Armenia. I'm like, shit, this ain't Beverly Hills. But I just walked in here, bumping and pumping, and thank you, but just moved out here New Year's Eve, moved from the South. It's fun being a Southerner, but people give me a lot of hell. People always assume that I'm a racist based on my accent. That ain't true. I have a friend that's black. He got called to fire 2 years ago, and he's still pretty burned up. But for the past few months, I've been working on oil rigs. And if you think I'm a piece of shit, you should see my operator down there. This guy took me fellas to be a Marine. He proudly bragged.
Jesus Christ, Eric, what'd you do?
Look, I literally just walked in. Feel like I'm still waiting. We have to know about that next 30 seconds on your time.
And then you did a joke about you saying that your only black friend is a white guy who got in a fire a couple years ago. Is that what you said?
He's 1 out of 3.
Wow, you went for it, huh?
Yeah,
He's 1 out of 3 with the other 2 white burn victims as well.
The other one is frostbite the entire body. The other one.
they're legit black guys.
They use oil. They're legit black
They
guys.
use our oil.
So are your black friends, or could one say that your black friends are some riggers?
Yeah.
That's good. That is.
Whoa, look at that. So Eric, you're from the south, you're flustered. Where'd you walk from? Why?
I got off the Holland and I walked the opposite direction for 5 blocks. And then I noticed I saw the one that's shit. And it was like 7 foot. I walked basically 4 fucking miles.
Why did you keep walking? Why didn't you take a bus or something?
I don't like this.
One-on-one, baby. Even if you survive the landing, a car's gonna hit you any second.
I was excited for your material initially because it was a great bit. Like, oh shit, I walked the wrong way on Highland. I got to go to Armenia, and little Mark Ellis, who likes a happy ending, is like, oh shit, here comes a punchline. And then you just went into your first joke, and I'm like, wait, that was like half your set. It was just a setup to why you're on stage. And there was no joke. Is it real? What part of the South are you from?
That's it.
Yeah, that checks out.
When did you see your first black person?
3 years ago.
Really? Holy shit.
So y'all got on TV now? Black and white.
They still show him as black. Like, they still don't show him as black. Black and white TV.
Those black and white ones, they're still
I know
white.
black program, no black and white TV.
Oh my god, Eric. So you were on an oil rig for a few months. What's that like?
It's hell, especially in North Dakota, 6 inches of snow, below 20 degrees.
So like, what do? How many hours a day are you working on?
18.
Right, then what do you do after work? Just go to sleep and do it again. That's all there is to do. So what would you do for fun on the oil rig? You were out here for a while, you got a taste of Hollywood life, and then all of a sudden you're on an oil rig and North Dakota. Even snow. Would you do that?
Well, they sent us up a nice cabin, so I thought,
A nice cabin to you. What's that like? How's that job day, John? Fucking, like, what do you consider a nice cabin? Right. Fuck yeah. Exactly double the size of a trailer that you're normally used to.
So, did you have any prostitutes out there?
well, it was like the Wild West. There were a bunch of them. I stayed away from them. Destiny was really hot in that area, higher than bomb.
Have you ever gotten an STD?
Google blue ball.
I saw that.
What's a blue ball?
Blue waffle disease.
shit.
What the hell is that? Waffle disease.
I told me Google it. It is really hot in North Dakota. Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
I hear Megasha Jackson saying yes it is, and by the look of her lips, she knows about what waffles. If there's blue waffles happening, Megasha Jackson knows about it. Eric, have you ever been with a black woman before?
Yes, I have.
What was that like? Right, exactly.
I've had 3 of them.
What?
Yeah. Sisters love me.
Yeah, shut the fuck up. 3 sisters? Oh, I see what you're saying. Sisters. I thought he was saying that all great black women that he hooked up with were sisters. I forgot that they got sisters. I thought people were actually
You guys went from room to room to room in a house. Can I get your grandma too?
Aaron, tell us about being with a black woman. What was that like?
Well, I was fortunate enough to eat shady.
These shaved.
These shinies.
Not they shaved. You said these shaved.
Yeah.
As if they're like, they're not even human beings. That's what you're saying. These shaved. That's like saying this fucking shaved. Like, it's like you can't believe that they would do that to themselves. Right, exactly. It's just so natural. He doesn't even know what's wrong. He doesn't even see what could possibly be wrong.
It's like you're describing the ordering experience on Amazon. Like you're just like, nah, I'll go not shaved. I don't want to deal with that shit.
They had pretty asses. They were shaved.
Wow. Dude, there's a black guy right behind you is going crazy right now.
Hey, you ain't never
One of them I did. I didn't think the other 2.
The first one, yeah, try.
Well, the other 2, they were so damn worn out after I thrusted it to them.
Wow, yeah.
What was your favorite thing about being with a black woman that you don't get normally with white men?
That's gonna sound kind of crazy, but I like that coconut smell. Like black girls have good scent.
All comes back to the oil. You can take it. The sales just went up again.
This oil totally drowns out the smell.
The Westside Pimp, motherfucker, Westside.
No, it doesn't do that. No, that's wrong.
Smell of coconuts.
What's the longest relationship you ever been in? Have you ever been serious about a young lady?
Yeah, I got one on Sunday.
You're a walking Allman Brothers song. You just keep moving from oil rig to oil rig. And now you're here. How long are you going to be here before you go back to rigging?
Yes, we have our
Do you have a date yet? Like, do you have a prognostication as to when that's going to be?
No, I just got a serving job over in City Walk, next restaurant.
Oh my God.
I ain't Mexican with lunch.
Hey, you want some kind of burrito or something? I like the tacos Bel Grande.
These cooks got in this back. These cooks.
Try the blue nachos.
Yeah. Can you tell us the restaurant? Can you give us a little pitch? Like, what would be, if you came up to us as a table, like, what would be your
I haven't started yet, just got up with number 2s. But,
Is it Camacho's?
yes.
I've been to City Block.
You just
Enter 22.
guess the restaurant?
Yes. Camacho's is right there. It's next to they got an iPad.
That makes your restaurant before.
I bet you have.
One in Dana Point, one in Waco, Texas.
Bless the place. So, like, give us your opening line. What's it gonna be? Welcome to the mic.
How are y'all doing today? Y'all welcome to Camacho's.
Let's go to another restaurant. Let's get out of here. Eric Carter, there he goes, everybody. It's on Twitter at Call Me. Say anything else for Eric?
I'm upset when you serve me. He's skipped me.
He didn't look at you at all.
He knows where his tips coming from. Come on, Byron.
We had a different water fountain for your friend.
You know, guys, obviously we're talking about oil, and Mark's a fan. There's a football player who's really into oil. Redskins, Riggins.
Diesel. Yeah.
guys, I knew you wouldn't get that joke. But as soon when I say something and then I'm done, then you laugh. That's called a joke, and that's why I hang out with Major League Baseball players and whoever I want to. It's positive energy, and I look funny.
Hey, Brody, there's a pitcher that was really into oil too. Do you remember him?
Okay, boy. Right. Thank you. Got it. Why did I get that? Ask me something not about sports.
Eric Carter's on Twitter and call me EC. That was Eric Carter, everybody.
Eric Carter, everybody.
What do you think?
Yes.
What do you think of Eric, Brody? What's the Brody report on a Southern boy like that?
I worked at Red Robin. I understand what he's going through. I like this. I put down his coasters. It's his table. I'll check back every 2 minutes. Those are the rules. Always keep the water. Always fill up water. You're gonna get good there. Come on. Is it Hector Camacho? Is that who owns it? Hector Macho Man Camacho? Do you guys read newspapers or anything at all? Because I'm throwing out basic stuff and I'm getting zero.
I pulled another name out of the bucket.
It's gonna start getting sexual, all right? That's where we're going next. That's what you sickos respond to.
Jesus Christ.
Masturbating.
All right, you know it's a good live show when Brody starts threatening to masturbate. I pulled another name out of the bucket. We know this young man. He just had his head shaved on this show a couple weeks ago. So you know he's going to be hilarious. 3 hands together for Kenny Lyon, everybody. There he is.
I got straight A's in school, straight absences. Going to Sunday school, they're teaching me bicycle.
Oh, I see what you're doing. Say the banana splits one again.
I'm attending Sunday school, teaching me how to school bicycle.
Michael Ferguson's just laughing when you said banana splits. I love it. So you come in with all the confidence in the world. You show where you only have
I love Kill Tony. Thank you. That's why I love it.
Kenny. Just stick with me. Over here, buddy. I got no spots. Just relax, Kenny. Just take it all in, okay? You did 13 seconds now. Now, did you come out here with the intention of just doing 13 seconds? Like, if you get picked, you're like, I'm going to do the one thing about the A's and the absences, and then that joke about banana splits that makes no sense whatsoever. But I'm going to sell the dog shit out of it and just go, give it my time back, like you've done. Like, was that the plan the whole time?
That is now this.
Well, yeah, well, I know this is the part of the show when we do that, but I'm talking about during your set. You just felt that in the moment?
Yeah, I did those two. I started
Now, the other mics, did you do more time than the 13 seconds? Or also on those mics, did you just drop the mic afterwards and walk out? Like, wanted to give the rest of you y'all like that. Whatever that beautiful line was that he says. Now, how do you feel now with the new shaved head? You had a big pair of dreadlocks.
I love it. My job loves it. Actually, my job, my boss is Jay Thomas. He was St. Peterson's old manager.
This guy gets more shout-outs than like 106 Jams. It's unbelievable.
This one, next one goes out to vacation checks. Sweet bud.
Yeah, what you need to know about Kenny Lyon is that he smokes pot months. Like he's really big freeloader of pot, and he just stands around anywhere around the Comedy Store where he thinks people are smoking pot, and he'll just join you if you start smoking pot. That's just exactly what he does. And so he's trying to clean up his life a bit. So he got rid of this disgusting, matted, wormy-looking dreadlock that he had. Shaved his head on this show for an astounding 3 minutes. Complete silence. It was a total failure. I never should have booked it that way. And so now, Kenny, this is what's happening. What's the job that you work at?
I'm an usher at the movie theater.
You're an usher in a theater.
Wow. Did they recognize you when you came back to work after you shaved your head? They're like, man, he kind of looks like that guy we fired last week.
Kenny, did you get to work the Academy Award?
Yeah.
What was that like?
Yeah, it's the best, man.
3 years in a row you've been working there?
I try to hook up with the chicks, couple of things.
How does that work out for you?
Yeah, I kind of got close because, you know, I'm right there guarding the doors.
Wow. Yeah, when you see at the Academy Awards, it's all popcorn. Did any like hot starlets try to have sex with you? Was anybody like, oh shit, Manny, I want to fuck Manny Pacquiao with leukemia? You can't just hire really great jokes. And that doesn't, that's
You
not
can't play out 2 jokes that went more than your entire set. That's unbelievable. So, Kenny, during the Academy Awards, did you ever get mistaken for Mannix in the title? Now that's a joke. That felt good. Thank you, Kenny, for being a part of that movement.
I love it, bro. You guys gotta watch Brody when he goes.
Kenny, they know. Even the shout-outs, Jesus Christ. Non-stop. Now, you live with your mom, and you said that she was going to be really happy if you cut her hair. And this is like the update on that. How's mom feel about the new haircut?
She's still mad that I don't have a full-time job.
Right.
She laughing.
Wait, but you got the theater gig, so how many? You just worked the Oscars?
Pretty much.
And then you're off the rest of the year?
Yeah.
I'm fucking up, bitches. See you in 2016.
You see people in the theater one day a year?
Wow. How can you?
I don't know. It's a movie. That's it.
Yeah, you made it. You made it.
Whoa, bro.
I almost said it.
Excited over there.
I almost said it. I'm sorry, guys.
Be careful. The guy from Breaking Bad sitting right next to you. Black guy. Oh shit, there he is. I saw him eating potato chips out of a backpack earlier. It was the highlight of my night. I know there's just one little bag of potato chips in the backpack, but I was picturing like if the whole backpack was just potato chips when he was eating it. It was like the most adorable thing, but I didn't want to draw attention.
It's like a kid's book. It's a magical backpack that keeps you creating potato chips. That's never ending.
There he is, everybody. All right. Kenny, thank you so much.
Solid. Once a year. I just want to say it's an honor sitting over here with former Major League Baseball player Tony Gwynn.
There he is.
May you rest in peace.
Yeah.
John Riggins. So you're through athletes that are still alive. So now we're just going to reference dead athletes.
A question that I always ask my guests when they're on for the first time is, was there anything you said or did when you very first started stand-up comedy that you can't believe you said? You know, like how probably at some point, like the geisha's gonna look back on tonight's set and wish that she said other things. I mean, like probably.
There were a lot of Hawaiian shirts in my past.
Oh,
There's a lot of Hawaiian shirts in my
that's a
past.
classic youthful.
When I landed at the Comedy Store 10 years ago, I had a lot of Hawaiian shirts when I do the open mic. It was like, that was my funny show. Like, how would everybody know I was funny unless I had the Hawaiian shirt? And on really big Saturday nights, I had the Hawaiian shirt with a Van Halen shirt underneath the Hawaiian shirt just to double up how much I fucking love the party.
Shit. I get the feeling Byron's not going to have the same answer as that. Hawaiian shirts and Van Halen t-shirts underneath the for you, Byron? That's nice. Wow. Was she Asian?
Yes. Was she Asian? That's like the Asian N-word. Yeah, she was a Vietnamese woman. She was talking about
Yeah.
she was like, you shut up, nigga, and the whole place got quiet. Everybody else was white, and it was like a standoff. And I was like, you know what? I deserve that.
Always let the Vietnamese win. It's just the American way.
Yeah, I fucked up. I guarantee right after that set, they set up a white kid in a Hawaiian shirt to clean up the room, just to put everything back together. Oh,
You know how many people it takes to kick out an Asian woman? Oh.
yeah, it's a mistake. They're doing the golden show in Atlanta was a mistake. They moved it like a month. And I was on stage, and the dog was just filming my feet. Instead of them hitting it, they said they was like, you need to and I know myself, you know what I mean?
Did you do it? That's so
I
funny.
can't know him into the light. And the nigga just killed himself at the dome. It was horrible.
Wow, that's amazing. I hear horror stories out of it.
Are we going to flip out the N-word on this podcast? Because I'm an audition. I'm an audition.
All right, Brody.
This is like a no-win situation for me.
You're
You
killing,
guys know,
right? You're killing. People are going to agree to
No way.
Yeah,
No
you're
way.
crushing.
Yeah, you press
So we have a great synergy, Brody. We work
I
together.
don't know. I'm on the chat room. So. Loving the show. Let's keep pushing.
Here we are. We're at the part of our show where every week we have two regulars that go up and do a brand new minute every single week. It's insanity. All of our fans have gotten to watch them grow. I think over the last year and a half, a brand new 60 seconds each week. They do it as well. So we're going to get together for your first comedian. Micah tonight, you know her as the college dropout, dropped out of her senior year at the University of Florida. Once she started stand-up comedy here at the Comedy Store on this show. Brand new minute. Very funny. Kimberly Compton.
Fifty Shades of Grey is coming out pretty soon. And a lot of girls were really into that book. That was a really big thing a few years ago. A lot of chicks masturbated to 50 Shades of Grey. Not me, I couldn't. Too many paper cuts. Just kidding. I really don't know how people do that. Like, I don't know how people masturbate to books. Like, are they like, I like that now. Like, I don't get it, you know? I'm starting to realize that I have a type of guy, and that type is unavailable. And I don't know if I like unavailable men because my father was unavailable, or mean guys just get me wet. The other day, a guy messaged me on Facebook, and he said he would give me $25,000 if I gave him. And I'm not a prostitute, but I feel like $25,000 buys a lot of this tree.
Kimberly Compton. Brand new minute. That's fun. You did it again.
Thank you.
Anything for Kimberly last week? Like, brand new minute each week. How would that affect you?
Have you used the previous minutes in other sets, or was it just like now it's just a challenge to do this show, and then it's like fuck that minute's not that good?
Wait, I don't understand.
Like, do these minutes translate to other shows you
Oh,
do?
yeah, I use them in some of them.
Yeah, the good ones.
I go back and I look at them. And like, now they're all starting to
I saw you before. I never done this.
You are.
You haven't paid regular. You've been paid regular for like 6 months.
Yeah. Like in 2 years. Yeah, there you go. Even Brody's a defendant.
Pay attention. Basically what I'm saying, I think this was a big training ground.
Absolutely.
They wasn't born this shit. Have you ever read 50 Shades of Grey?
I tried to. That's why I made the joke.
You tried to read the actual paper version of it?
Yeah. It's just like really sexual on paper.
Do you think you've gone so far down the porn path that now a mere book can't get you off anymore?
I'm pretty deep in the porn path.
Well, this is interesting. They do. Women come strong and come so much. They don't match you. Just be like this.
Right.
Yeah, all the options.
Yeah.
Weird, man. Two vibrators, one broke.
That's true. Are all the drawers the same?
I
You have a
don't,
drawer like that?
I don't look looking. Or a broken vibro. But I do have different notes. And a vibro. We do.
So if you get a guy back to your place and you like him enough, you just like go to the drawer.
Yeah.
Send him to the drawer. He's like, there's no fucking books in here. You're like, sorry. It's Kimberly.
Yeah.
Personal question.
Yeah.
Do you happen to lose your virginity at Barnes and Noble?
There you go, Brody. You're nailing it.
Yeah, it's one on my demo reel.
Yeah. Fuck yeah, Kim. You did it again. Another new minute.
You're more comfortable staying.
Yeah.
I am.
Yeah.
I don't feel like it.
I mean, it don't matter. As long as you look, you'll never really feel right. But yeah. Confidence. I was gonna say that, but I'm trying to keep my words.
Yeah.
Very confident.
It's always going to be hard, you know. You never really get that much more comfortable on stage because once you keep doing good, then your expectations just go high with whatever you're doing. You know what I mean? So,
And that Listerine joke is the best joke we've heard all night. It goes like Listerine joke and then like Vacation's advertisement for a website.
Oils.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know how you get a joke, that joke in, and then you get like one, two, you just like, you kept going.
Yeah.
That's how you know.
there you go.
And by the way, there's a great open mic out in the valley. It's my apartment. And
Wow, Brody.
it's on fire.
Going for it.
Boston strong, Brody.
There she goes, everybody. The great Kimberly Condon.
Yeah.
There you go. She's on Twitter at Kimberly Condon. She was on the Joe Rogan Experience with me, Brian, and your next comedian, the final other regular, who does another new minute each week, normally talks about something goofy and breaks it down bigger and expands it on an inanimate object into something wackier than that. Very funny. Put your hands together for Sarah Weinstein.
I don't understand people who have spice racks. I just don't feel like it's necessary. I feel like they want to be taken seriously in the culinary world. There is no need to have 16 spices. There just isn't. What the fuck is coriander? Why do you have that? It is not the late Middle Ages. We're not going to be trading spices for furs and silks, guys. Thyme, but with a TH. When you sound that shit out, it's like thyme. Like you have a lisp. It makes no sense. Saffron? What do you use saffron for? Cumin? Spelled like cumin? C-U-N-I-N? Alright.
Crush Fest, all on one thing, stayed in the pocket, spice rack on the way. That's great.
Yeah.
That's probably right. I mean, at first, it's like, wait, I noticed there's no spice. I love it. picking out the obscure spices that people still heard of.
Right.
Like nobody knows what the fuck coriander is, what it's doing in your food, but we've all seen it there.
Right. A lot of people think that cinnamon and saffron are just the Geisha Jackson sisters. Not the trick. There's spices as well. I like that one. Really not easy. Yeah, we've heard a lot of this kitchen stuff, and that's why it's really exciting for me to see Spice Rack and see if it's like already sort of ready to go. Like, that's what's crazy about what they do is writing a new minute each week is 52 writing minutes a year. So if only half of that sticks, that's amazing.
There's your half hour.
You can wire it together.
If the stand-up doesn't work out, do you have a background in culinary arts?
I mean, I can like make it taste decent. You know.
Michael Perkins. What up, Michael Perkins? It just came in his pants.
You just say the word, Joe.
You literally raise your hands like you were on Space Mountain when you just heard about a girl that might be able to cook you halfway decent shit.
Yeah. Anytime the girl says the word kitchen twice, Michael freaks out. Look at that dude. Oh, what is he? You're gonna make it, man.
I can't believe you brought down the security at Jurassic Park by yourself. Like, that was so crazy.
That's not it. That's not it. That's not it. Damn you, Newman.
Wait, we got a show. I think that you and Michael should go on the road together. You just said, what the fuck is coriander? Then he tells everybody.
Yeah, exactly.
That actually goes well with blue waffles. You guys just united.
You guys would be a great team. Nothing better. Nothing better. They call him a pig. Forget it.
You're not that fat, by the way. Like there's a lot of.
But your face is, so don't fuck that way. Guys, I love it. That's Sarah Weinshank crushing for a minute. Harry Kimberly Compton. We're watching monsters grow here week after week with those stairs. She's Sarah Weinshank. Princess Shank on Twitter.
Like to see her Spice Rack.
Oh, Brody, go for it again. Somebody let Brody jerk off on them, please. He's getting a little horny over there. Brody, you're on Twitter at what? All things Brody. Brody is me friend. What is it?
Brody is me friend on Twitter. Thank you very much. And once I settled in here, we all connected.
Totally great synergy. Thank you, Brody. You're one of our best patriots ever, especially on this first ever live streaming episode. Big shout out to Josh Martin Comic. Josh Martin sitting right over there in the ugliest t-shirt in the world. He has been hustling around all day, setting everything up. Panicked at one point. We've done 91 episodes. He's never panicked to me before. Was panicking before this one. Told me that I should give him the information about the Patriot not dressing up earlier than 10 minutes before the start of the show. Josh, I think you might be taking things a little too seriously. It's okay. Yeah, it was upset that you were only wearing gloves.
You were mad at me, Josh?
No, it wasn't that. Yeah. But thank you guys. And to our amazing guests, 5150 Ellis on Twitter, Byron Bowers on Twitter, Schmoes Know. Go get that on iTunes. Subscribe on YouTube. Schmoes Know is unbelievable. That's where I check into for all my fun movie reviews. Because I love fucking movies. How great was Birdman? With me?
Birdman, I think it should win Best Picture.
I totally agree. Hopefully on Kenny Lyons seating people at the Kodak Theater, you can slip that in the envelope. Byron, anything else you want to promote? We are live.
Geico every Wednesday at 11.
Oh, it's a popular show.
And Eric Huntley show on so tune in. I'm going to this year. Firepowersound.com and Facebook and Twitter and all that shit.
Lovely. Thank you guys so much. I am doing the 311 cruise at the end of February.
What is that, Tony?
311 performs on a cruise ship with like 4,000 of their biggest fans. There's a bunch of other shows that go on. I'm opening for 311. And the band that I love, no big deal. Just getting paid to perform with a band that in high school I would save my money to go see, which is pretty fucking surreal. So I'm excited about that.
Which one you guys do? That's one.
Tweet at Comedy Central that you want to see Tony Hinchcliffe on the hashtag Bieber roast. Annoy the dog shit out of them until they simply can't take it anymore. Do whatever it takes to try to get me on that thing so that other people that don't watch podcasts know how amazingly hilarious I am. 2 million total views tonight on our live stream. 2 million. I'm pretty sure we went over the fire capacity of the belly room. Thank you so much, live audience. Redman, anything else? Love you guys. Thank you. Roast battle is next. Roast battle. Midnight.
Comedy Store for a brand new episode of Kill Tony Volume 2. Give it up for Tony!
Yo! Fuck yeah, everybody. Here we are. Happy Monday to all of you. How exciting. I'm glad that so many people were able to make it out. Welcome to Kill Tony, everybody. Here with the one and the only Brian Redband. Brian, hi. How you doing, buddy?
Horrible week this week.
Oh,
I got roofied. McNail roofied me. It sucks.
that's insane. All right. Another news. Fucking crazy shit. Always. I'm doing. You know what? Let's save that. Let's do something that we've been doing every week. First of all, our one and only sponsor is sitting right over there, ladies and gentlemen. It's Elise Lane. She's a gourmet chef. She cooks food every week for me and the guests, and we give her a shout out on the podcast, and she gets to meet comedians. Comedians like, for example, Russell Peters, one of the richest comedians in the world, who now hired Elise Lane as his private chef, everybody. That's right. She gets to laugh in a Malibu compound while cooking food. Tonight she made us another great meal. Tonight it's urban garlic crusted pork tenderloin with caramelized stone fruit, caffeinated, overgrilled sourdough. She's on Twitter at Elise Lane and Instagram and Facebook. She's the girl with the pan, Elise Lane, everybody, our one and only sponsor. Making you hungry. You're expected to just enjoy a good comedy podcast. We like fucking with you. Every single week, lately, we've had a musical guest who comes on and does a brand new song each week just to get us warmed up and started. And now, the last few weeks, he's actually been playing while the audience gets sad in this room. And he's been shaky about his confidence. He talks about it outgoingly before the song, awkwardly. It's a beautiful thing. He talks about how he thinks it won't work, how maybe it doesn't help. But here we are again. Even though you saw him while you got seated, the podcast listeners, it's Pat Reagan, everybody. Here he is, doing a brand new song. The Kill Tony Musical Challenge, a brand new song, everybody.
You know, Tony, the audience just can't get enough. So we can kill him with it. I'm just going to play a short little song, guys. Just a little song. Loose Fans. There, this song is called The Hard-Boiled Egg Blues.
Josh Martin dropping the ball. There's a runner up. There's a Josh Martin coming 45 seconds too late, everybody. That's what that looks like. He's got it. Whoa, wow.
Josh, what are you trying to do over here, man?
Josh, you just come in, turn everything up, and then run away?
Run away?
Christ, this guy's out of control. It's like he's against the show.
Yeah.
I mean, he talks about it all week. He lives for it. Then it's go time. He's nowhere to be found. Comes in, turns everything
Spread my legs. I'm shoving hard-boiled eggs up my ass on a Tuesday morning. Well, these hard-boiled eggs drive me crazy. I feel like such a dirty little whore. One egg feels good, but two's amazing.
A new article that makes the argument that spam is no different than advertising, except one is controlled by the institution and the other is not. And we should not see spam as necessarily negative, because at the end of the day, it's really hard to define. In many ways, spam is art. Please give a historic breakdown about spam, how it was about rations after World War II, its definition, its etymology, all that.
Every single week we have a new head of security who keeps us safe. This week will be no different. This guy is hilarious. Normally used to be a guy in an Iron Patriot suit. It's evolved so much, and this guy's just wearing a set of gloves tonight. Funny guy. One of my good pals bringing it together for George Perez, everybody. Fuck yeah. The Mexican. You're Mexican, you're a roaster. George Perez is an insult guru. We once roasted each other for like half an hour straight one time. George, you've been on the show a couple times. You're hilarious.
Thank you.
How's it going?
It's going good. It's going good.
How would you make fun of Josh Martin if you had to make fun of him? Josh, get over here.
He looks like he has an ingrown hair on hair.
It's an ingrown head, I'm pretty sure he's trying to say. That chicken, I just can't admit. There's a weird smell going on, Brian. Like, you have to eat before the show. From now on, you can't just eat and breathe in my face. Like, this is out of control. This whole thing's backfiring. I'm like, well, I'm a food sponsor. It's going to be great. I didn't actually expect you to start, like, eating dinner right in front of you.
It helps.
And the way that you eat is just unbelievably disgusting.
I mean, I realize I do know this is the first time.
No, it's not like a funny, I do it on purpose. It's a joke. Like, I don't know what it is. It's terrible. It's food.
I know.
Brian.
But since you're vegan, I thought it would be funny.
It has nothing to do with the fact that I eat healthy and I'm in good shape. It has nothing to do with that. It has everything to do with the smell of pork being blasted on my face. I'm facing this way. I'm trying to talk to George over here. Guys, back to the show. I guess it's that caramelized stone fruit vanilla that I'm smelling. Oh, shit. George, are you excited about tonight's show?
I'm excited.
Fuck yeah.
Pull over for sure. I swear.
This train is rolling along at 1,000 miles an hour, everybody. So let's just get the show started. Tonight's guests, two of the funniest people that I know. Doug's been on the show a bunch of times. It's Andy's first time. We're so excited to have him. Get good loud for our guests. It's Doug Benson and Andy Haynes, everybody. Here we are. Fuck yes. All right. I don't drink Coke. Let's do this. It's my Coke. Okay. Switching it up, Doug. Doug, you want a drink?
I don't want it soda, please.
make the argument, though, that spam and advertising are exactly the same thing, except one happens with control and the other does not. And the reason why spam is seen as dangerous is because the system cannot control it. In many ways, spam is like art.
Bill, stop it. Well, I'm sorry, Brian. I didn't even know that was a two-way street. I'm gonna watch what I drink now because I always thought I could just have drinks and no one would try to drug me.
Now, George is one of my toughest friends. George, you've been in prison, right?
Yes.
What do you know about roofie? You ever been roofie? You ever roofie anybody? What's the deal?
I wish it somebody once. I had a bad conscience, so I gave her a
Line it up. Somebody came with some material tonight. Take notes. There's no way that's a true story.
I already have 3 babies' moms.
What?
I already have 3 babies' moms, so I don't want 4.
You have 3 babies and 3 moms? You really are a patriot. Holy shit. He is really adding to this country.
Fuck yeah.
Are those like those as seen on TV light things on your hands?
Thanks for the cocktail.
That's the Patriot part. We have a very important one. I have a, extremely funny Patriots. They don't make them put on their costume.
Oh, wow. So any patriot that comes in and you make him put on the costume, he doesn't think I'm funny. I gotta put this whole fucking dog and pony show on my face. The funny guys get to come on just have the wrist things that are really cool. Just go pew 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 pew.
Yeah.
Like this is amazing. Yeah, I'm fucking scared of you.
It's perfect.
Should those things exist?
I was in the budget.
I feel like I'm in an episode of Locked Up, and my cellmate has weapons. That's what I feel like.
Well,
The audience isn't feeling it, so let's move on. I'm scared of you, that's my point.
George, what's your every week on the Patriot asks the guest a question? What do you got?
Mr. Benson. Oh, shit.
Nobody says Mr. Benson unless they're going to rape you. He's going to attack me in the parking lot.
Enjoy your drink.
I know you smoke a lot of weed. I don't know if you can call it.
No, sir.
Do you ever watch animal porn?
Isn't that just
I
wild?
thought he would ask me something challenging, but it's true and also just the right thing to say. I'm sorry, I meant. Yeah, see, I'm going to judge the other comedy that comes up on stage because I am a pro that said nay. And got some groans from the audience. That's no matter how long. This is my lesson for everyone here tonight. No matter how long you've been doing it, you're not above getting a fucking groan from a bullshit crowd that got into a free show.
No doubt about it. George, what's your question for Andy?
You done a lot of lately.
Take a second. If he gets a question about his career, unfair. Because also you said you smoked a lot of pot and then went to animal porn. What's the connection there? Do you think pot smokers are into disgusting things?
Yeah.
You're wrong. Yeah, you got bullied by a lady. How does that feel? Not so iron. Feels soft and sad.
There's a lot of sexual tension between Doug and George.
He kind of reminds me of, I don't know. But,
Somebody wants to steal your wallet or something?
I came in here with a beef with the whole Patreon premise.
When I say make it publishable, don't say anything. Just give me the publishable version, please.
Just die, and you guys think it's something new, instead of making
he want to kill himself because he quit a successful podcast like 2 seconds before it became successful, and now has to watch it all the time while other guys pretend to be him. And one of the people that pretends to be him doesn't even have to wear the outfit. He just gets to do his job. That fucking guy came here on the bus every week, where he had to just stand on the bus because he couldn't sit down in the outfit. This guy gets to wander in, throw on a couple of gloves, and pretend it's winter, and while it's 80 degrees out fucking side, because we're in Southern California.
But Doug, it is. The Patriot can now watch it live streaming. Yeah. So it's like it's
That's what I'm saying. It's even worse. You're just rubbing it in, like fuck you, guy who used to do this job. We just didn't get along with. It wasn't like he did anything horrible. No, we got along with him. Did anything horrible? You just didn't vibe with him.
Well, we did vibe with him, but
He came on my podcast and it was a train wreck.
because then we were done. That was it.
That was the moment you were killed the Patriot. Now you have a guilty conscience.
We
I
never.
have a guilty conscience, but I won't put it on my show.
You realize we never talked to him again after your show. Like that was it.
I've only talked to him in sad tweets. I didn't respond.
He basically quit Kill Tony live on Getting Done with
It was not a smart move on his part to do that. He's trying to impress you. I should have walked in there. Look, just stand up as a sports appearance in my show.
Right. Especially. Yeah.
He thought he was eating after that. And that went very poorly.
Yeah, that's the worst thing. Like, if anybody ever says, like, I'm on the road, like, hey, Tony, man, I saw you on Getting Done with Live. My heart just melts immediately. That's by far the worst thing that I've ever done in my entire life. I mean, that episode of that show, and I was so excited to do it, too. I'm like, I smoke pot all
I
the
dare
time.
say part of the problem, other than Iron Patriot being annoying, was another big problem was you got more quiet than I've ever seen in your life.
Right. Yeah.
Brian was not only up and into it and happy, he was blowing hits into Iron Patriot every single time. He would blow it at him. Like it was his girlfriend and they were trying to save money.
I was so
I swear he must have gotten so fucking high inside that suit. And that's not the best place. High is not the best place to be when you're not professional. Even a professional comic, I probably should. Right? But he definitely should have been.
I got too high from the very beginning. I treated it like a regular appearance on the show. So I got there all hotted up, and then I got high as fuck immediately, and then the Patriots started getting out of control. So the reason why I'm not talking to it, most of it, isn't because of the high.
You're just distancing yourself from the whole experience.
I was so furious that if I would have started talking about it, I knew that I was going to.
During the first break, hey, you know what, Brian, Doug, do you agree that the Patriots not working out? We should walk him off the set now.
That's all you needed to say. Back on
That's
it.
all it is.
He was only supposed to be in the second half, but you asked to have him on the whole thing. Yeah.
Because you guys, he was the co-host of this by the whole time.
We're missing out on a great podcast. We're talking about rationalizing the worst podcast any of us have ever done.
I fired him yet when I said, hey, bring him along. Like, I thought, that was the show. Like, you guys were into him.
I think he's dead. It's just a sit serious.
There's a suit on a bus right now.
It's just programmed to go from the home to here. It smells more.
I'm just saying, get the guy who wears the rabbit costume all the time, or get somebody else to stand there and just stop making it. And I just want to have burn on the guy that used to do it.
I wanted to have a different porn star or naked
Perfect. Great idea. Tony, listen to your friend Ryan.
Yeah, that's a great idea. I mean,
You're doing a great job tonight, though, but next week's going to be a porn star.
So get into porn over the next week.
Your porn stars are great if they don't have too much dialogue and they just pipe in every.
There's no way. It's not happening. Do not encourage these ideas, Doug. I don't know why you're going
I'll
along.
tell you, a porn star standing over there
Doug wants to own the entire live podcast realm.
They don't even have to wear a sexy outfit.
He wants the show to fail miserably. Put a porn star on the podcast.
Nobody wants to listen to a porn star.
No, for small amounts of time, like just to give like a sentence here and there. To be perfect.
I used to have somebody writing their microphone so they only get to speak when spoken to. And every once in a while I'll go, hey, porn star, what do you think about this? And she'd be like, I'm wet. And then you move on.
Perfect. And we could keep the speaker box on in her crotch instead of outside her crotch. Be inside of her.
George Sweat too, guys. It's easy to check, so you get the best of both worlds.
Yeah, accent.
Let's look at some new. Let's do it, guys. This is episode 92 of Kill Tony. Over 40 Canadians signed up for the chance to do 60 seconds in front of us and then talk with us.
I've been telling Canadians all over town, that's the last thing you should do.
Right.
Do not sign up for Kill Tony until your minute is fucking killing everywhere in town. Then come here. Don't try shit at Kill Tony.
Work out the minute.
Work it out. It's a podcast and people are listening and now watching. Look at that live feed. Is live feed working this week?
Yeah, there's 180 people watching.
Wow. Look at that.
So come on, you 180 people. Tweet to some friends. Get some more people to watch. Or come watch me on YouTube. So watch Jack Benson at 1:15 tomorrow is when we go live Pacific time.
Oh, yeah, well, here we go. Comedians, they sign up for the chance to do 60 seconds. Guys, you know your time's up. You get the sound of a kitty. That's what it sounds like. Isn't that adorable? It means wrap it up then, or else you're going to bring out the anger of this Hollywood bear.
It's much more involved than it used to be. A lot of mixed messages like, oh, crickets, so it's boring.
So stop.
Those are worse too. I think so.
It's a little longer every week.
There's a puppy that goes back to the GoDaddy.
I don't get it. GoDaddy, what does that mean?
GoDaddy had a commercial where the punchline was that the puppy that ran off from Clydesdale's comes back home. They're happy to see that puppy. And then they put it in a truck because they're selling the puppy. And then animal activists got angry at this commercial and insisted that it not show the Super Bowl. So guess what? It didn't show during the Super Bowl because the punchline was a fucking dark, funny twist that some people didn't like for their own personal reasons. And now more people saw it on the internet than anyone would have ever saw on the Super Bowl. No, but you want to see more people on the Super Bowl. But yeah, you're right. Like it is a bit of an apples and oranges situation. They still got some publicity for sure. And that commercial showed up a lot of I saw when they told about how that that's just amazing. This world where free speech is supposed to be satiric commercial.
I think I got pulled at the end of it. They didn't have to pay like the $15 million for the commercial, and it's almost the same amount of people have more stuff.
Like that, the NFL and whatever was on this year at NBC, the Black. That's what played after it. I bet you they wouldn't fucking give in for a second. Like they just say "fuck you," your commercial. I think they showed it. Did they show a replacement commercial? What was it? Was it like an old GoDaddy commercial? The guy sitting at the desk.
Yeah.
All right, I didn't say describe yourself during the Super Bowl.
This is the part of the show where the comedians actually come up and do 60 seconds. Everybody, you ready to get this thing started or what? Can we talk to them? This is crazy. The first comedian tonight doing 60 seconds. We know this guy. We
We're
know
supposed
this
to try to stop them from talking, right? We're supposed to yell over the entire thing.
No, Doug, you've done the show 6 times.
I don't get it. This is my impression of you when you play the games on Douglas movies.
I do that on Douglas movies.
How does this work again? Every time.
Game is the final game that you It sort of is, man. That's a crazy one. All right, here we go. Watch Doug Love's movies, please. I love that shit. Check out the one I did with Zach Stone. That was a lot of fun.
It was super full of Indiana.
And the Boys to Men references throughout the whole thing. This guy, great young comic from Chicago. We've met him a couple months ago. Artist, funny guy. It's Ian Ellis, everybody. First one out of the bucket.
Sorry, this is trying to move it over.
How the fuck do you lose you?
There you go. 49 seconds for Ian Ellis. Choose love. Are you running for president? Or,
I think I just started my period.
I got a question for you, buddy. Like the words are experts, that's why I'm trying to come up with it. That's so great the way you just said that. That's not a question, that's just a correction. Are you familiar with the comedian Mitch Hedberg? That must be one of Mitch's Hedberg punchlines. Because nothing weird if you just said that to me. So that's the first thing is stop sounding like Mitch Hedberg in your delivery, which might be hard to do because you love him. You may already have a similar way of speaking.
Also, you're really fun.
Why would anyone need a receipt for a donut? That kind of thing. Like, don't like mimic his delivery. But that being said, you're clearly like professional and said some things that like you know the audience wasn't laughing. I pointed at you guys and they come and talk to me like I'm not sure he's laughing because there's some clever turn of phrase there. What do you think, Andy Hayes?
I think there was a good premise there, but you didn't like turn it for me at all. It was just also for a while it sounded like you were gonna go on a racist rant. Like you're all monkeys. I was like, all right, I want to get on this stage while this is happening. But I mean, obviously you got some good stoner vibes coming out. You're like, you want to, but there was no turn. Like we're monkeys that make choices, but what surprised me was how that revelation was made.
Yeah, as high as you are right now, I'm guessing you were a lot higher when you wrote that. I'm trying to picture how high you must have been then, where it was like, you're not a gay, you're not a Jew. Like I bet it all looked really clear then.
And you did gay, which is sexuality, right? Two religions. Yeah, should have been like you're not a paraplegic or whatever.
I like how you're reacting to this part because it's been pretty insulting. You seem to be having a good time, so you should definitely, hopefully you can sign up for Last Comic Standing where they do this sort of thing to you, and if you can handle it, it's easy. Virtue. What is that? Weird attacks on Kill Tony.
It's a weird sexual
What's
thing.
going on? No, it's just comparing it to how on Last Comic Standing, they like when they're doing their critiques. If you get offended, then you're out of luck because you have to hope that they'll change their minds because you're agreeable and willing to take their notes. Their bullshit notes. Like nothing we say tonight is really like any little thing we say
isn't going to make them a stand-up comedian.
Right.
It's just all little building blocks. Pick or choose which criticisms to.
You can definitely roll with the punches.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
You ever do a agreeable?
He's agreeable, which could work out in the comedy world because that's part of like looking because you are not a pain in the ass to have. I can't feel anything. Do you listen to your own sets? I mean, do you like listen to podcasts now? Do you listen to he's high? Do you listen to I'm just saying, it might be his personality. Are you high on marijuana right now? Alright. Just wanted to double check. Now attack. So when you listen to it, do you ever listen to it sober? And when you listen to it sober, are you like, what the fuck am I talking about? Or are you like, yeah, that's so crazy. I should try that sometime. I should listen to it when I'm sober. What do you think? Yeah, I mean, do you critique yourself or listen to yourself at all?
That's what my podcast is.
So you have a podcast? What's your podcast called? Yeah, just blur it out and slur it out as much as possible. No one knows what you just said. Oh my God, complicated fucking name for his thing.
It's that easy to
Yeah, there you go.
Hey, check out my podcast. It's at cheatingfang@flowers.com.
Yeah, what's the big twist on your podcast? What do you do that's different?
You have a big twist these days.
I'm not saying you would have to have a big twist. I'm leading it to yet another funny topic.
without a new single stand-up every week.
You put music behind the new 7 minutes of stand-up that you write every week.
It's a 7-minute podcast.
Why don't you have music under your set and a performance like tonight, for instance? Wait, what's the right musicians doing on your fucking podcast? Is it you?
I go out and I record my sets, and then I put music under it like a mixtape.
Yeah, so bring that music.
You want me to take the fucking boombox with me?
You play it on your phone. Who the fuck needs a boombox? What are you talking about? You still using the boombox method, man?
I did not know that they
You're posting podcasts through your fucking boombox?
listeners on this show have so much to learn about how, like, I'm fucking old and I couldn't pull this shit off. You're a young man.
He's got a microphone,
Yeah.
cords to a wax cylinder, and then he puts a boombox next to that. And then he plays his iPhone with his set on, right?
He edits into the sets, and then doing the set player, he just
But that sounds really interesting to have like beats under whatever the fuck you were saying tonight. So I say go for it. I say make that happen. You know what I mean? Follow your artistic urges.
Fuck yeah, Andy. Anything else for you? Anything?
Are you ever not high?
So it's crazy. A few weeks ago, he was on the show. He got pulled out of the bucket again. And he was stoned as fuck. He couldn't even talk. He just kept doing that little, like, giant 3-year-old giggle that he does.
I come to the show to have fun.
I love it. Well, we have fun with it, too. Thanks, Dan.
He doesn't like Mondays. Comes out, starts me off in a nice way.
I love it. You know,
He's not trying to further his career or do anything. Learn anything. He's just having fun.
hey, dude, we're all just monkeys. I don't know.
I think monkeys can't make decisions.
And I also think that
Right? They can't eat every banana. They gotta be choosy, you know?
Monkeys can do sign language.
also, there's some gay monkeys.
And that's a choice.
I pulled another name out of the bucket. Put your hands together for Darren Chase, everyone.
I just turned 31 recently, which is not that old, but it's old enough to like music. I like as a kid. So I don't really relate to it other than the older. I'm now older than the artist was when they wrote the song. You know, Coolio's case is nice. There's a lyric that really like goes. Only 3 have abilities. Why things are going, I don't know. Yeah, we all know. You hate it. Not only did make me older than 25, he made me older than on reality show and cookbook. Yeah, it's called Cooking with Dad. Yes, it is. Okay, this is weird. Let's do it 20 years ago. He kept it real. He called it Cooking with Dad. Yes, I'm a hamburger traditionalist. I don't know if you guys would know me. I think a hamburger should be
I was like, why is he going to that? This has got to be close to time, and it's gone well. Let's start something else. I already thought of something for the. How's it go? So I do know the comedians. I go into it after the set. I go, well, how'd that one go? Because I think I have something. Yes. And the cookbook, yo. That's what you say. It's got Coolio. It's got a reality show. And a cookbook, yo. And then it's not it's just a grace note. It's just a little piece. And then to the what's the next part? Does that another? But yeah, that's what I thought of it. Just I love it. I liked it. I thought it was, you have more fun with it. Yeah. Some of that awesome topical Coolio humor that we all have been craving for. A lot of people have been writing like, I want more Coolio. They write into this podcast and they say, I'm surprised none of these, they write letters with their hands. You think so? But that's part of what, to me, that's part of the charm of the Coolio reference. Yeah. It's not right. You're not hurting too much. Right. You're not overridden with Coolio references. Have you read the cookbook? But he really does have a cookbook. He has a cooking show. Really? I see him like cracking eggs in like ice trays and putting them in microwaves and shit like that. The best thing is that sounds like a perfect bachelor solution. I told him that joke. He said, I was supposed to be ready for someone. He said, Coolio. I tell you what, though, when you just go up to somebody and say, hey, here's what I'm saying, and then say it, he's probably thinking it's easier to not have an argument right now. I was like, he's not going to say he's not going to debate you on it. What was the event that you were hosting that Coolio was on? It was a car show and a biker rally. If you went out at 3 p.m. in front of 30 people, he didn't perform. Did he perform any songs? Yeah, what was the Space Ghost? Here's how he finished. He was like, he went out to the rant about, like, Obama said he's trying to help. Like, it went weird. He said that he didn't start her near door. Space Ghost, check out my new band, Robot Chicken. He's like, I'm a big on the Eric Andre show. He was holding a rant for school on kids' education. It was shake that down. Wow, that's amazing. How many comics are on this show? It's always different. I really like that. I've done a lot of talking with that's a joke that you use a lot, right? Because it seems very well perfected. How long have you been doing comedy again? It's been a while, 3 years? Yeah, you have great stage presence. That was a great, how you wrote it. This is really well written. George Perez, anything on this guy, Darren Chase? What are your thoughts on your Santa Close?
I think it's good. Like I said, the truth is over. Stay on it. That was my answer. I like it.
Okay, finish the hamburger joke, and then we're gonna Send you on your way.
I have a tradition list, but cheese, I'll send it back to every cheese. If it's like cheese, Lions, you have to do an extra time on the contest, but
there you go.
seriously though, the I don't want cheese thing is the weirdest thing I've ever heard.
Yeah. Yeah. It's good that I asked you to go into that joke so that we can all tell you to never do it again.
Oh no, he can do it if he really prefaces it with, I'm a weirdo.
Yeah, I said it more 5 more times.
Yeah, absolutely. Good job.
Darren Chase, everybody. There you go. Darren Chase. He's on Twitter at Darren Chase. TNL is under his Twitter. Just left another promo for that podcast he was talking about earlier. TNL.podbean.com.
No, you pull it. But before you do, I just want to say something.
Yeah.
I'm going to try to say something positive to every person.
Okay.
Well, even if I have to lie.
Love it. Absolutely. But just one positive thing per person, right? At least.
Yeah, at least one.
Right.
Just one thing that's encouraging.
Okay.
No matter how much they fucking blow.
Okay.
Pull the next asshole out of that fucking.
Here you go. No matter how they do, somebody.
Worst setup for
This looks like a new name to me.
Oh, a new name!
Put your hands together for Kate Holloway.
What's going on, guys? Like the last couple of months, I've been trying to figure out if I want to marry my girl. And this last holiday weekend, my mom talked me out of it. She didn't mean to. I'm over at the house. I asked her some marriage advice. She's like, buddy, any good marriage is when the wife has all the control and the husband thinks. His dad is sitting right there. And you notice how he didn't say shit. I was like, oh, I don't want to be in a loveless marriage. Anybody in one of those? Dude, I don't know. I've seen pictures of my dad. I've heard the stories before he met my mom. Dude, he's a grizzly bear. Walking through the forest, he didn't give a shit. Start fist fights with bees. You know, the free honey and salmon that he wants. He has no idea where my mom is because she's this camouflage hunter in the brush, just waiting for him to find a spot to hibernate. When he finally finds it, like, this might be alright. There's a fucking darkness, man. He goes down. Then he wakes up, and all of a sudden he's in a cave. Shit.
Whoa, my hair came out in a minute.
You got close, there, Joe. For my money, you're the winner of the Bill Burrow, like.
Yeah, no doubt about it. By the way, you're more Bill Burr than Ian Ellis was Mitch Hedberg. Like that. Yeah, that was super.
It was very Bill Burr, but
You're a huge
you got the look, and then, there's some similarities there. But that aside, you can lose that over time.
Yeah, watch some effort.
Absolutely. I'd say they're really going use like that, because the audience will sort of accept it and like open mics and stuff. They'll be like, oh, this feels familiar, so we like this. So I don't necessarily think it's a bad thing you need to drop right away.
Yeah, you gotta stop watching his stand-up if you want.
Yeah, just try to be less like him. You gotta put a little bit of it, get some audience respect.
You gotta take the posters off the ceiling above your bed of Bill Burr, and
That's super weird news. Posters of Bill Burr. But
I know it's super weird and wacky to say something like that on this comedy show now, but it almost seems like we're in the middle of it.
Is your normal conversation voice blurry? I mean, were you like this? When I first started, I got a lot of Reagan was like when I started my show somebody.
you got rid of that. There's no
I showed somebody a video of Reagan. I was such a huge fan. He goes, wow, he sounds a lot like you. So over time, I'm just like my influences have been, and then I'm just like weeding them out. So.
those are going to exist, but the important part is like writing original jokes, which those felt like those were, and just sort of getting comfortable. And like sometimes the audience needs a little bit of that because it's comforting. And recognizing cadence. So I'm not completely against it. Definitely I brought it up so that maybe
I think if you do it, how long you do it? Yes, 6 years. 6 years. Wow. Where at? Wow. How do you like it? It's alright. How long are you in town? Wow, how long ago? 3 weeks. Congratulations.
bold ass move.
Yeah.
I wouldn't recommend anybody to do stand up in LA unless they were like already. But that being said, really hard rules. You can still make it.
Why did I laugh at the end of that?
You can totally still make it, dude. But it's absolutely true because that's what happened to me. Is I came here. I started stand-up comedy in LA. That's one thing that I regret about my career is that I didn't sort of work up to having enough material to show up in LA, sort of make a good impression instead of having to convince people at the night that they don't represent great because it was just starting out. But I thought it was a good set. I mean, a good bit.
Yeah. The other thing, though, is something I would really try to rubber boys. It might be hard to change because rubber bands around your balls really tight. I don't know what you would do, but yeah.
I think it's your using your voice or material like cadence issue.
Even like we did a big topics, it's like a hand thing where you went like that.
I heard that back home. So I
See, just told you just now. If I wasn't looking, I'd be like, did Billboard just walk in?
Yeah.
Like it's natural for him. So
Trust me, that's what I'm putting on this podcast is that when I put it out there, it's going to say just so that
you gotta watch out the comments.
it's really hard to come in and do this.
Just one of the worst things is people over talking like Doug Benson. But the other thing is that comics.
I did
Comedians often attack other comics for stealing their essence. That's been used a lot, which is the funniest essence.
bullshit.
there is a lot of essence though. Like you watch Bill's last special, right?
Yeah.
That's what I'm talking about. Like,
Yeah, just when you walked out here, you looked like you were in black and white.
I can tell that you just watched Bill's new special.
Are you recent? Yeah.
Right.
Do you do
But it happens.
Sorry.
But it happens to a lot of people. Like if I hang out with one of my good pals, Brody Stevens, like there's sometimes where I'll have lunch with Brody and then all of a sudden we're at the same comedy club that night. Something the next day, it's like you're around Brody for 24 hours or more. All of a sudden you're like, you gotta go for it.
Positive energy. You got it. Hey, Racina. But the thing is,
I've been to the Comedy Store.
believe in yourself. It's funny that Brian Regan came up because I did a week with Brian Regan, and at the end of the week, he's one of the most, like, he has this own personality thing with comics of all time. And he said to me after working with me for a week, well, I caught myself during my set doing some Bensonisms, and I was just like blown away. And like, first of all, he's a fucking liar. He just has his own thing, but it was still nice of him to say that even entered his mind. You know, like it's really, you do pick up on things. So be conscious of stepping away from it, or record your sets and just try to step away a little bit, but like I think you have to step away entirely because he's got he's only breathing works.
But also, do you do the road? Yeah. You should make sure to go back home. You know what I mean? I'm from Seattle. There's so many rooms up there. Oh yeah. You don't want to fail like this in front of everybody constantly in LA because they have memories. You know what I mean? So you gotta go fail somewhere else, then come back and surprise everybody.
Yeah, I think I said that earlier, but much nicer.
Yeah, did you say your one nice thing, right?
What's your home club?
I started
It was Jiggles for a little while. It was strip club. And then it was really.
Your assholes really just drive by and will change one letter on the side. That won't cost much. Let's just turn the G up second.
All the way, thank you.
Thanks, dude. Good luck to you.
It's on Twitter, Hey Holloway.
Yeah, I don't know. I sort of feel like that's the thing about the show is that if somebody does have
and please send the Discord to your friends. Discord.com/. We talk about things that are going to change the world in addition to making you extremely wealthy. It is weird that videos are common, such as that greenhouses, solar greenhouses, hydroponics, floating concept, microbuilders, and microphones, and one of the things that we do.
Anybody has the balls to do props at this point, then they'd say that.
Yeah, you're right. I'm sure we've got the most importantly, desalination.
Let's get excited about it.
See what we're going to make it drink.
Use something for the right goals.
Did I say they were illiterate?
But it seems like a safe thing.
Okay.
So we'll see what happens here.
Thank you so much for the opportunity.
It's written in pencil.
First Amish comic, I'm Kill Tony, ladies and
Put
gentlemen.
your hands together for Tom Howard, everyone. Let's see what happens. Amish, here he is. Tom Howard.
A buddy of mine once asked me, Tom, what's it like to be a strong, independent Latino in modern day America? I said, Kyle, I think you should lay off the accent. You should bring your wings and your ears. And then he said, he started sobering up and realized I was alone in my world. And I don't know, Kyle. So I once had a girlfriend a very long time ago, and a thief broke into her apartment. And when she decided, when she punched me in the chest and so she quit. And I weighed 140 pounds. So I was driving. As I was driving on the ground, she's like, Tom, you have to go out there and defend myself. I'm like, I'm not going out there. I'm a cow, okay? You're not paying attention an hour ago when I turned off the lights and took a right and leave it in the bed. That way monsters.
Oh, the bear is out tonight.
Yeah.
Some nights we go a whole podcast without ever hearing the bear.
Months we haven't heard that.
Right, the double bear tonight. People trying to get their stuff in. That's it.
Grammy weekend.
Grammy weekend.
Yeah, it's a crazy weekend.
I remember the last Grammy weekend show we had. There was like 7 West Hollywood bears.
Did you really do acid? Was it like that?
That was like the first time. The second time I came out because I was at Future Fest.
Oh, what's Future Fest?
It's this thing. It's this step. This is the step festival in like Midwest, and
I'm surprised I haven't heard of
You
this.
should have opened with that, by the way.
Why does what somebody weighs soaking wet come up so often? Like, does soaking wet add that much weight to, like, it's most weight I could possibly weigh because I was soaking wet. There was maybe an ounce or 2 of water on the edges of my skin and hair. But other than that, I thought it was a good set.
Sneaking in those one compliments, son of a bitch. I said I'd say
I
something
tried to say something nice. It was a good set, but yes. The soaking wet thing is interesting. That still is an expression.
Right, I mean, it's a weird expression. Like, soaking wet with, like, all your clothes
So
on.
you should be like, oh, I weighed this much with a fucking suit on, right? Whatever.
Maybe not even
Carrying a barbell that weighed 10 pounds. But saying I was this weight soaking wet is just like, well, why? What's your point?
Yeah.
In what situation do you get on the scale soaking wet?
In your clothes.
In your suit.
In his clothes, and then he was like, now I'll be more.
Yeah, but you bring up the clothes would weigh more than the wetness.
And you said you don't weigh 140 soaking wet?
I weigh about.
Right. Okay.
Oh, see, we already fixed it. Next time you say it, I weigh 140-ish. Yeah, we did. He said ish and soaking wet?
Kick her out.
You're an idiot.
What the fuck? You know that first joke that was like, he did say that thing that he did not say.
That's what you just yelled out.
Because you look like you weigh more than 140. I forget what part of the joke that is.
It's when he's defending his girlfriend's stuff.
How long have you been doing comedy? July. You're very new. Is this one of your first jokes that you wrote? The first joke? Was it the first one you wrote? Yeah, about. It seems like something that I think a lot of new comics write the exact same thing where it's a trick, where it's like, oh, if it's not, the person's not really there, so they'll ask, and you're like, that little trick. I honestly would throw it away and find something interesting about your life and add some tags to it. You can find a tag for that joke and throw it in. That joke is so old and used that you'll trick.
A lot of people use that acid joke at the very beginning, but you know, you can use this acid joke as a gateway drug to better jokes. And I think you can only really do that by dropping the acid joke first and starting with more new stuff.
Drop the acid joke.
Now, we did it again. Tom, so where are you from?
Ohio.
Wow, look at that.
Columbus. No shit. What part of Columbus? Grove City. So,
How did you find Columbus, Ohio?
There.
You were born and raised there?
Yeah.
Wow. Grove City, which is like south of Columbus, 45 minutes.
Sweaty girls.
Next to Grove Court.
Yeah.
15, 20 minutes due south of the airport. Yeah, that's the only way I know about it. That's all I know about Grove City. Yeah. Grove City is where you go when you want to hear that, you know.
That's where Skrillex records.
Yeah. No doubt about it. Where was the Future Fest? Hills of Virginia, I would think, but you went there.
A lot of that.
Wow. Back in your day, how long ago was this day?
Like 3 years ago.
Wow.
Wow, man.
Do you still listen to dubstep?
Not really.
Once you drop the acid,
Now, we used to call it Grove City, Grove, Kentucky, because it was kind of like, yeah, it's yeah. Did you grow up very religious? Homeboy, kind of. I mean, my dad was
You say that like he was an atheist for a living. My dad was an atheist, my mom's a homemaker, you know. What did your dad do for work?
He worked in
he didn't believe in Mars whatever.
What did he do for work?
What did he do for work?
How long have you been in LA? You live here now? Yeah.
We're all Ohio people.
You're on right, you're in the top secret.
I think he got everything he needed except for jokes.
It's true.
I'm saying he's fine, you know. Like,
Right? I agree.
just keep doing it.
And the jokes will
How
come.
about you positive?
I mean, you're new, and you're new right now. It's just getting used to being on stage, honestly. Find a story that you tell people, your friends, find some jokes and put it in. Just make it a real story about yourself growing up in Ohio or Kentucky.
Talking to your friends is a great thing. Do you have friends?
That's why he's not supposed to be
That's cool.
It's gonna be great.
Just joke around and try to write down.
I'd rather hear what actually happened on that side.
Yeah, the real shit.
Well, I kind of get it. Than other things that happened on this.
More exciting.
Yeah, don't make it kind of. You're on acid, but
You're gonna do great. You have a good look. That's what I said. You have a Dexter look.
Great taste in music.
I didn't say he had a Dexter look. I don't think he's a serial killer.
No, he's not on the phone for it.
Yeah.
Oh, that Dexter.
You guys are having a chat. You're not on Twitter. They don't have Twitter at that part of Ohio.
Get a Twitter! What the fuck is wrong with you? Get a fucking Twitter.
Are you on Facebook?
Just wow, what the fuck, man? What do you there's something weird
There's
about
something you're not telling us, man.
Moved to LA to keep it Ohio.
Are you Tom from MySpace? I think it's Tom from MySpace.
You're the guy that rode the horse.
You seem like one of those guys that maybe like right before you came out to LA, you told your parents, right? But I feel like nobody even checks in on them, like they're just still rotting in the house, and you're out chasing your career in LA while your parents' corpses rot. Am I close to right now? I nailed it. Tom Howard, everybody. There he goes.
What's different with it, Tom?
You can find Tom on MySpace, myspace.com/.
That's why he's not on Twitter. He's that Tom.
He's got a hot Friendster account.
Next comedian goes by the name of Kyle McFadden. Here we go. Kyle McFadden. Kyle McFadden, everybody.
So I actually am Kill Tony's first homage. Has anyone in here heard of a depression beer before? At all? Okay, I'll explain it. A depression beer comes in a few steps. Step one is you get depression. That's the first step. And then step two is you don't shave, and then you have a depression beer. Right there, you nailed it. Thank you. The depression beer, it's a real thing, and it's a psychological effect. It's a natural mask that shields your face, covers your face from the world. However, there's nothing more depressing on this planet than a depression beer that doesn't face. All I'm saying is I never asked for the ginger ale. It's just thereabouts.
Fuck yeah! There you go. It's a real. That's what a lot of people say is impossible to do on this show. But that's how you do it. Kyle McFadden.
I didn't laugh at anything you said, but I like you. I like you. I mean, I did. I feel like a minute wasn't enough. What's going on with you?
Yeah, I think you were the first guy tonight that had just a very clear, original voice. You seem like yourself.
Yeah, it was like a mission statement.
Yeah. And you were just staying in the moment. You were just using an actual timing instead of rushing, trying to get a minute and 10 seconds of material out in a minute like everybody else seems to try to do. It seems like you took your time. You did 59 seconds worth of material. It's really long. Right.
At my pace, a joke out.
There you go. You did it.
You didn't compromise your piece. You're like, you know what? So what if I only get 2/3 of a joke in? I'm confident with my delivery. That's a good thing.
And when you slowly said there's nothing more depressing than a depression beer, it doesn't cover your but it's a mainstream.
Sometimes I have to.
I thought, and I was laughing before you even said it, and then you didn't even end up saying
It
it.
doesn't even cover your
Frown.
That's all he had to say.
I thought he was going to say frown, because I think
It
it's
doesn't
funny.
matter. Everyone can write their own punchline.
Right. No, I know, but
He's going to go with frown. Frown.
Yeah, it's a no-brainer.
Is this for the real depression, or do you need depression?
About anxiety, I just switch it.
When does the anxiety hit his most? Right now. Really? That's so weird, man. Like, I don't get it here, but I will be, I feel just the weirdest of like get out there, like in a real place, like a Rite Aid or a fucking anything, like where it's just like, no, I'm not like safe at all. It gets rock hard. Yeah, I get a giant boner.
It's such a boner for your prescription.
My depression beard grows out immediately, like in Teen Wolf, and yeah, Teen Wolf.
Speaking of Teen Wolves,
It's
just like are you committed to this look?
Or do you ever change it? I'm willing to change it, but this is...
Real Nick Davis. No one's
I
watching
like
him.
that answer. I'm just saying because as a comedian, when you walk out on stage, it's very simple and obvious to do jokes about your appearance.
Oh, yeah.
And ignoring your appearance tends to be
Hot chip.
becomes the elephant in the room if you don't. So I'm just bringing it up just out of curiosity, not that I think you should change one way or the other, but fucking get a haircut. Whoa! I was joking in the end.
Hot
I
chip.
wanted to throw a joke in the end because that was just a fucking speech. Here's what you should do, young man.
You never know. Maybe it's worse underneath the hair. Who knows what's under there? You might have cauliflower ear and shit.
No.
Yeah, he might be
Okay,
from
okay, cool.
mixed martial arts and have cauliflower hair. That's what he wears like a mini scenario.
He seems like an ex-wrestler, so that would make sense.
Yeah. What do you do for work? I do nothing. Wow. All right. Sounds like somebody's a porn star.
You're lying to us.
I do.
You're off the dole. You're just getting what do you call it? Insurance.
I saved up a bunch of money before moving here. San Francisco.
We covered that already.
This is a big San Francisco.
Why move from San Francisco? Why move from one expensive place to live to another expensive place?
Because it is surprisingly way cheaper here.
It really is.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right.
I believe you.
Yes, it is.
San Francisco is an expensive place to live.
I shared a room with someone, and now I have my own room, and I pay $300 less.
You know, you have to make that less flexible. So what are you going to do?
I'm going to see how long my money lasts, and then I'll...
Oh, look at that. Get a little shitty job.
Like Jamba Juice or something for a couple days or something.
Yeah, like this spin off your
Get
money.
Jamba Juice for 2 days and it's maybe
He meant 2 days every few days.
to be a real game changer, man. Work a weed store, what's something that you like or buy every day? Well, I can discount. I can do a few. I have a few gigs I can do. San Francisco.
Wait, why did you guess that you should work in a weed store?
Because it looks like this space smoke weed.
I smoke weed.
I've never smoked weed.
I knew it!
You want to start tonight?
I totally saw a straight edge, hippie looking motherfucker.
You want to just blow it in your mouth? Maybe. What kind of music do you listen to? I have the shittiest answer for this. I listen to all music. I'm not listening enough to be jaded to be like, that's kind of what I listen to.
You seem like if you're in the back of the cab, you would get mad if they played the Eagles.
I forgot my slippers at home. What are you investing in? Amazing. That's my favorite.
Well, I think, as somebody, I have depression, and I'll tell you this, it's not going to help you much if you aren't invested in things.
Yeah.
Because you got to have shit to talk about, which I think the depression trip was great.
Yeah.
But that's just like, a lot of people come here and they're dirtbags. They come to LA and they're dirtbags, and they're like, why is not more happening for me? And it's because you're a dirtbag.
Yeah.
I don't want to work with dirtbags. So, but you had a great set. I'm not trying to besmirch you.
Yeah.
Yes.
Whoa. Listen, dirtbag.
92 episodes of Kill Tony, it took her besmirched to
Sorry, I'm getting ready for the SATs. So.
I can't believe it's never been said.
Kyle, I love your style. It was good.
And also, he loves to rhyme.
I love you, Green.
That was actually a good one. coincidence. Kyle, I like your style.
Meet the pile.
See it on. See you in a little while.
Say Kyle.
Oh, Kyle Patton, everybody. There he goes. I love that guy. He's got a funny look, right? I mean, if he did work in a pot store, that'd be good because people would think they were wasted, like walking into the pot store.
Also, if his weird hair fell on the weed, they would just think it was better weed. Fucking bravo.
Love it. Guys, this is the part of our show where our two regulars go up. We have two young comedians who have been doing a brand new minute ever since they started stand-up here on Phil Tony.
What's going on over there?
Josh,
He's fucking malfunctioning because the lady's gonna come on stage.
Somebody called Tony.
getting excited over there.
Boner alert.
Tony's anxious.
This is a horrible introduction for them, by the way.
No, it's great. And so they do a brand new minute every week, unlike the people we saw tonight who sometimes get up and sometimes they don't. Sometimes it's the first time. These two do a new minute every single week. Going up first tonight, you know, as the Florida Dropout, everybody. Started here on Kiltony. He's been doing a new minute ever since for a year and a half. You're going to go for it. Kimberly Condon, everybody.
Yeah, I'm kind of having a weird night because I came here and I just had to buy my own drink, like an ugly girl. I've been noticing some things. Like, have you ever noticed that only really ugly guys ask for hugs? If you walk by and you try not to make too much eye contact, because they always turn around. I can't get a hug. That's like the ugly guy anthem. That's like what they say. Like, look around. None of the hot guys are hugging, you know? Girls are hugging them. What I'm saying is, everyone stop asking me for a hug. That's it.
Wow. In 2 seconds.
Oh, wow. Nicely under the,
I love that.
time, but, seriously.
Richard Trent. Kim, I talked to you earlier, and you were like, I don't have anything for tonight, and that's so amazing. That's one of my favorite weeks that you've had in months. That was really great.
Thank you. Well, yeah, I was just sitting out front with Edie, and I was like, I have no idea what to talk about. So she's like, just talk about something. She's like, and then we started talking about how whenever I come here, I see the same people every night in here a few days a week. And I always have to give them a hug. It's a girl, and I'm like, I don't have to hug you every time. You guys don't hug each other every time.
That's a trick of me. It's just to feel your boots.
No, I get it.
You should throw out the fist bump.
I do, and you know what? We talked about how sometimes we'll high five, and then guys will do that thing where they'll like, you know what I'm talking about? Like they'll
Like clasp your hand.
Yeah, you guys are fucking weird.
You gotta talk about that.
They should flag that guy. Put those guys on blast if they're doing that.
Right.
They get the table and
They should have to report it, like when you meet them, like that's what they do. Like the law says that I have to tell you that I am a hand grabber on my thighs. I'm not great.
You should start wearing a baby Bjorn. It's like when you hold the baby on your chest, nobody will want to hug you. I use the baby from American Sniper. And,
I can't risk killing your child just to get it really tight.
those memories. Those are boobs for the idiots.
But it's really an issue, the hugging.
Yeah.
I feel like it
Yeah, I'd say try to stop doing it.
Yeah, no, I try. I don't want to fucking hug
What animals are forcing a hug?
everyone. It's always like, let me get a hug. And you can't be like, no, I don't want to hug you, smelly weirdo. Bye.
I hope at least one smelly weirdo's in this room right now getting the hint.
I know.
You shouldn't have to hug people every fucking day.
You're asking Kim for a hug. She doesn't want the hug.
But I go up to people and I'll be like, yeah, you know, and I'll hug someone. So if I want to hug you, I'm hugging you.
What if I did like a back hug from behind and
Right?
If I got
Oh my god, I love you around the waist.
I'd rather you eat more pork tenderloin than say anything like that. No, don't do it, please. That's the sound of Brian eating pork tenderloin for you podcast listeners out there.
Is there ever a woman on this panel? Is it? Does she have to put up with this every day?
Brian, yes, but
Brian's the only woman on this panel who understands what you're going through. But great job.
yeah, awesome. Yeah. What else? Anything else?
Well, you're trying to wrap it up right there.
Why are you trying to wrap it up, Doug?
Nobody else was.
It's
You know, haven't you watched American Idol? People take turns wrapping it up.
Kill Tony.
There she goes, Kimberly Compton, everybody. She's on Twitter.
Great job. I can use another whatever I was drinking. That ass. She said drink out of that ass as she walked away.
Your final comedian of the night. The only other regular. She writes another new minute every single week, usually about something like small that you can find in your kitchen and blows it up into a whole big thing. But she's got her own very cool style. Put your hands together for her. It's Sarah Weinstein, everybody.
Door stoppers. I was like, fuck, man. Those doors. We gotta stop them. Fuck the fires. It's already the extinguisher. Fuck rapists, criminals. It's the doors. We gotta stop them. There's something bizarre about that. Because I feel like whoever invented the door stopper was like, you know what's an underserved population? Doors. There aren't enough accessories for the door. There's the lock, the key, the latch. But what's stopping them? And then they're like, what can I use? What can I test with the door stopper? They want to put some springs around, a little piece of rubber. I want to make something happen. Okay.
Fuck yeah. Door stoppers, it's a classic. What the fuck? He's such a bad producer. Look, he just walked up and poured water. He's like,
It was almost like it was a big emergency, like I might have died if he hadn't gotten in here.
So
I've done that before.
almost.
He's done that before. He poured a shot of tequila on me one day. Just literally just kidding.
I appreciate that enthusiasm, but the thing I wanted to say,
Yeah, amazing.
on that performance was to be introduced. Like, here's someone coming out to do a set. They usually find minutia, like to be described so specifically before you come on doesn't generally happen in stand-up comedy. And then he said that, and you came out with stoppers. Like, it was amazing.
Yeah.
Like, you set her up and then she fucking dunked it. So that's all I have to say.
The way I look at it is, since they're writing a new minute each week, like, anything that I can do to sort of, since it's just a minute, get the audience in the mind frame of what they sort of maybe expect. And that's how it would work in the longer seminary. That she's established like a
Good, yes. What if she said, oh, she does these minute things, and then the first thing she said, let's talk about the UN. And like, then suddenly you fucked her with the intro. She's a pro, and she switched it up.
92 episodes, and I guarantee you there's no way UN's coming from Weinstein. I know it too well. Maybe mayonnaise or like the dustpan. Anyway.
I just wish you would have talked about the noise a door stopper makes.
When you get the spring
You can stretch out the front more stuff like that. That fire extinguisher thing you lost me for a second in this, but there's more about and move the back to the front on that too. So everything with the door stop's great. It's another new minute. Right. There already is a door stopper. We know
There's something about the also like a door stopper's there, so you don't have a handle-shaped hole in your wall. Like there's something.
I think it was somebody talking about the doors. It was just like, you know what? We need a door stop. Doc's been working double duty.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The rationalizing the entire thing. Anyway, no matter what, it's another great new minute.
I'm tired of Bill Kilmer. We need a door stopper.
Good job.
Sarah White Shanks on Twitter, Princess Shank, Kimberly Condon's at Kimberly Condon. Those are the Kill Tony regulars. Guys, we did it again. The three of us are all going to be on the 311 cruise to Jamaica.
That's right.
Us and 311.
Three of us on this panel. I wish Brian could go to see if we could certainly fit into that situation.
Yeah.
But yeah, the 311 cruise from Miami to Jamaica.
Yeah.
Yeah, are you gonna be on it? Or now that I look at you, are you Jamaican?
I think it's just swapping for Jamaica.
Aren't you Haitian? You just like islands. Alright, cool.
He just likes clapping. He just likes loud clapping whenever the opportunity presents.
Doug Benson on Twitter, guys. Give it up for Doug Benson.
George Perez was the Patriot. What do you want me to promote? George Perez is George P. Comedy. George P. Comedy on Twitter. Andy Haynes. I am Andy Haynes.
I'm Andy Haynes on Twitter.
All right, guys. Live audience, thank you so much. We love you. Thanks for being here. Shout out to Cameron Gray, rapper extraordinaire. Yeah, TMZ this week. Check out on TMZ. Kanye is mine. At Josh Martin Comic. At Elise Lee. Stuart Thompson.
Hey, this is Redman coming to you live from the world famous comedy store for a brand new episode of Kill Tony Volume 2. Give it up for Tony
Oh, shit. Here we are. We're doing it again. Ladies and gentlemen, Ryan Redman is here, everybody.
Hi, guys.
I'm live. My buddy Ultra. We're so close. We'd like to say hello to both you, the live audience, and the hundreds and hundreds watching live on Ustream right now. We are the only streaming podcast live in the world.
That's a first in history.
It's true.
Yeah.
They've never done that. This is like technology in this building in the world. Very rarely do Wi-Fi signals and this message speaks at the exact same time. We're doing it. Guys, welcome to Kill Tony. We're going to have a lot of fun tonight. It's about the days and years. Very excited. Our only sponsor is here. She's Elise Lee. She's right over there. Gourmet chef Elise Lee for all your catering needs. She cooks us a meal every week and it's always delicious. Brian always makes sure that I smell it really good. Tonight it's pork belly banh mi with pickled carrot, cucumbers, jalapenos, basil, cilantro, and Hassan aioli. Delicious. Never again. Never again. Like in a fucking booth like Robin Williams to hear me and stop breathing on me. One end up in a fucking glass booth. She's at the girl with the pan at Natalie Slane on Twitter and Facebook and Instagram. All that great stuff. We got our workers. So, you might be wondering, I don't get it. Why does this idiot have a chef on as a sponsor? Gourmet food every single Monday. It's always delicious. We love you. Guys, let's jump right into it. Every week we have a brand new Patriot that comes and keeps us safe. It's always a very, very funny comedian friend of mine. And it's always just fun to have an extra pal on board the crazy shit. Marianne's got it for tonight's Patriot. It's the second and third time doing one of my favorite people we met in the Homer shoot. We shot with Caveman about 4 years ago. And we've been friends ever since. We're these comedians that like this house. Ryan Burns. Fuck yeah. get on that lift with you? They let you go on that diagonal ride of shame where they're just hanging onto a pole.
It's like a slingshot.
Yeah, I'd imagine. I mean, you got off the ski lift, everybody would feel that. That could be something, right?
It's an animal effect.
What's your second favorite thing about snowboarding?
My second favorite.
Answer. A lot of people would have tried to say something funny right there, but not yet. Also, right with it, it's really honestly straight from your gut. Honestly, where I'm happy to have you. This is the kind of guy that will go on desert excursions. We've had a lot of fun together in music festivals. We met on a hike with shot it with Geico Caveman. He and Herb and I got a little too high for the shoot. We thought we were all alone, and then so right before we got out, we were already shooting shit. And we thought we had time. So it was really, really fun. Right. We're like, this is going to be forever until we start, have to go to hair and makeup. We smoked. But then all of a sudden, our hair and makeup are going to be you guys okay? Because we were just like staring at each other, cracking up. By the way, the Geico Caveman, you're wondering what that was like. He pulled up to the shoot.
He showed up in the middle, like, left him there.
The Geico Caveman doesn't even go to hair and makeup. I mean, fuck you guys. You don't give a shit. Think about that. That means that guy's out there driving that car. This audience is too young to remember the Geico Caveman. So excited about tonight's show. We have two of our favorite guests ever. We should watch comedy and talk comedy, which is meaning. These two guests are two of my most used guests, two of our favorite guests, two of the funniest people on it. I'm so excited to have them both here. What, Josh? What are you saying? What? Oh, yeah, that's right. Oh, thank you. Perfect. That's why you're there, Josh. Every week we have a musical guest that debuts a brand new song every single week. We're going to get together for him. It's Pat Reagan. With special guests tonight, Net Squad Super Regular, creator of Thunder Pussy, Jeremiah Watkins. Pat Reagan and Jeremiah Watkins. Two of my favorite talents, another two of my funniest friends.
Set back for more. This song is for Reagan Watkins, guys. This is a song that we know how to play. And it is entitled Sad Loop. Down at my pause, look inside myself. I have so many flaws, I'm a sad. I am here just waiting all my life to end. Can't even get me to be my one and only friend. I'm too depressed to chase the cat to move me to play fetch. I can chop my balls off that needed those percents on the side of me. I want
down through the window and I said, you wear nothing but you wear it so well. You walk by my house every day. You're a beautiful lady, of that I would die for and lay with and make puppies with. Make puppies with my bottom bitch. Dark street. Jeremiah Robbins, ladies and gentlemen. He knows. Got some tasty chocolate, but it just made me sick. Why'd you shove my balls off and just leave me a dick? I'm a sad puppy. 60 notes again, don't clock me sad puppy. Sad. Fucking complete awesomeness. Pat Reagan and Jeremiah Watkins, ladies and gentlemen, one more time. Every week I have two of my funniest friends on as guests. This week is no different. Here they are, everybody. Two of the best. Kirk Fox and Tiffany Haddish. I could give their credits, but it would take absolutely forever. It would take forever. Tiffany from BET, Tyler Perry movies, Kirk Fox, host of The Test, coming in late like a pro. Look at this guy, I love it. Kirk Fox, everybody. Tiffany Haddish, Kirk Fox.
Tony, I said I was in the green room, man. I told you I was there. Son, Josh is there. I'm like, where are you? I'm here, man. Nice to see you.
Tiffany, how are you?
I'm talking to the chef. I was trying to come on your show. You seem like you were perfect. I know, right? Like, tell me the truth. Tell me the truth. Tell me, is she... We'll be right back.
That's what it would have been.
Well, Tiffany, you can do it anytime. So,
Casting couch leftovers. What you're saying? Easy chair. Yeah.
I love this so what have you been up to?
I just shot a pilot with your
Nice. NBC one?
Yeah, NBC one.
So good.
Yeah, you have a great hair look this time around. Every time I see you, it's different hair. It's either Predator. This is like a Predator. Well, last time you had Predator. Predator hair.
I had brains.
Oh, braids. Predator.
This is you can swagger ahead in my phone. I know that I don't even need a pillow. It's so comfy. Oh my god.
That's a calm down version of it, right? Like when you first got that, it was a little bit more
It
crazy.
was super big.
Yeah, behind every picture, there's people like they look like that. Shit gets bigger when you're mad.
Sure. In the very dragon, I am that.
I know. I'm so glad you guys are here because you're two of my favorite siblings. 6 or 7, 2 of my closest guys. Our chemistry is so much fun. Every week, the Iron Patriot has a question for our guests on the show. So
you're the Iron Patriot today? Aren't they supposed to be in some here?
Fits me great.
He can't fit me. Honestly, the gloves don't even fit Ernest. His hands are so fat that he can't fit into the gloves of the.
So large.
Oh yeah. It's large, sure. Is that what we're calling it?
Trouble Camelot.
Well, Camelot. Look at this. Camelot?
There it is.
What's your question for your kids?
Yes. I have a question. What was your biggest I know.
Are you intimidated by the hair?
I'm intimidated by the hair.
But you gotta get hair too. Your chin looks like the top of my head.
No one's ever said that before.
You look like the biggest thing that I had to overcome as a female is not thinking of myself as a female. Just thinking of myself as a female.
No, that is
Pussy. What do you got for her?
You've done a lot of different posts and shows.
Yes, I have. Thank you so much.
Of all the different tricks you have in your bag,
There are no tricks. This is just a rephrase that.
of all of the attributes you carry as
That's better.
what's your favorite thing to do out of all of
It doesn't really matter what I'm doing. I just want to be present. Honest. The opportunity that I can get. So, right now, this is it. I think every comedian tonight, when they go on stage, they should treat it like it might be their last time on stage.
Yeah.
You really respect the chance to go out strong. If you take it, if you die on the way home, people will remember that you take your lesson.
That's what they will remember.
So that's the thing tonight. We're leaving with your story. You too. Or get your questions together before you come out.
Over 30 comedians signed up for the chance to do 1 minute on tonight's show. All the names are in a bucket. Comedians, you know your 60 seconds is up when you hear the sound of it hitting. That's what it sounds like. That means wrap it then. Else you're going to bring out the angry West Hollywood Bear. Traffic, look out there. All right. There's a whole thing going on.
Now, can I ask you one thing, Tony? So this is streaming, so this is, people are seeing this right now.
Anything that if there's a streaker that comes on at some point, right, that would never happen.
female streamer, Asian female streamer?
So they never look like a little girl running around making that's
Holding her driving license in air.
What's cool is that Tiffany actually made friends with a 14-year-old who does stand-up.
And I did that once. Dangerous.
That's it. So, and he wants to go up. Yeah, I want to go. Since there's normally I tell everybody who wants a special spot no, but since there's a very strict 21 and 21 and over, you're the longest you can only come on at a specific time. So we said that right now. So, ladies and gentlemen, you want to bring him up? Yes, you bring him up. Please make a whole lot of noise for my little buddy all the way from Seattle, Washington. Give it up for Deshae, ladies and gentlemen. Give it up for Deshae. Deshae with the first minute of the night. How you guys do that here? Man, I'm a little frustrated, but I'm happy to be here. Like, other day I got a whooping. But have you ever gotten a whooping and there was a whooping? You feel like the whooping was about you? Like, let me explain. I'm gonna grab it. She goes, man, She starts tearing me up. Boy, did I tell you stop playing around? Okay, I was playing around and then she started saying things that made me realize like the woman wasn't even about me. Boy, sick.
Thanks, Dad.
You get to talk to us now. That's so cool. Love your style, man. How long have you been doing stand-up? Were you 13 when you started? Oh my God. I did his birthday party. That's amazing. Wow. I was not smoking like the 13-year-olds. We're not going to talk about that.
Did she did the art?
No. They don't even know nothing about that. Shut up.
Did you hire?
He was like, he is a respectable woman.
Did I hire her to tour?
No, we didn't have me to
No, it was a bonus. It was so light. It always is, my man. Your stage confidence is ridiculous.
Yeah, you seem so smart.
You just owned every open mic around this room.
Well, I don't know about that. I mean, you know, I'm surprised.
Just stage presence for me, so do y'all. And your stage presence, you have a stage presence on 15.
Yeah. It sounds like marketing to me because you seem way too smart for 14. I feel like you're just like a small 27-year-old. That, just
That's what
I wish I had told you.
How did you feel?
Nervous.
Did you feel that you were talking with us or at us?
I feel like I was talking. That's what I always say. How my friends are used to me.
Will you hire us?
You brought this guy out first?
Will you please hire us in 7 months when you're the head of show business? He's a great writer. He can set up your podcasts and your websites and stuff. He does great improv and
Did you kidnap him?
no, I didn't kidnap him.
Is this your boy?
Maybe my boy now, like that woman, I'm gonna go ahead.
I feel like going out and finding a hot 14-year-old just marketing.
He's gonna be a star though.
So you're getting beaten at elbow? It's just that's fine. I mean, we might as well talk about it. We can help. Is this a cry for help? Listen, I want to tell people what's happening to me, but I just gotta ask you as a joke. Is your dad yelling at you like that? Is your dad yelling at you aggressively with the belt? He told me this. You should bring a 45-year-old home tonight. You ain't say this, I met this comic, man. Killed Tony. I just brought him over. He wants to see your belt.
He wants to see the belt. How much material would you say to people? How long the show do you do? It's amazing.
I know.
It's
That's all you need
amazing.
at 14. I just started.
Yeah, it's really good. What's great is seeing what's really
I mean, especially after 10 minutes at your age, you grow out of it. I mean, in 10 minutes, that shit won't even fit you. Yeah. 6 months, so don't get too much from your mom. You have to walk really kids. Tell you something. Do you like tigers?
Has he got a tiger on his shirt?
Oh, because I'm those are pajamas. Did you sneak out of fucking bed?
What I love is that you came out, you performed, and you put on a great show. But now during this where you're still yourself, and you're just right there in the pocket. Like, it's very impressive. Stay where, keep your mind, stay sharp through it all. You're probably going to be a really big star. So don't go all Michael Jackson on us, all right? Don't change colors.
Can I make one? Can I make one suggestion? Just at some point, you go out on stage, at some point, do your jokes when you're talking to us right now. With that kind of strength, if you came out and just chilled, if you came out just like that and say that, ask my mom, she hits me off, and you just fucking start marrying it. And you have that voice. Because you were so animated and moving around so much that you lose some of the laughter. So if you could just kind of
slowing down this thing didn't work because you said you were talking business. You know that, right? You were doing a goddamn monologue. But it's funny. So imagine just slowing it down and feeling it. Because you say you have 10 minutes of material, but you want 20. Just slow down.
On your first joke, you explained how you think your mom was taking things out on you, and then you kind of repeated it again when she was actually speaking to you. You should listen to that thing when your son's like trying to find it, just so you're not explaining. Just be like my mom whips me, like she was whipping me, and I think she's taking it out. You can just do it wrong.
Okay, here's a good tag word. When she's whipping you, remember say your dad's name.
No, that is perfect.
And then you're like, wait, Mom, did you just, that's Dad.
You know, he has the same name as me too.
Oh,
That's kind of makes sense.
Yeah, there's something to that also.
Yeah, he has the street name, so.
You should call him that. That's a good name.
Why do they call him T?
Because he's from Game of Thrones, he's the best.
No, because he moves a lot of cocaine.
He might be white.
Don't go and be with your hair. It's good.
It's like the skinker.
I think it's my last name's Frost.
Whoa.
I just guessed it. I don't know for sure. He just said that Prince called him Slim.
Find out. You can sit him down. Have coffee and milk.
I've actually been 3 years straight. He won't tell me like he gets around me. I just won't. Because he don't want to tell you that he's still that cool coke.
There you go.
Funny kid.
The shot. The shade.
Yeah.
All right.
Don't correct us when we miss something. Just be happy we're talking to you.
Anything you want people to go check out or see or do, follow on Twitter or something? What do you want?
You guys can check me out online. Shane Frost. DESHAE. Oh, shit. Frost. You already know. And then Instagram. DESHAE _Frost.
In 2 years, you can see him driving the streets of Hollywood.
Yes. Yeah. I can't drive it.
In 2 years, I said.
I know. I can't. My mom's trying to teach me now, but like she don't.
We should have an option. We should have an option.
You know me? I would be
Instead of Turner and Hooch, just like this shit.
CBS this fall.
That's actually that could be fixed that problem. I wouldn't even it's like
Stick to your material. You're losing us.
Just say it was nice meeting you, man. Have a great night. There you go. Just say, everybody, the future. All bow down to the future. I'm so proud of you. One day you'll all be saying, I think that.
I'm not proud of you yet, kid, but I got plans for you. You saw my belt.
I'm proud of
Just wanted to feel comfortable. That's why I was a little abrasive. I wanted to feel like you were still at home.
Well, to the bucket we go, everybody.
Well, I just want to let you guys know that every one of us on stage is going to get a big fat blessing because you let me on stage. That's me. And I remember when I was there, nobody was
5%. 5% of the future.
That's a blessing. But I'm just saying, nobody would give me a chance when I was there. Just so happy you guys were.
I like how you made it about race. That was awesome.
They pulled the name out of the bucket. The next comedian doing 60 seconds goes by the name of Daniel White. He's been on before. Think so.
He's 13 years old out of Kentucky.
He's got a guitar. Look out. Pat Reagan. Somebody's coming for your job. Daniel White, everybody.
How you doing tonight? They say that playing guitar helps get you laid. For 15 years, I'm here to tell you that that's complete bullshit. You have to. You gotta have a couple other things, okay? You gotta be able You gotta be able to play songs with your life. You ever get trapped in yourself? But if anything is just affirmative action, like listening to music, got two guys, one plays guitar, Dave really got. But anyway, so I want to just now who wants to fuck?
Yeah. You know what? I would have been more apt to use this time. Or to play the guitar.
Yeah.
I can show you.
Jesus. This guy just came in his pants over here.
The way you said that made me even more dry.
The one thing that really stood out to me was the mic stand thing. What happened there? I mean, you were so focused on that, and then the next thing you did, as soon as you had it where you wanted it, you put the fucking mic right out of the mic stand. You drew everybody into that mic stand, and the second you finally tightened it the way you had it, you stood there for a second, immediately you just grabbed the mic right out. You didn't even move the mic stand. Yeah, you just left it. Is there something wrong with the mic stand, or were you fiddling with it on purpose? So that's a whole part of the
Is this where you like it? Right here? Right here? You know what? Fuck it, I'm holding right there. Like, what the fuck? You been...
Basically, what Tony's saying is you peeked at the mic stand.
The mic stand thing had me drawn in for something. I was hoping that there was going to be a payoff there, but it was all for nothing. Whoa. Don't turn on the mic stand. Jesus.
It's just a mic stand.
The mic stand's
Trust me, the mic stand doesn't want to be here either.
I don't think the mic stand's what threw it off its tracks.
The mic stand's fine. That was nerves. He was just obsessed.
What I was going to say, because when you type the mic stand,
how long you been doing comedy? Yeah, so you don't even understand the concept of mic stand. You haven't touched enough mic stand.
Can I make one suggestion? If you're going to come out with that guitar, maybe have a minute, just hold on to it. That way it's with you at the time.
Yeah, wear it up here. Wear it like a backpack.
I mean, if you're bringing a guitar, fucking live with it.
And really know how to
And try and cut down the introduction of what you're going to do. Shorter your introduction, just get to it.
Can you take that DC off? What's the hair? But you got hair, like, shut it off. It don't match the jacket.
You just went from trained engineer to accountant real quick. That was amazing. That was insane.
Which is even better. That's better.
That's not so Superman, bro. I don't know.
You do understand.
I don't know what comic book you've been reading where the
Is a
Superman
guitar
was like
part of your act always? So as a friend, I would suggest you never do it again. But listen, we're all in this together. If I say something that doesn't work, I expect everyone to say it. I mean, if you're gonna have a problem, you should just leave the house because it takes away from you. Well, maybe you can save it, just do it for your friends.
do you carry that guitar around to just do that one joke?
So you got a guitar.
You really know what that thing? What do you say? All of a sudden, I think there's bodies in your basement. And I'm guessing you live in the basement. All right. above ground basement.
There's no way there's a bridge. Whoa. So it's like a dungeon. You live in a garage?
That's what you should be talking about. You should be talking about what's major.
ABL gang?
You ever been with a black woman before?
Half black.
Which half?
What was that like for you?
Actually, that was just remade.
Do you think Tiffany would agree?
I think that is deep as a personality.
I never met one that has.
Are you next? Talk about I thought you were playing with movie like I was like, this other version. You know, the officer.
What's your favorite joke? You have the 30-second joke. You can tell me right now. Just tell me a joke right now, because I know you feel that we're just bashing you. But give me one joke right now.
Why can't this happen on my dick instead?
Full-time guitar from now on. Just all guitar. Everything you do has to have a guitar in it. Yeah. I think you need to just strap yourself up with instruments before you have one of those pedals where you step and there's a
You just
little
gotta get a little more confidence. Yeah, I mean, you just gotta doubt yourself right there. And you should just believe in whatever yourself.
And the only way to get out of your head is by going to a ton of shows. Peers and good comedians judge you.
What do you do besides that? No, you fucking video games. Talk about that shit. What do you do? Quality control? You just play games.
Talk about that. Because
You never been with a black woman before.
Or the fact that you work for a video game company, which is awesome. Because the most important part of the video game.
he just got to get the first job.
Well, there you are. Daniel White. Nice to meet you, Daniel. He's on Twitter at Nano Comedy. Send him to me.
I like it. Works great now.
Bert, what you think of Dano? You ever go on stage with a guitar before?
I want to say the man a little bit. I tried to sing a song. It was a bad song.
Tell us how not funny it was. This sounds great. How bad was it? What was the song?
And then tell us what a mandolin is.
A mandolin is a string.
It's tiny, right?
It's the wrong instrument for me.
Do you know how to play it?
You've got a cello. A cello and a fucking fish.
That's just not fucking anything.
What was the name of the song that you played?
It was about sex, and it was just no one to hear about it.
Oh, jeez, I can't imagine. It was terrible. This was.
Oh, yeah.
I'm trying to like dig anything up, and you just keep trying to bury it. Like, no, don't, please don't make me say a line. Oh, yeah,
They still have the mandolin.
and pulled another name out of the bucket, guys. This guy's been on a few times. He studies brain science neurosurgery at the University of Southern California. His name is Ori Amir, everybody. Here he is.
I'm from Israel, thank you. The one thing I don't like about my country is actually Jews. Just like money. It's separated out from Jesus Christ. But he wasn't kosher.
the short intro.
My favorite thing about you is you preach peace. And show them the back of your shirt. What your thing says. It says war. Do you not know that you're just wearing a sweatshirt that encourages war?
Makes sense, but I didn't know that.
He's just a natural Bond villain. I did not know there was a swastika tattoo on my back.
I'm from Israel. Everyone thinks I want to fight. What is it? Something I'm wearing?
Something adorable about you.
You're such a great villain. Can you say I'm gonna fucking chop your goddamn head off? Why do you say it with a smile?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's not fucking scary.
Jesus, he's such a good villain that he's like, I'm gonna do this with a smile.
I didn't think we'd have to, but we're gonna have to dub his voice.
Get the Joker.
Say it calm. Don't overthink it. Relax. Oh, fucking Jesus
I'm gonna chop your
Christ.
fucking head off.
Very creepy. I remember you from last week. Scared the fuck out of me.
It isn't creepy out. It's not that kind of guy.
Really?
Did you say he was studying to be a
It's not the first time Tiffany's been the first girl ever.
How close are you to graduating USC? In a couple of months away. What's your study?
Wait, that's how you would take their material?
They got nice skins too.
So you're a brain. You could possibly be a brain surgeon. So you study brain.
He looks at brain.
And you show people what could happen to their brain if they're fucked up. Not by just talking to them.
Wait, so what? That's what I need to know. Do you have an MRI machine? You have one to your disposal. Have you ever?
That's right.
No, wait. I need to know. Have you ever put Have you ever put a black girl in an MRI machine? You want to? I don't want to be an experiment. I just want to see if I got cancer.
By the way, imagine that you go to USC to get scanned and this scary fuck is on the other end. The only guy that you can hear when you're going into a little tube.
I know he's got all my
Just
potential.
relax. Everything's going to be fine.
And then he says things like, you ever sucked a black dick before? Because you're doing all my jokes and shit.
Maybe you do need an MRI.
But the MRI, I just want to be in one of those machines one time. I want to try it. It costs too much money to just do it on the fly. It's like,
It's better to have a professional.
I got all my dental work done by students.
I have access to an MRI machine if it's like
Really? For real? You went with a great time. Really? You did
You mean you're almost up for awards or something? Like, what are we talking about?
That's cool, my friend. So I have
Obama's character to work and what was going on in living with any classes. Like, I am really sick. You check this thing. That's what it's going to be.
MRI machines are expensive.
I want to be in one.
A Tesla?
I test drove Tesla. That was nice.
I think it's funny. I definitely believe what we're talking about.
Nervous film and an MRI machine. Just like the ones
Fit in, but he could be shot out like a tornado.
I think he's
Like,
great.
I don't even know what the joke was, but it had a great ending.
you say, Obama, I say,
You say creepy.
I know. It's actually not a creepy.
And while you're creepy, it's a gift to you and I both.
It's interesting because every time you come on the show, you have this really big story. Like one time you brought a dildo on stage or something like that. He had his 3-point experiment with the guitar. Except this was a dildo. Yeah, the dildo was rocking, right? Not now. He did that one. Have you ever done that since that It's terrible. What I was asking is, do you ever just do like a set that's like you? It's not like you're, because you always have like this weird kind of loose character when you're on stage. You almost have like a, like, you're not really just talking about normal shit. You think you're not just like, today I woke up with Starbucks. But it's always like, my country and dildos and, it's very. Yeah. Have you done it? I just wonder if you ever not done an exaggerated version and just done a set like you.
Yeah. Did it feel good? I think you would just be this guy. I think once you become a character, there's something. Let the material get there. They're here to listen. So if you get up there and just we're going to have to get their attention. I'm a master of living. I'm just telling you. That's what I've been through. I used to really get You're not laughing. It's amazing. See that? You see that? That was you. That was honest. You were a little animated because you really were excited. Yeah, as opposed to, hey, yeah, that could be one word. See what you're saying. Oh shit, I'm not here for my books, fucker.
When you did this night with this block, what stood out?
Yours or hers? Yours or hers?
My woman is very enthused. Just like
Maybe she was trying to get away. Trying to get out of the MRI. She had so much movement. It was crazy. I had to hold her down.
What kind of movements are you talking about? Did you like describe it to anybody?
Public movement? Oh, okay.
Perfect.
Only in Israel do they use the word public.
Where did you find or meet or why this film?
Yeah. Now, were you a character or were you just a joke? I ever flipped a tall white comic. But to wrap it up, the point I'm making is look off me because you're just being you. So if you want to fuck the audience, you're going to have to be yourself.
Yeah, it's weird when you do that other character, it's just uncomfortable sitting because a lot of us know you're kind of, so it throws us out what you're actually saying a little bit.
Yeah, and they're laughing at you.
Great job, though. Very tough stuff. Rory Amir. He's on on Twitter at Oriamir. O-R-I-A-M-I-R. That easy. You didn't even know that it says,
But it's in a stop sign. It's more inside of what would be a stop sign. So it's like, stop the war.
I think it says stop. War. What's title? Do not pass without fighting. Do not roll through the sky. Fight. This is Israel.
Regan Delay.
Regan Select.
Regan Delay, everyone. Come on.
Yay!
Hey, it's Reagan. It's spelled like Reagan because there's name I deleted my online dating profile today because I wanted to get harassed less. So now I get harassed and just tweet more on sex Twitter, Facebook, and the outdoors. You guys, something interesting I found out today. My brother got engaged to my ex-husband's sister.
People still watching out there. People still watching it. Oh, shit.
Horace Rock.
Oh, you know what that means, Tony?
Horace Rock.
Dude, sound like a mandolin. Act like you're shooting lasers at the person that just got whacked. That would have worked if you didn't say lasers. You had us.
I think I took better when I was picturing
The next thing that I can
Oh, shit, what's about to come up here? Sounds sexy. Maurice
How's everybody doing? Yeah, so I was living on the street for about 5 or 10 years, and I found out that there was a bird that was my best friend. When the bird died, the bird laughed. What are you laughing so hard for, bird? Anyway, so yeah, up in the forest, I noticed that I had some red ants, and what information I got?
How you doing, Maurice? Talk to the microphone. How you feel about the design? What did you Sorry about that. It's really, they say until you tighten it, then it's back like every other mic stand.
Was that real material that you just did? Was that like written down, or what was that?
So I made it that.
So were you homeless for 5
5 or 10 years?
Yeah, I was on Restream until
Are you still on the streets?
well, actually, I'm not on the streets anymore. Things are up and down the streets.
Pretty sure you're still homeless.
It's not necessarily, it's bummy. It's not homeless. It's bummy.
At the end of the day, when you're done bumming, at the end of the day, do you go to a home? I'm just asking you.
I did actually. I it was for 2 weeks. I had been home.
We're just asking you a simple question. Are you still homeless?
Yeah, you have brand new shoes on.
Yeah, the brand new thing.
Do you have leather on your sweatpants?
Sapphire, baby. Okay.
So you know the key to comedy is honesty. What?
You look like you work at Baker.
I've never worked on
You look like you're playing a character.
Yeah. This is really funny that you guys are saying.
No, it's not really.
We're just talking to you. And if you can't talk to us back, just walk on stage there.
Well, no, characters and stars. Characters,
Well, we're just trying to get the answer. We're just trying to talk to you.
It's a bad word. Oh my God. That's why I only take white men down.
Maurice, we didn't utilize time value. Valuable time up there. We could have helped you and talked about your jokes. Well, then we could talk about it. Your joke was that you were a bum. Is that funny?
How long you been doing comedy? Okay, so you know better. Like, you know the audience, you know better. How long you been home?
This audience was
I can't figure you out. So it's the best one. Have a good night. I think mentally, you don't always just talk shit to somebody. You know this name. Excited to bring this guy up. Bring some bullets.
Yeah.
Bring some bullets. I know a lot about that shit. Where he is, everybody.
Suicide, never been. Lost that military. It's all right. Suicide. Minus your mother's guilt. So I got bricks and bullets.
I love it. Breaks the goal. And that was so funny. You really lost it so hard. We could almost all see it.
We were trying to picture suicide. Really? They have some stuff inside. Suicide basically. Suicide is against the law. What's the same? Life.
Yeah, your writing's great.
It's all this time, stage time.
Thank you so much.
And we were talking about that joke.
No, really. I mean, you were great last time. You're great this time. You know, of course, it always happens. You you should have something to go to, like real quick. It might be a little silly. That while you're thinking of what it is, but that's just like something that you can use in your chest eventually. Why you dress up in
I like to have that. Last time I was here. And I'll say this one thing that you can kind of work on is having the feeling of enjoyment, knowing you're doing fine. That's fun stuff. That's why we're here. We're all just trying to get it. When you can string those two jobs together. So we'll see.
Stripping it out, break it down, because I know different things. What else would you do? What would you do? What would you do? You're gonna stay in that one. You're gonna really develop it. So you right now, it's suicide. Let's try it out. Don't check the ratings. Years from now, you're going to look at this writing also that you might have not liked for years, and you're going to be amazed at how much money stuff you find in it. And you'll use it later in life. I looked at my stuff the other day and found two things like where I thought was dumb. There was parts of it that now work at different times in my life, a different joke that I was thinking of. So keep all that stuff and keep it safe because you'll
I've always had some a lot of things happen when you're just by yourself, like cities, and they try to pull a fast one for people. As far as just sheer,
Yeah. Yeah, it's a little less aggressive. And,
Just who you are. Just be.
I thought it was like a Eight Mile type shit. Right. I've never seen it before.
You know what I mean? So maybe it's time to just Jeff is also working on just sometimes forget jokes.
I tell you, you should get the acting game, but they already made great comments and that was your shot, pretty much. And I really like what you said about the emotion thing. Like for me, when I do my jokes, I try to definitely connect with the memory of it, or because I like to talk about something that really happened to me. So I try to connect with the memory, and that way I never forget the joke. If I have the feeling, then the joke always comes. And if I don't have that feeling, whatever you do, it's just so.
And also for lock yourself in.
All the best writers write a ton of garbage. I've been drafting a piece I didn't see many plus everything else that they write is dog shit garbage. Everybody writes dog shit. So now they're doing Stephen King and every great writes diggity dog shit. It shouldn't be that big of a problem. There's such thing as writer's block.
Good job, Jeff.
Psychological. Yeah, Jeff, what's your last name? Are you like a wanted criminal or something? What? Okay, Prince of Bullets, everybody. There he goes.
Jeff Carruthers, man.
Carruthers!
Jeff Carruthers. You know what happened? Jeff Carruthers had jokes on that.
You know what he said? He said that reminded me of my childhood. Jeff was talking about writing. We're talking about writing. Perfect time. This part of the show where our two regulars write and perform a brand new minute every single week. Come on stage. They've been doing this since the beginning of the show. It's so much fun to have them here every week. We do fun, crazy stuff. Performing a minute first this week. University of Florida Dropout started here on this show. Has been doing comedy in LA every episode of this show ever since 3 years ago. Very funny. Very confident.
50 Shades of Grey came out on Valentine's Day. That was like a really big thing, and everybody was excited about that. I don't really get it, you know? It's about a girl who graduates college, she gets a job under some guy who's really sexy and rich and just fucks her all the time. I think it's super realistic because nobody gets a job out of college. You know? I hate when girls say that they don't get along with other girls. We've all had that girl like, you don't get along with 50% of it. Like, really, bitch, the only people you get along with want to fuck you. That says something about you. I'm dating a guy, we're in a big fight right now, and I decided to punch him by stop, like not having sex with him anymore. But I have to stop this entire thing. This is pretty good, you know.
I love that. You totally agree. So hard. So hard that you did the classic Tiffany out of it. Everybody don't get that. Everybody don't get that. But that's true. That's true. Man, I like that. I think the classic is holy shit. Yikes. Wow.
bitches that don't like bitches.
Is there any women in this room right now, by round of applause, that leave me alone with guys? I had a feeling nobody would respond to that.
Are those overalls that you just have an extension of pants?
No, actually, they're overalls that you turn into pants, and I took the overall part off.
Overall, I'd say it was a pretty good decision. Why did I get that?
With that first joke, you said it was realistic. You should have said it was unrealistic.
Yeah. Oh, that's what I meant to say. I messed up. I just say it's so unrealistic. Nobody gets a job.
And you got to just sit to it. If you're going to do it, then that's just way too ridiculous.
Yeah, but how do you explain that?
Are you just saying that everybody loves Fifty Shades of Grey? Are you saying, can you believe I watched 50 Shades of Grey? Look at this shit. Blah, blah, blah. Unrealistic.
She just wiped everybody's excited about 50 Shades of Grey. The most unrealistic part of the entire walking lines is that
That's white girl powers.
that's all that it is. If you're not gonna talk more about that part, it's probably
Why you should talk about how they keep like they don't know how to flow?
But I think that line is actually set up. I think you could put a joke around that as the setup. If you use it as the setup instead of putting it right back into the diving in the
Or hey, you can go all into the workplace and stuff.
and just try to work out.
I'll let you check me.
What is she going to be doing in 10 days? How is she going to be in fight? Talk about arthritis, she's going to have that. Her hips is still out.
unless you just don't want to spend that much time on a joke that's got an expiration date of a week. I have to maybe double down and think more, even 50% of women that say they only I hear that.
And all those females, when they drink a lot, they smoke a lot, they always dress like, they try to dress better than me.
Their cell phones are always cracked.
Yeah, always crack cell phones. They always argue with dudes.
There you go. That's it. People bring it down.
They always got a lot of eye makeup on too. They always
Glitter eye makeup.
Man, I hate this.
There you go. Kimberly Congdon. She did it again. Another new minute. Who's on Twitter at Kimberly Congdon? Final comedian of the night and the only other regular that writes a new minute every week. He always takes a small minute concept and stretch it out and talk about it, make it funny, bring it together with the stylings. Great Sarah Weinstein, everybody.
Encyclopedias. 90s. You got encyclopedias. Really slow. That was a badge of skull with the honor. For upper socials then. If you didn't have encyclopedias, life was just hard. You had to write a book report or study something. You'd have to carry around 2 books instead of just looking it up online. You weren't doing it. You had encyclopedias in the 90s. You would pull out your fingertips. Bitches would want to fuck you. Because they wouldn't have to go to the library anymore. They would just come over. Can I borrow a K? Encyclopedias are bullshit. Nobody just peruses casually through an encyclopedia. You always have to have an agenda, looking for something. You don't just take out letter P and say, today I'm going to study persimmons and then penguins. Right.
It would have to be penguins and persimmons because that's more but maybe that's just. Did you ever do an encyclopedia joke in the past? I love that, but you know, it's just part of like in the 90s you didn't have encyclopedias.
Here it is. If you didn't have encyclopedias, you wouldn't even
Yes.
My grandma, she made me feel like we was rich because we had like 3 or 4 different brands of encyclopedias. Like you got the Britannica, you know what I'm saying? And the world with the different brands.
This isn't a complete set, but it's Ant-Man.
Which, by the way, I remember that being a lot of my show. They're always missing.
And those people were just really smart and like aardvarks and apples, but they had no like knowledge about like spiders and tarantulas.
And then eventually they just started being used for more stuff. Eventually they were just
My grandma used to talk shit about me. Things like when she was more than 10 years old, like, they don't even know how to stay up with the
That's it. We did it again. Great new minute. Sarah Wineshank. She's on Twitter at Princess Shank. Sarah Wineshank.
And Sarah, I noticed that you were so surprised that that K joke got that big of a laugh.
It's great.
The laugh was so big it scared you. He said you got K, and the laugh was so big.
Hey, you got that penis cover in books?
No, the direct inside as usually with other stuff.
There you go, Sarah Wineshank.
I got a cover of book coming to me.
Brian Mervis, we did it again.
Thank you, Brian. You were great.
Where can people find you?
I just felt safe. I felt like you had more access to shit. Like if someone came in here, just like you.
Super safe. Thank you. What's coming up, Marv? Anything you want to promote? Check them out in La Jolla. Elise Lane is Elise Lane on Twitter. Girl with a name on Facebook and Instagram. Follow her.
Nice.
Her thoughts.
I will actually be in Vegas next week for a week. And I'm doing one night in Kentucky on Friday.
Really?
Yeah, I'm getting out of the world, man. I'm getting out of my bubble.
Heck yeah.
I got good friends.
Boom. Nailed it. Live audience, make some noise for yourselves. We had a lot of highs and lows tonight, people. Daniel White, Ori Amir, Reagan Filet, Horace Robb, Maurice Love, Bricks and Bullets, and Deshae Ross. That was a blast. 14-year-old sensation. Thank you to you, live audience. I'll be on Twitter today. Episode 100 of Kill Tony is in the Maynard at the Comedy Store, April 13th, 2015. It will sell out. Yay, everybody. It's another episode of Kill Tony. How you guys doing tonight? How crazy is this? Episode 94 of Kill Tony, live from the Comedy Store, streaming right now. The livest show in the world. So we're here. Hi, everybody. It's a real live audience here. People watching the stream, I promise you. It's all happening. Lainey and Jerry are coming in now. Fuck yeah, welcome, guys.
Hey, just turn off your cell phone right now. How about this? Because every show your cell phone goes off.
Yeah, when you guys order drinks tonight, try to just whisper to the waitress. You guys are so loud. I know you don't hear it, but it's a live podcast, and you guys have become the accidental fucking ringtones. Just settle it down.
There's two guys from the Muppets that sit in the little side thing.
That's true. You guys are loud as fuck. You need to settle down over there. But we love you. They're here every week. Very answer for Jerry and Lainey. They basically Tony's grandparents. So good. All right, settle down, Jerry. Fucking animal. Jesus Christ. You're that guy.
I got it. From now on, they have to wear ball caps. I'm just saying ball caps.
That would be so creepy. Those two with ball gags in their mouths to right. All right. Here we are, everybody. Let's do it again. The only show where comedians watch comedians. We goof around the entire time. Every single week, we have a sponsor. She makes us a meal every single week, and it's always delicious. That's Elise Lane sitting right over there. Super comedy chef. She's a personal chef of Russell Peters. She cooks us and the guests a brand new meal every single week. Tonight it's oven roasted garlic herb chicken breast with Greek style pearl couscous, hummus, vegan homemade falafel, made in Motion Fish. So we're vegans and we're healthy as fuck. Settle down, Brian. This is such a horrible part of the show where you grab food and fucking breathe it on me. It's so weird. It's a joke that will never catch on. It's the most random fucking thing. You really don't have to commit to it, I promise you. It's chicken. Guys, every single week we have a patriot that keeps us safe. There used to be a man in a $5,000 Iron Man suit, and then he left the show telling us that he was irreplaceable. So to show him how irreplaceable he is, we've replaced him every single week with a brand new person basically doing the same thing. This week it's no different. Always. Now we have comedians going in. This week is a return comedian, one of my favorite friends, one of the coolest people, just wrote on Gerard Carmichael's NBC pilot, Go Gerard Go. For the right-hand man to some of the best comedians in the game. It's the one and only Willie Hunter, everybody. Here he is. Wow! Fully committed. Just with the shoulder pads tonight. I love it, Willie. It's a good look for you. You gonna commit to the mask the whole time? You have such a likable face. There he is, Willie Hunter, everybody. Isn't he cute? Keeping us safe. He's fully prepared. You've done this a few times. You excited about tonight's show? There's something not on. Is it his mask? Is it the mic? Something like that.
You don't have the speaker box on.
There it is. We're all over it, guys. This is podcasting gold right now.
What happened to the speaker box, Josh? It broke. This is my second speaker box.
You know it's not. You know the podcast isn't crushing when you hear a dog bark at the Comedy Store. Let's just throw that out there right now. That I'm aware that the show has started a little bit slowly. We're all fully aware of that. Let me just acknowledge it so we can move on to the next part of the show. Willie, you're excited about our guests, right? We don't do that on this show. Just say yes and we move on.
Yes, I'm excited.
Me too. It's another two of our favorite friends. They've done this show a couple times before and they are back again. Another two of the best for you, everybody. It's Moshe Kesher and Jeffrey Ross. Live and in the flesh. Can you believe it? Here they come, because I'm sure Josh Martin is all over it. Hell yeah, perfect. Jeff Ross bringing 2 meals. Oh yeah. Rocking it. Got the lunchbox, the food, Moshe Kesher's in the house, coffee.
It was a long show. I wanted to carve up.
I love it. Welcome back, guys. Moshe, how are you?
Good. I'm still thinking about Jeff carving up. This is carved down right now.
You're all right. What'd you do with your falafel? Falafel at the stage. You already eat it?
I felt like it was anti-Semitic to offer a Jew falafel, so I went the other way.
And did what?
I put it in my hands.
Oh, perfect.
So the Department of Homeland Security stuff.
I love that. Every single week, our Patriot asks the questions to the guests. Go ahead. What's your have these guys right? If we are prepared.
Is Tom Brady ashamed to show his face?
I see your head spinning right now. What are you thinking about?
You look like Jeff Goldblum's stand-in from The Fly.
That's my first
You look
question.
like you're about to play football at Comic-Con.
I'm going to ask Jeff the first question. You've roasted a lot of people that we roast. What is it? That everyone. My question to you is, besides roasting meat, what is the weirdest person I've roasted? Maybe famous or not famous.
Weirdest person?
Yeah.
Wow. Well, I roasted Richard Branson without him knowing it. And that did well. It was a prank. He's probably the only person ever to get mad at me. It was a prank. I've told Tony this story. You should never roast somebody unless they volunteer, because his friends put me up to it. He was in Canada. He kind of laughed. They were laughing so hard, and he wasn't really laughing. And he got up at the end and he pretended to give me a hug and poured his drink on my head. Yeah, so funded where he lives, which is a $1 billion mansion.
How was your reaction? What did you do? Like, you just...
I mean, we both kind of were, I had to be a good sport. Who am I, of all people, trying to get this off? It hurt me to make me realize you have to roast people, volunteer, and also no over 85. Jerry Lewis had a heart attack once on the flight.
Was there, do you think it was a specific joke that probably has that? Do you think he
I blocked it out like it was real.
Do you think he thought he was being funny?
Yeah. And then afterwards is when he says, oh, he does that all the time. You can't prank power. My first piece of advice. For these young up-and-comers. By the way, Up-and-Comers is also one of my favorite porno series.
What's your question for Moshe?
Promotion is...
Somebody remembers that one?
I have a question for you, actually, Will. Oh, sure, go ahead. When you were putting the weird, like, Jason future pedophile thing on, did you make the choice to tuck your t-shirt in? Or was it already pre-tucked and you just went with it? It was my first choice. Oh, cool. You thought that would add to the look? Yeah, I would, yeah.
Really, how can you look like a child and a child molester at the same time?
My question is, Terrence Howard gets fired, then Don Cheadle, they're really fucking going low in the bucket. You recently posted a lot of white hate mail. Recently had one in Miami. Do you see the raw hate mail? It's got to be powerful to know that someone took the life of it and write you something like that. Yeah, no, I like it. I'm into it. I listen. I have a section on my website that's for hate mail. And so if anybody out there wants to talk some shit, you want to get schooled by a sort of foppish looking hipster, well, I'm ready.
I love that. So haters are welcome with you.
Haters always welcome.
Love them. Let them right in.
Just fucking straight up blast it. Did you ever get offended on the hate mail? I feel like, oh, this is... I get offended on every single piece of hate mail. It works every single time. But then I think about you and that costume, and it makes me feel really good. Okay, I think it's time to show stuff.
Really, have you ever gotten hate mail?
No.
All right.
Willie, have you ever gotten email?
Have you gotten any mail whatsoever in your life? Has anyone really confirmed your existence, Willie? Well, good luck with the game, whatever you're doing.
Keep that shirt tucked in. Everything's going to take off. Let's get this party started, guys. We're going to do it again. You guys know the drill. Comedians signed up with a chance to come up and do 1 minute of stage time and then talk to comedians. And that's how we do it. Comedians, you know your 60 seconds is up when you go the sound of a kitty. Better wrap it up then, or else you're going to bring out the angry West Hollywood Bear.
Well, wait a minute.
That's it. That's the West Hollywood PD, I think. There you go. For tonight.
I just had an American sniper moment.
I guess that's the bear tonight. We're going to rock with it. You guys excited? It's Kill Tony 94 to the fucking show. Doing your first minute tonight. The comedian that goes by the name of, oh, we know this guy. It's Fang Chow, everybody.
was delicious.
How are you guys doing? You guys look like an okay crowd. I think. My Chinese name is Chow. I got suddenly pointing on my message. Just for the night. Should have everybody playing. The other day, my buddy Jake asked me for a favor. He said, dude, I need you to leave a message on this Chinese girl's phone that I'm really into. I said, sure, look at it. I went gentle. Here is the message that I left. To whoever this is, Jake is a douche. My name is Chow. My phone number is 414.
There it is. Bang Chow. He did it again. What's your initial thoughts on Bang Chow? We've seen him a few times here.
That was funny, man. That was funny. It was fun how you went into real Chinese at the end when you said bubbity bubbity bob. Watch her learn English. Try it. I didn't want to give out my phone.
Of course, no.
No, I got what you were doing. I was doing a racist joke.
Now, Fang, you actually are from China, right?
Yes.
And how long have you been in America?
About 6 years.
What have you been doing in 6 years?
I went to school.
Does China know that you quit school and you're just doing stand-up comedy in America?
They know. They kicked me out because I'm not good at math. But, so many people there. Like, I love it.
Where was the school?
I know.
You went straight from China to Wisconsin?
Right. Finally, a cold, gray netherworld that's worse than China.
Yeah.
Wow, was there a direct flight?
I'd be curious. No, there's no direct flight. To Chicago, though.
How do you say the flight to Milwaukee is coming in 10 minutes?
我们要飞到密尔沃基江的市。
What part of that was Wisconsin?
Did you say Milwaukee?
It made me hungry. I don't know.
Oh, Milwaukee, that's right.
Did you learn English in China? Yes, I did. Oh, okay, because you're pretty good. Yeah, you're pretty good.
Thanks.
I feel like I get shit from my English. Yeah, I mean, it's a bad compliment. I'm not good at that. I took it back to insulting you. I know you stole Margaret Cho's thing that she does about her mom. Sure. It was a little joke. I forget it. That's the one joke that I didn't get. You all get it. They all got it. You know, in America, sometimes when a crowd really likes a joke, they'll be completely silent.
Did you start in Wisconsin or did you come to LA to start?
I started. Wow. You did the Comedy Cafe? Oh, yes. You know what that was? It's like owned by the mafia. They'll kill you. They'll like hit you with a gun along a stack of cash when you go to this kind of thing. Wow. Really scary place. It is pretty scary. Yeah. I guess in that way, every place in America is scary for you.
Anyway, I hope you're not offended by the decor at all.
That's like Japanese. The jabs? I was being racist. I thought we were in the same place talking about shit.
I thought you were great. I thought when you're up there, you could drop your arms, you could open up a little bit more. You seem nervous. You had a great opening joke. Just let's see you a little bit. You have an interesting worldview, I bet. I think you're playing a little dumb for your act. I think you're a smarter guy than that.
Thank you very much. It means a lot
story. Okay, I learned from it. It's not working out.
So how long do you get to stay in America?
For how long were you supposed to stay in America? That's the question.
My visa run out in 5 years. Thank you for laughing. Thanks. Thank you. You guys are great.
You have to be pretty concerned if you're
It was a joke.
I know, but you seem like somebody that's here illegally, knowing you.
Wait, what do you mean?
It's just knowing you. He seems like
What a douchebag. There you go. You nailed it, Zach.
I thought you were funny, man.
How do you make money? How do you survive out here?
I do some translation.
Is there a lot of work for that? Where are you mostly doing that?
Holy shit, you're a translator?
I'm guessing casinos.
No,
Have these people never heard of Google Translate before? And they're just like,
or have they ever heard of a person that actually knows English? No, but it's easy for me, like, because I've been to school for. I learned English for such a long time, and then some Chinese person.
Billy, what do you think about that? What's your plan?
I'll have to plan for it.
My boys made the costume.
Are there a lot of black people in China?
In China?
Yeah.
From Africa. From Africa.
But they come straight from Africa? Like, there's nothing.
They're like, oh, we teach English here.
Wow.
If they don't have said, like, I teach Ebonics, I'm like, all right, so I get it.
Dang, I love your style, man. Thanks for having me on the show.
Have a good night, guys.
He calls him Jabs, but I just noticed he has Bruce Lee on his t-shirt, so sort of contradictory.
Oh, I thought that was his merchandise.
Follow Fang Chow on Twitter. He's the only guy with the name Fang Chow 8080. So if you're wondering who that was all this time, that's that guy.
This is fun, Tony. When do we start?
Do you remember something that you guys did when you very first started comedy?
Yeah, I spoke in an extremely thick Chinese accent. You know, I did speak in a very heavy New Jersey accent. I stand up in New York and it stuck out. So we worked through it. It's endearing at first, but everybody's wrong. I did too, actually, not a New Jersey accent, but I had. I was like, growing up, I was like super hip hop. I thought it was Black South, and that went away as I got older, and then I started comedy, and it came back. When I first got on stage, it was like some kind of weird, sort of defensive wall that I was building between me and the audience, and then eventually, when I got comfortable doing comedy, that went away, and it was good. It doesn't mention
They never come out when you guys are joking or having sex.
it comes out when I'm fucking, yeah, for sure. I'll be like, take that big black dick, and nobody knows what I'm talking about.
I have another friend who's white that sounds blacker than he sounds black on stage. It's really whitest black guy in the world. And if you don't believe me, look how deeply that shirt is tucked into his head.
I think Tux are coming back, man.
You know this guy that I just pulled out of the bucket? The last couple times he's been on the show, he's been so stoned, like to the gills, that a lot of it hasn't even Fang Chow couldn't translate what was going on. But here he is, ladies and gentlemen, it's Ian Ellis, everybody, from Chicago.
Where's Blackish? What's on YouTube today? Reminds me of my country's hate us. Like a conversation Surrey was ready to have. For what reason is our decadence? You know who the most decadent people in the world are? Arabs with oil money.
Daisy wishes he could fall so long. They buy a lot of shit we don't need. They buy people. Number two reason it was hard for Steve country. Italy has two moms. One mom shy. One mega blow. That's how the Inquisition got started. Another reason that it is more freedom. We're seven for freedom. Ireland has more freedom than us. They hate those potato monkeys. Let them blow up those torch gingers. Wow. Need some weed, baby. So you sobered up and it turns out you're just an angry fuck.
You just gave them weed for real?
Yeah. What was the first thing that you called them? Potato monkeys? Wow. That is
Wow, man.
Did an Irish girl an Irish guy steal your girlfriend or something? Like what? How would you get that 8 Irish people to get the potato monkeys? Oh Jesus.
You lost me at Hero.
Yeah. You say hello, we say goodbye. You know what I'm saying?
It was interesting. Your whole act seemed to be, I mean, just this minute of it seemed to be based on like facts that were not in any way public information.
Seventh in freedom.
Arabs by humans. What was the second thing? You said something else. Yeah, I didn't know any of the facts that you were. So that was interesting. I mean, comedy in some ways about relatability.
How long have you been a black Israelite?
How did you find out that we were seventh in freedom? What did you rank that yourself or?
I know who Noam Chomsky is. I'm trying to incorporate him into my stand-up comedy act. So Chomsky is some funny shit.
I'm waiting for you.
You commented outside. That's probably not a good idea because the rest of the stuff is all. Oh, I remember 2 popes in Italy. What?
Yeah, he's right. There's 2 popes.
There are?
One's still alive who retired. It's ridiculous.
Oh, that's what you meant?
Everything you said made sense on a certain level, and a lot of it is honestly, some of your jokes were brilliant. The ideas behind them I thought were brilliant, but you're thinking of this timing of a suicide bomber. If you slow it, what's your name? Ian. If you slow it down and just sort of relish those ideas a little bit, you'll be lethal. Not just look lethal. Great one.
You gotta stop trying, Ian. Stop trying. Girls are gonna bring out the angry West Hollywood bear. You don't want to do that tonight. It sounded like gunfire. Whoa, he's ready. Don't do it. All right.
Well, I kind of like that you don't like that stuff laugh, but that you cited Noam Chomsky. I think it's going to Noam Chomsky.
Yeah, I feel like at some point you got high between your set and right now.
The pot is seeping through his hand right now.
Yeah, you get the flop sweats plus a bud in your palm. You get high as fuck.
But yeah, Ian, what are you doing what's happening in your life? You moved here from Chicago how long ago? I got here in August. How's that going for you? Apartment on the Sunset Strip. Yeah, it's Sunset Strip now.
You know, Sunset Strip's one of the best places to buy cattle in Los Angeles. You might want to do a bit about that.
And as far as, areas in LA, it's got like the 18th most freedom.
Absolutely. Yeah.
It's like really awesome in the freedom category.
Although one thing I will say about if you're going to do the Irish thing again, which I don't recommend, but if you are going to do it,
They actually, you can't get an abortion legally in Ireland, so they're not super free. I would choose another. Oh, but you have to do all your rights. Well, that's not a fact that we're the 7th most free country. That's not. You can Google. You can also Google me getting ass fucked by Jeff Ross, and it's on there. Well, that's a fact. But anyway, no, I'm saying like that's subjective. It actually happened in Ireland. Yeah, that was a good. Yeah, that was good. It was the most Jews that had ever been to Ireland, actually. Honestly, I've got 3 years.
Thanks for promoting this show that we're already doing. Thank you, they know. Oh yeah, good job. Way to really save it. Ian, so what else is happening? Like, you moved here in August. You have an apartment. You have a job.
Yeah, I just got a job.
What's that? You think you don't know the place that hired you? Can't lose this job, man. that cooking and mess hall might just be your real calling.
It's a good restaurant. I can vouch for that.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, you said those stories. That's like your fucking
That's my whole
planet Krypton.
That's right. No, it's a good restaurant. Congratulations.
What's your favorite thing to get there?
They have, I don't know, but again,
All right. I mean, you sounded like you really liked it. I mean, I didn't mean to put you on the spot. I always have like a favorite dish wherever I go. And I was gonna try to figure out how to make a joke. I was gonna hope the potatoes were in it because they were made by a potato monkey. Like I was searching for anything, but instead you said nothing. You could have even just made up a dish, and I would have ran with anything. But now it's a whole thing.
I'm sorry I did this to you, by the way.
No, it's all good. Ian, good luck, buddy. Rock and roll. There he is. Ian Ellis. He tried to connect from the beginning. He said, hello, that was topical. We had Bang Chow up here. It's all happening. Follow Ian Ellis at Chicago Open Mic on Twitter. Let's go back to the bucket, everybody. We're reading some of the live things on the stream. What do they call those? Live comments. Live comments. They just turned into an 80-year-old host. What do they call those? This is another guy that we've seen on the show before. I believe he originally was from Montana a while ago. Put your hands together for Tyler Mesnaro, everybody.
So, hey, I was watching you on say, just start staring into so then I get up to leave before he says something racist. I didn't make it. He just grabbed me on the shoulder. So this guy says, hey, who's that girl? She looks good. You know, it's like, you know, Vegas, did you say things? He said, that's Beyonce. We used to have magazines and girls like that back in the war. Magazines were called Tan. You know, because she's blonde. Which, you know, as far as the racist things go, like, other than that, like, it doesn't sound as much like a racial slur as like a refreshing drink. You get a Starbucks, you know, like, what's up? Can I get a tall mulatto, please? Actually, that's
Wait, I always love that. I want to hear the end of it though, even though the bear came out so close.
actually,
Go ahead.
Actually, it's honest, my grandfather prohibited because like when it's so dark.
Okay, I think the bear saved you on that one. So, did your grandpa really say that?
Yeah, he actually.
So what did you really say when he said that? Did you laugh in his face? Like, what happened?
He actually followed me like out of the room until he finished his own. And I just kind of looked at him like, wow, that's crazy. Nuts to it. Really, like, I don't know what you say to like an 8-year-old man that says something like that.
I think he's saying, bust out that dick, let's jerk it together, Grandma. You're not Jewish, huh?
No.
That's how we do it, Jewish families. That's right. Yeah, your grandfather invented the phrase dirty Jew. I like the rubbing the stomach part. I really, I don't know, there's a lot of things. I worded or made it a little bit more.
They just don't see where you're, like, instead of making it, that's really, really where you want to go. You could always do that, but they just think there's more to the genuine. Him actually saying that, and they want to know more. Like, what happened then? What did he follow you to tell you about the black magazines? It sounds so entertaining. Like, there's no show where there's just some crazy 80-year-old man that is actually just saying whatever comes to his mind.
Well, like, he lives at my uncle's cabin.
He lives in your uncle's cabin.
This is the most Montana story of all time. It's like weird porn and racism and cabins.
He sits there and he watches, like, this.
Yeah, oh shit, God. Wow. Willie, how'd you get on the cover of this magazine? It's a great headshot, Willie. You should use that as your Twitter avatar. Wow, so that's the real thing. It's 25 cents.
I like that, like
the captions. Yeah.
What fool I was. How I was a fool.
Up across the color line.
Oh, it's not the porn magazine? No, it's a gossip magazine?
It's basically like 50 Shades of Black, is what it seems like.
It can't be a porn magazine with this person. It's right. It's a gossip. It's a gossip magazine, is what it says. That's crazy. Your grandfather was essentially reading like Ebony magazine in 1920. You painted your grandfather being this racist. He's a fucking progressive.
Tyler, what's in this magazine? I'm guessing your grandpa gets a boner when he sees a bottle of Aunt Jemima. So.
Now that was racist.
No, it's not. That lady looks like Aunt Jemima.
I feel like anytime you say that, it's racist. Even if it's actually Aunt Jemima on the magazine.
But yeah. So Tyler, what other is that it as far as crazy stuff your grandpa says?
Like, he reads like Tom Clancy novels and watches the world's craziest water slides
all the time. Oh wow! Okay, there's something there.
Look at that one. That was real crazy.
Jesus, has he ever put on water slides?
Well, I found out like what it was. It was kind of like sci-fi a little bit because they only show like really high water slides. It's like close-ups, like city months.
Do you know what pornography is? He's like, I'm pretty sure that gossip magazine and that water slide show was porn.
It fits in line with what my grandfather thinks.
Wow. Your grandpa watches hours and hours of girls going down water slides.
There's a marathon, so maybe it's just a special occasion.
Yeah. Jeff Ross, what do you think about Tyler?
Brian's pulling up.
Oh, Jesus, Brian.
He's streaming porn for no reason.
Willie, what do you think about Tyler?
I want to know more about
That's right.
how old is he? You guys ever go out and play money or something? He was drinking, joined the Navy because he got a DUI, like 19, whatever. So you're a patriot. He basically said, like, you can either go to war or you can go to jail.
Sounds cool, your grandpa.
Yeah.
I wish he was here today.
Tyler, we had a blast with you.
Thanks,
You had the, you have all the comedy flavor of a glass of water, and we really like your style. That's great. Did you get that shirt here or in Montana? Really? Yikes. I love it. Tyler, have a good night. Thank you. He's on Twitter at Tyler Miz. He's got a lot of pockets on that shirt. None of those pockets needing a better shirt. Good shirt roast joke that gets nothing in the live room. It's good. I know you guys got distracted by fucking what's that idiot's name about the thrift store? This moron looks like this. There he is. This one.
Backwards here, guys. Guys, give it up for Mac.
Max, everybody.
What the hell?
This is an interesting one. This looks like a new name, which is a relief. Put your hands together for Brian Blank. Here he comes, Brian Blank. This has to be Brian Blank, right? Wow, it's not.
You know what that means, Willie Hunter?
He just got blacklisted. That's what happens when you miss your spot on a live show. That guy over there makes a bunch of sounds. Might pull another name out of the bucket. And that name is Sean Bigley. Human being just stood up in the back of the room like, okay, this has to be Sean Bigley. He's making a right turn and he's approaching the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, it's Sean Bigley, everybody.
Yo, dog, how old are you? Yo, dog, how old are you?
Is it normal to have to regret time?
There you go. He did it. A lot of heavy breathing during that set. It's a long walk from the back of the belly room, huh? That 25-foot walk, it's that heart pumping, huh? I like your style. You do not fit in the clothes that you're wearing. Do you know that?
It's new.
Did you just gain 40 pounds in the past week? You just haven't gone shopping yet?
Wait, did you say it's new?
Yeah, I just gained a lot of weight.
Oh, the weight is new. Because there's no excuse for that sweatshirt being new.
I just don't want to buy new clothes when I'm still fat and I go to get skinny again.
Yeah, no, it's Fat Kevin Christie, ladies and gentlemen. It's Kevin Crispy.
Oh, shit. So, Brian, what's happening? Where are you from?
Sean.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Brian didn't show up. Sean, where are you from? 2 years ago. Okay. How long have you been talking about killing animals?
I got sick about 6 months ago, so
Oh, that was a real story.
yeah, my it's got arthritis in his back leg, so he can't stand up much anymore. So I can do it first year. Yeah, so I guess.
When your dog dies, how are you going to eat him?
So was the tying your shoe joke, was that like a tested joke that you knew would work?
I have no tested jokes.
Oh, how long have you been doing stand-up?
Wow! Look at that! It's been a few weeks. That's one of my favorite things. Is when you get sprung on you. That's my favorite thing. That's so cool.
First time on stage ever?
Yeah, dude.
Well, first bit of advice: don't call Jeff dude. It's overly familiar. But I would start. One bit of advice would be to start with the short joke at the beginning. So do the tie. It's like an establishing joke. To like, here's who I am. And no offense on the fat jokes or whatever. But like you say like it's like you acknowledge it. Okay, I know what you're thinking or whatever. But don't ever say that. But you know what I mean? That little joke up front about tying your shoes, and then they go, oh, who's that guy? And then you go into your weird story about murdering animals.
Did you ever see a Mice and Men?
Yeah.
He takes him out like gently every nice day. He doesn't know what to do.
Yeah, we all know what happens in that book. So, Sean, how long have you wanted to do stand-up? Like, what's the deal? Did you know what you were walking into tonight?
Yeah.
What do you mean? How do you?
You guys, I don't know. It's just me. General way it seems like to get
Gentle.
I don't know. People have seen lately.
Lately?
I like that you seem like you know your material.
I see myself money over myself madness. But then that's I think that you could get away. I think there was a funny joke in that story, which is that you say I have to put my dog down. But I think what you were trying to say is I have to put my dog down. I'm sorry, that's not what I meant. I meant I have to kill him. Like, right? Yeah, that's like a euphemism. Right. You mumbled right over that, and so you're talking about murdering a dog, and so you're going to want to stick that punchline. It's not going to work anyway. You know what I mean? It's like, totally. Yeah. Yeah. And especially when it comes to murdering a dog, you're just like, oh, this guy's going to kill his dog.
What do you do for work?
Oh, you're awesome. I have a new bit of advice. Just don't bother. This is not, you don't want this.
Do you actually at work? Like, are you a realtor? Are you some kind of like paralegal or something?
Yeah, actually, Jeff Ross, I represent.
Oh, well, then you're definitely an attorney. Everybody knows that every attorney loves Jeff Ross.
Jeff Ross is great.
Are you a real attorney? Yeah, I'm a Jeff Ross fan, of course.
No, I represent military veterans. Whoa. You're awesome. You're awesome. Thank you. You're great. I mean, yeah. I like this guy. I think he's the best guy I've ever met. Thank you.
I don't know if I believe it. This sounds like every shady attorney ever, right? Just like, oh yeah, I only represent military guys that have been kicked out of their houses and whatnot. What do you really do? Where do you make the fucking big bucks, dude? Tell us the truth. How do you get those fancy, extra small clothes? Where's the money? Let's talk about the fucking money.
I make $38,000.
I actually work for veterans.
What? What about?
You're a hero.
Why did you choose that sort of law?
Why claim other people's pictures? They're mine. Why? Why not? They're mine now. Why? Because I put that text over it. It's unique.
I feel like a jerk. I think you should start it. You should do it.
Really? Yeah. Why? Why not?
Maybe work out the real dark king. Because I don't think of Mice Men as a dated reference. I mean, that's the point of Mice Men. I think it's safe to talk about a Mice Men on stage. I was wrong. You're speaking wrong. I'm so sorry. You should probably get some laces on your shoe. Yeah, right. I didn't think of that until tonight.
Copyright. Yeah, and I copyrighted it. It's like declaring bankruptcy. I declare bankruptcy. That's all you gotta do. Really?
I heard you mention
Maybe.
Ronaldo real quick. He was a lawyer. This is a criminal comedian. It's pretty cool. You know, work.
Part of it was, yeah, he stood up like 7 years in the law, 2 years in the law. That's part of it.
Yeah, you're going to be able to really connect with those vets that you work with because if you keep going stand up, you're going to bomb a lot. So prepare for that.
By the way, you doing stand up once. I mean, even if you just never do it again, you should be proud of yourself for even trying it. You definitely dressed for a podcast, so that's
But it's actually, there's something really interesting about you, which is that you're this like hipster looking dude that is a military attorney. I think that's really, to me, that's very intriguing. And I would like to hear, if you're going to do stand-up again, I want to hear you talk about that. Like, how do they treat you when you walk in? Like, you're obviously, there's something intriguing and interesting about you. It's not usually this small. It's just, no, I'm not talking about
It happened this morning. You ate a 70-pound sub or something for breakfast? Like, what happened? What are we talking about here?
If you get your owner, do you sneeze? Like, what happens?
No, you're right.
That is so fucking awesome. Congratulations on having your first time on stage here with us.
Thanks, man.
Sean Bigley, everybody. You saw it here. There you go. Getting a handshake from...
I don't think he's going to bomb. I think he's going to murder.
Oh, I see what you did there. Sean Bigley is at SF Bigley. SF Bigley on Twitter. So go on the newest comedian in the world because he just started 7 minutes ago. Let's get another one up here, everybody. Maybe it'll be somebody else's.
I like this part of the show. This is what I can eat.
Yeah,
This guy's eating a pretzel of it.
you have 60 seconds to eat. You're
Well,
ready?
not during the part, but then they're jokes, but I mean,
Oh, yeah. All right. Here we go. The next person coming up goes by the name of Faith Choice. There she comes. Faith Choice, ladies and gentlemen.
So sometimes I want to have kids, but like most of the time, like I don't know if you can tell by looking at me, but I'm trying to get to.
Yeah, 71,000 views.
This is not, you know, I die with the bubble wrap. Like you're not dying like death, and you're like, ooh, bubble wrap, pop, 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 pop. I don't think real women necessarily have to have curves. I do think that they should have eyebrows. I see one particular where it looks like a fell-faced person on the adult pencil. It's right. How many puppies are there?
Fuck yeah, Faith Choice.
excellent. Yeah. How long have you been doing it? Let me guess. I got a different feedback.
I just started it.
Changes everything, right?
It does. I like the second joke a lot. The part that you're not being comfortable. I just want to say in close, you're so much funnier here than most of them. I didn't get the bubble wrap thing at all.
Oh, yeah, I should have told it.
What do you mean?
You want to preserve your vagina?
It's like right out of the box. Fresh out of the box. Okay. It reminded me of like some kind of weird STD situation. I've been through that a lot, so that might be my baggage.
So it's sort of like razor bumps.
I don't know what I just went pop, pop, pop. At first I thought Two-Black Crew.
You're blacker than me.
Thank you so much for saying that. I really appreciate that a lot. You made my night. You're the best comic here.
Where are you from, Faith?
LA.
LA.
Yeah, Long Beach.
Yeah.
Some great material. I really enjoyed it.
Why have you been so on and off for 6 or 7 years?
Just like I used to have like 7 years.
What do you do for work?
I did a lot of sales, I did a lot of customer service.
Where are you selling?
Should I sell car warranties? I sell a lot of stuff on the
Oh, interesting. So you must have been into that. Just working with people.
yeah, like I mean, that's I'm actually not.
I gotta say though, I like the idea. The second joke was my favorite, and the idea. Now, I don't know if this is an offensive question. You're not trans, right? You don't consider yourself that.
I'm just
So, yeah. So I like that. That's what I felt from that joke. I think that's a cool. Because I know there's trans comedians, and there's obviously a lot of non-trans comedians. Most no. So the idea of something that's just sort of blasé about gender is something I feel like I've never seen anybody really talking about. I'll say, but it just isn't like a Politico talking about trans stuff. It's just like I don't care about like I don't relate to gender. I think that's a cool area for you.
Yeah, I totally agree. And I think that in almost any set, like people are going to want to hear something about that from you. You know what I mean? Like some good acknowledgement to that. And I think that even in 1 minute, just the one joke about I might not be comfortable having a vagina, I still don't think it's enough, you know what I mean?
Right, I want to know more. Like somebody that's just ambivalent about gender is really an intriguing idea. Like I want to know more about that.
But like, what if you don't mind talking? Like, what are you? Like, what's your thing?
I mean, if I have to just, I have to like write it out. Someone asked me, gay.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't like calling myself a lesbian.
Oh, now I get
It
it.
just sounds sexy.
It's not Moses.
I gotta get one of my classes are in the show. I mean, I think that is so cool because there's so much polarized politics over like gender and weird stuff. That somebody that like what you're talking about, like not really caring about it, but being in the spectrum or whatever, I think is like such a weird, cool idea. Like something, you know what I mean? You know what I mean?
It's absolutely like that laugh that you heard when you said pretty gay is because that's the sound of all that tension being released from everybody's, you know, mindset, what they're curious about.
Tension being released like a pop air bubble on a pussy. Oh, yeah.
So what else?
So,
I really like your stage presence. You have a really mellow vibe and you have really good jokes to back it up. Like, how do you get up on stage every week? I mean, how long of a 7 you say in 6 to 7 years are you comfortable with doing?
that's where I'm at.
Because I felt a little
terrified.
You seem really shy. I mean, like little eye contact. Are you a shy person in general?
I'm kind of. I don't know. If you don't know me, then you might call me aloof. Like if you see me out and about, but I don't know. I don't like most people. But I mean, people grow on me and I grow. So.
Fuck yeah.
I'm terrible
Just
at
chill.
interviews.
You're terrible at interviews.
I'm terrible at talking about myself when I'm just not. I'm not just telling jokes. Like when people are asking me real questions about.
I think you're super cool. You're like Wanda Sykes on Sudafed.
Yeah.
And I love that. Faith Choice, everybody.
You dropped it.
She's on Twitter at Team Sexy Boy. Faith Choice. And Team Sexy Boy. It's fun. Back to the bucket you go. This looks like another new name for your hands together for Elon Woods. Wow, from deep in the back. This is the Price is Right entrance right here. Camera wasn't even on it. Here he comes, everybody. Elon Woods.
Okay. 10 seconds.
I suffer from dyslexia, so when I masturbate, I actually apparently healthcare is illegal. I can get healthcare this year because I have a job. Like my friends fucking done it. I want to see the government try and stop me from fucking sneaking Butterfingers into my bedroom because I've been doing that for 27 fucking years, but no one's seen that. So they can make me help me. Apparently Hemingway, there was a limitation to how many times you would ejaculate. So I started it when I was 12 years. Katy Perry's on top of the list. There's nothing worse than being homeless in this world. I can tell you this because I have been homeless. This is a true fucking story. It sucks. And I will stop that story.
Wow. You want to finish that one?
Yeah. Alright, so as
I want to see if this is the one that like wins everybody over.
basically, I was homeless and I was contemplating robbing a bank. Basically, I decided that if I was in prison, I would at least have a roof over my head, food on my plate, and every now and then get someone to fuck me. But when you're homeless, nobody will fuck you except for life, and you get tired of that giant fat dick in your ass.
There you go. You can really connect with that crowd in a homeless shelter sometime with that joke.
I had some other jokes I couldn't get to it. I was
I bet that's what happens when you only have 60 seconds to do jokes. I like that you have a mechanical pencil behind your ear.
No, it was dope. Don't do that.
Please keep everything on. We want you as covered as we can be. Settle down, Elon. Bring the energy down a bit. I know your blood pressure is thumping right now. Just breathe in through the nose, out through the mouth. Everything's gonna be okay. Yes, Brian.
No, it's not. It's just like this cool thing that he's got going on.
What is it?
Like, I like how you just sauntered up here. Like, you know what I mean? Like, you've been doing comedy for 40 years. Everybody here was fucking lucky to be seeing you. And you look over to her like, should I start now, bitch?
Right.
And then you just start like, all right, I'll start now, motherfucker. And then you just have nothing to say. I thought that was cool.
I have something to say about you and your name.
Oh, yeah? What about my name?
My dad's best friend is Moshe. They're not friends anymore. They still are.
You're a Jew?
I'm a Jew.
A homeless Jew? Holy fuck!
Where's the fucking 800?
It's called a wandering Jew. That last joke, though, right? Do you like it? I thought the last joke was good, the homeless joke. Yeah. It's not political. If it's true, it's not political at all.
Sorry, talking to this. I was talking to you.
You're like Jonah Hill if he didn't have a funny bone in his body.
Yeah. I've heard that, actually. Thank you.
I never saw anybody stand up like they're double parked. You looked at your notes 5 times in 60 seconds.
So the first time I did stand-up was at McCabe's in Santa Monica, and the next I did really good actually. People laughed. I was the funniest person there, but they actually shut down the club the next week.
Oh, you were that good?
True story.
What? Was that on a Tuesday?
It was on Tuesday, and weird about it wasn't a fucking Tuesday.
Got the club going on a Tuesday.
How long have you been doing stand-up?
This is my second time on stage.
Wow, so you did the place in Santa Monica and that closed down.
Yep.
And you just had your next spot at the world-famous Comedy Store. Open since 1972.
What if Paulie ran in the back and was like, we're closing the place down?
Dude, everybody's gotta go. We just got word, right? So, like, I'm sorry, but, like, we have to do it right now, okay? I don't know, but, like, we gotta get everybody, because they're about to turn it into something else.
I have a Pauly Shore drink.
Nobody wants to hear more of your fucking jokes. What are you trying to tell us about? No, it's not.
Great joke.
It's a great drink.
All right, great joke. Who wrote it? No, okay, so let's talk some wait, what do you mean it's a great joke? Well, wait, the other jokes. Why didn't you do it with a great joke?
Those are all serious jokes.
Well, everything you told tonight was a great joke?
Do you even remember this great Pauly Shore joke, or do you have to look at us?
Yeah. He's cocky.
For a guy that writes his jokes on the fortunes inside of cookies, it's one of the best. What's your Pauly Shore joke?
So I was walking down Hollywood Boulevard and I saw Pauly Shore's star on the fucking sign. And it was right where the curve meets the street. And I wonder if the fucking Mason worker knew that his career was going to go straight down to the
Do you hear that silence?
Yeah.
Well, hold on, I'm trying to look up grades here. Just, you know what grades is great? Great clips. That's a place where you get a good haircut.
Great Big Bear.
You have no right to be goofing on Pauly and Pauly's
No. I actually love Pauly Shore. He met me once at Newsroom Cafe. I had long hair like the fat guy from Lost.
Oh, wait, this is a great story.
This is a true story. It's not a joke. If I see Pauly, he'll remember the story. He called me to his fucking table and asked me how I was doing.
Right, because he thought you were somebody else.
Exactly.
Yeah.
size.
That is true.
Yeah.
That is very true, Jeff. No, you're adorable.
Thank you. You're adorable.
Good luck with your third time on stage. Take your jacket off next time. Memorize your shit. And you'll do
Put
better.
your belt on. Your belt is literally off.
Just
You know
hang it
that?
off and two sides.
Why is your
I just took a piss before I came up here.
Hey, can that Veterans Affairs lawyer come back and help this guy? Oh, Jesus. Don't ever do that again either. Where are you from originally?
I am originally from Miami, Florida.
How long have you been in LA?
I've been back in
87 pounds.
I've been here back and forth since I was like 15. My brother's from the rest 15 out here. So I've been back and forth working for them and shit. And
I'm guessing food taster.
yeah.
Wait, I have some real advice for you.
Please.
I would just take the ego down, like all of it.
Yeah.
No, it's okay. I don't care. There's a lot of maybe card. I hear you, but you're not there yet.
Yeah.
You've been doing comedy. You don't do comedy. You've never done comedy. Never. And so I would just say, be humble and start and just tell your jokes. You know, the swagger. I thought it was charming on the way, but then when you did the thing where you were like, "It's a great joke," I was just like, "Oh, okay." You've got like a defense thing you're doing.
I completely agree with Moshe. Less ego and less egos. You gotta eat healthier. Some vegetables in that diet.
Tony,
Less maple syrup.
I'm gonna take that to heart. Literally to my heart.
I believe it. Fuck yeah. Elon Woods, everybody. There he goes. It's not on Twitter. There he goes.
He's not on Twitter. It's the only thing I like about him.
Can't afford Twitter.
Close your belt, Elon. You're a very scary individual. Got a great joke. There he goes. Not on Twitter, by the way. So if you're looking for Elon, you're just gonna have to find him on your local pedophile database. This looks like a new name for sure. Put your hands together for Christina Marie Leonard.
Hey guys, so I've always had a lot of guy friends, and lately I'm trying to make more girlfriends in my life. And what I realized is why I don't have a lot of girlfriends. Because I'm sure both genders know that we just talk a lot, and we talk about like the worst things ever, like how to weight, diet plans, you know, like paleo juicing. Can we just go back to losing weight in the traditional ways, like the flu? No, I'm serious, because we've all been flu's going around, and I had the flu recently, and you guys, you gotta try this shit. Like, you lose lots of weight, you lie in bed all day, and you don't have to shower. Mostly because you're afraid that you're gonna shit in the shower. More than that, you're basically just sitting on the toilet shitting all day. And then you think to yourself, wow, I really should have tried that juice cleanse. But to any of those of you out there, I'm sure in California, if you guys tried a juice cleanse, yeah? So then you know that you're still shitting all day. Alright, thank you guys.
Yeah, Christina Marie Leonard. Where are you from, Christina? Microphone. Yeah.
I'm from Omaha, Nebraska.
Oh, yeah. Wow. You're whiter than Willie.
Yeah.
You're super new on stage, right?
Yeah, well,
Your background.
yes.
Big time. I can tell by the way that you just took the mic out of the mic stand and said, yeah, after you realized that you had been talking to the mic. It's the theater way that you did it.
Yeah, and I like trapped myself in the corner.
Yeah.
Like I once ended up on the rafters during Oklahoma. Like I got stuck as a
Wow.
Yeah.
I bet Oklahoma goes super huge in Nebraska, huh?
Except for when it's football.
How long have you been on stand-up?
Not like a year and a half, but I've really been focused on it for like the past 6 months.
That's cool. Is that all here in LA? Year and a half in LA?
Yeah.
How are you enjoying that?
Yeah, I really like it. Like it at first I was like, oh, I'll try this, and now I've fallen. Terribly. So I have elbows, so like if you tickle me, I'll kill you.
Wow.
How about this?
Jesus Christ, Ryan, there you go. Every episode there's a part.
Yeah, coming up here, Elon Wooding all over the stage.
Oh my god.
Well, you did a couple things, just to give you some real feedback. A couple things that I just like. I know little pet peeves. Like you asked an audience a question and then you wait, like you needed them to answer you before you continue. Then why do you need to? What good is it? Yes, I've been on a juice plunge. Like finally, I can tell the rest of my joke. Just fucking tell the joke. You know what I mean? I hate those rhetorical questions. I hate, but also waiting for the answer.
Yeah.
I don't get that.
I did that for a long time, way longer than I should have. I used to always think, like, even when, my first year or two, when a couple good to great comedians told me, like, you don't need to ask questions. Even I was like, no, I think it's part of my thing. And, you know what I mean? I just try to fucking rationalize it. So it never ends with that until you just realize that mathematically just plow ahead and everybody will go on the trip with you.
Right. There's nothing ever funny in the question.
Right.
I've never seen the question being the funny part.
And it never changes compared to the answer. You're going to say what you're going to say next anyway.
The question thing's sort of new, so I'm happy to.
Right. But that goes for like everything. You'll notice with other things. Do you guys know about this? It's like either they do or they don't, so you might as well just move forward.
The other thing I would say is you could have cut the entire first 30 seconds of your act where you were talking about the girlfriend. There was nothing there. You were just trying to get to the flu. So why not just like start with how come everybody's dieting? How come we don't just what about the old way, the flu? And now we're talking. Now I see the diarrhea dribbling down your leg, and I like it. You know what I mean? Now I'm on board comedically. I see you in the shower. It's a brown shower. I'm in.
Thank you. What do you like about LA that wasn't in Nebraska?
Everything. Yeah, I tried to escape several times. Like I dropped out of college the first week of my senior year, and then I was broke, so I said, might as well. But it just the billboards. There's like entertainment here, not just a CVS.
And is stand-up your overall goal, or are you still doing a lot of acting and stuff?
Both now. Yeah.
That's cool.
The other web series are like just trying to.
You sing too. You sing too.
I do sing a little bit. Alto.
I believe the mic guy was stand like you were about to bring the house down. Are you going to sing for us tonight?
I don't know.
Yeah.
Oh God.
Yeah.
All right. If you want me to sing, I'm not like a singer, but I'll sing for you. I'll do a little Chicago. Is that okay?
And I don't want to pull your leg or anything. Jeez.
I'm not singing, but I'll sing Chicago.
Come on, baby, why don't we paint the town? And all that jazz, I'm gonna rouge my knees and pull the stockings down. And all that jazz.
Fuck yeah.
Yeah, that's great.
You're right. You're definitely not a singer.
I warned you.
But you're so ballsy, and thank you, and thanks for being part of the show tonight. Christina Marie Leonard, everybody.
Thanks for putting up with my singing.
All right, this is the part of the show where every single week since its inception, we've had two comedians come up and they write and perform a brand new minute each week. These do not come out of the bucket. They are already, they do the same spot each week, so they're always preparing a new minute once a week, which is pretty crazy. And this week's no different. Going up first tonight, Florida dropout. She had her very first time on stage in this room, Anna Kiltony, just like you saw motherfucking Sean Bigley do tonight. And she's been doing it every single week since. The new minute tonight, we're going to get together for Kimberly Long.
It's really hard being a college dropout and a struggling artist because every time I get a phone call from an unknown number, I don't know if it's a callback or a bill collector. I never know if I should answer. I wish that any of my relationships were as committed as Sally Mae is. That bitch is persistent. Calls every morning. She's checking on me too.
some, you're like, Dad, like you never met your dad. You're like, no, it's Sally Mae calling you. Oh, that is funny that you don't know your dad. I find that hilarious.
There you go. That's how it happened.
You're blacker than Willie.
I am the blackest person in this room. All right.
I love this rider we have on Willie right now. Who, by the way, is not a runner, which is one of the things that's not black about it. Willie is from Alabama.
Willie's a perfect combination of like a beautiful blonde Alabama country girl and Bill Cosby doing a one-nighter. In 1985, I'm guessing.
Young Cosby. Raise the roofie, buddy. Raise the roofie. Kim.
Willie! I'll never. The first time I met your mama. It was at the Knights of 50th Hall. Sold out show. She was in charge of my fruit platter. She wanted some career advice. All right, well,
We were just going to let you go for as long as you would have gone for it.
now, Camille and I are very disappointed that you turned out as the Iron Patriot. Kim,
What's your advice for Kim?
I'd like to see you in my dressing room. After the show, I got some decaffeinated coffee.
The decaffeinated part is the creepiest part. I don't know why, but it is.
Here's the coffee making her sleepy. I put the roofie in the pudding.
Do a great costume.
Actually, Jeff, I think that is the proof to anybody that is new that wants to do impressions. I always think that an accurate impression is less funny than a funny impression. Like, not an accuracy is like, wow, you're a talented juggler.
Who made you the comedy expert?
Is it how we're doing it?
I've been doing comedy since the Jim Crow laws. Was it full effect?
Oh, I love it. I love it. Kim, how's comedy been going for you? You do spots everywhere else. You started here. Everybody gets to watch your progress every week.
Yeah, they're going good. I was in Pasadena last week. Me and my chick are going to San Diego.
How fun.
I'm doing the roast battle tomorrow.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Many have called her the Ronda Rousey of roast battle.
Yeah.
You are undefeated, correct? 4-0, 3-0. Wow.
4-0.
Whoa! Look at that. Where did she get that confidence from? Ladies and gentlemen, there she was again. Kimberly Collington, everybody. She's on Twitter at Kimberly Collington. So follow her, be a fan. Pair of hands together for your final regular of the night. She also writes and performs a new minute every single week. The goofy, fun stylings of Sarah Weinstein, everybody. She is Sarah Weinstein.
Deli meat. It's a weird one. It's like, how do you know how much to order? Whenever I go to the deli counter and they ask me how much, I just say an eighth. Yeah, can I get an eighth? That board's head. Sausalito turkey. It's the only place where you get a ticket, but the counter behind the deli doesn't match where you are on your ticket. It's like, I'm number 76, the counter says 4, and there's only one other person here. What the fuck is going on?
if you've ever had.
That's a great joke. Really funny.
You should have chopped it off though, right at the end of it. Then on the eighth, you don't need to do that other.
The other part takes away from it.
Or you could tag it with something else. But either way, you know what I mean? Like, an eighth is, I think it paints a great picture of exactly how much deli meat you're getting. You know, if you're throwing a party, you ask maybe for a half ounce or, you know, an ounce of.
Yeah, or if you just want to sample, you just want to taste. Sweet taste.
And a sweet taste of that roast beef.
Is this podcast just grooming people for sexual assault for you?
Ryan is,
Not with this one.
Why do you bring I thought we were friends.
Sarah. What were we talking about? Lunch meat. That's right. How's Spots Other Places been going for you?
Not great. I mean, they've been good, yeah. I'm excited about it.
Alright, cool.
The ice house was fun for me.
Yeah.
Heard she destroyed me. See her kiss some bucks.
Yeah, thanks.
Wow.
Kim did great too. Phil Snyder did well. Nice.
You guys have a hell of a work ethic. It's pretty crazy. Most comedians don't attempt to write a new minute each week. Yeah.
You can see, you know, from the last time I was here, actually, you and Kim, your confidence level for both of you to close up a show like this is way improved since the last time I guessed. So congratulations. You can see the hard work paying off.
Yeah. Super cool. Super fun.
That joke's just great. I mean, it joke, so much information too. It's like I like that joke where there's backstory that is never told. You know, like hi at the deli. Like you don't have to say that. We all see you with your half shut eyes. By you know.
And you know, maybe you could even stretch out the end of that ticket joke longer too. But you know, maybe there's more to that. Like where are these 74 people in between? Ticket.
Maybe they're in the back while smoking some of that ham or something like that. Yeah, Cody has, that's great.
Maybe just a dab. Well, Sarah Weinstein, so much fun. Another great new minute. Sarah Weinstein. She's on Twitter at Princess Shank. Follow her and Kimberly Condon. Two regulars of Phil Tony crushing lately. So much fun. Guys, that's episode 94 of Phil Tony. It just happened right behind you. With a painless needle. You didn't even feel it sting. It happened so quickly. Thanks for the food from the lovely Elise Lane. She's great. She's at the Girl Up with a Pan on Instagram and Facebook. She's at Elise Lane on Twitter. Willie Hunter is Willie Hunter at Will Hunter Show on Twitter. Is the best. What's coming up, Willie? Promote your new podcast.
God, so Willie talks this Wednesday at Sovereign Sire. All-Star, yeah?
Fuck yeah.
Hell yeah.
Thank you for listening to the live stream here tonight.
Yeah, hey, I'll be in Salt Lake City this very weekend. So continue, wise guys.
Salt Lake Moshe. Moshe Tesher. Follow him on Twitter. Catch all of his dates on his website. Jeffrey Ross, the Roast Master General. It's the Roast of Justin Bieber coming up. 2 weeks.
The second generation, like 0 to 60 in 5.8 seconds. Still thinking that's the fastest. Fastest production you can have for a day. So what you do, take it to another level. You're like showcasing how fast and furious. Once it's all said and done, this beast will prep to become fast and furious. Quick level deal, better order for my Mustang at Cali 12 or Cali 24. Here's my line, but here's your Mustang. I give you some more info. Fast and Furious, never heard of it. They launched the second generation like in 1999.
A brand new episode of Kill Tony Volume 2. Give it up for Tony Extra!
Fuck yeah. Hello, live audience. That's it. We're here. We're here again. with you on a Monday.
It's all said and done. It's
Hey guys, we are live right now via Restream. Hundreds around the world. And thank you, live audience. Welcome everybody. Episode 95. We are very close to episode 100, Brian.
That's right.
April 13th, I believe it is. We are plowing it together 400 people now on Sunday nights just like this. That's April 13th, episode 100. I don't want to get anything another way, but Bumper is going to be there, everybody. Yeah, the voice of the UFC. I'm not gonna tell you what part in that show he's going to have. The guy who announces people's names for the UFC. I won't give anything away, but Bumper will not only be in it, but he will be part of that show. That's episode 100. We're going to go back. Reagan, live streaming, pre-show guru. So we're doing it that way from now on. Pat Reagan just play that part, right? Okay, just making sure we're on the same page. Just making sure you're watching the show like a diehard fan right now and not ready for me to call you back up. Pat Reagan, one more time, everybody. Our chef is our only sponsor. She cooks us a meal every Monday that's always delicious. She just got hired as Russell Peters' personal chef, comedian, millionaire, extraordinaire Russell Peters. And there she is right there. It's Elise Lane, everybody. Wow. Tonight she made us seared salmon with sauteed zucchini, squash, and eggplant, pine nuts, and herbs, and it's going to be delicious. So, for all of you that didn't eat before listening to this podcast or watching it, go fuck yourself. I want to give a special shout out to my man Frank, who made it all the way here from Buffalo, New York. He's in the middle of the room. Guys, he gave me the WrestleMania anthology. No big deal. Just showing his appreciation for a free podcast that's streaming around the world. He knows I love professional wrestling, specifically older professional wrestling. And now I have all the years between 89 and 94. The years that I love the most, Brian. It's like he knows me.
My virginity was lost on disc number 1.
Really?
No, actually, disc number 2. Number 3, 1987.
1987. Wow,
Yeah.
I was 3. And I'm so happy about it. Oh, another thing which reminds me, guys, tonight, guess who's on Carson Daily? It's me, everybody. I'm on Carson Daily tonight. So for those of you watching the live stream right now, why not grab your remote control and set your DVR so that you can see me on Last Call with Carson Daily? You can set your DVR because I don't expect you to stay awake until 3:45 in the morning, which is when I will be on NBC. But it's just me on NBC for those few minutes.
Is this where they record you and then they have a cut in with you reflecting about life?
Yeah.
Where'd you do that? At your house?
The show was at the Ice House, the home of many Death Squad great shows, one of my favorite parts out in Pasadena. And, but I give a shout out to the Comedy Store in Youngstown, Ohio. And most importantly, the words "Kill Tony" will be heard on NBC tonight, everybody. The show you're at. You realize how cool you motherfuckers are? You're in that show. All right, let's get this thing going. Every week we have a head of security who comes out and keeps us safe. It's always somebody different because the original guy who did it the first 30-some episodes told us that he was irreplaceable and that if we didn't figure something big out for him, he was going to leave the show, and he did. He fucking did. But to show him how replaceable he is, we replaced him with literally a different Iron Patriot each week. This week's no different. Pair hands together for a Repeat Patriot. This full-blown autism. I mean, he really has autism. That's not a joke, but he owns it. He is Autistic Thunder, the Autistic Patriot. Fuck yes. One of our favorite Patriots. This is about the 4th or 5th time he's been keeping us safe. What's the exact number? I'm sure you know. 7? Wow. Stop right to the side of that microphone. You hear that? There it is. Josh Meyerowitz, everybody. One of my favorite rising comedians through the ranks. How long have you done stand-up now, Josh?
I just hit 6 years.
6 years, this motherfucker. With autism. That autism does not hold you back. Some people say you're the Rain Man of comedy. Is that the right disease? No, right?
No, that's classic autism.
Whoa. Fuck yeah, I'm high functioning. functioning too right now.
Do you look down on
I
those
smoked a
people?
joint before this, guys.
Do you look down on those kind of autistic people?
No, in fact, I feel less pure. I have a bit of an inadequacy. I honestly, when it comes down to it, I tend to not like other autistic people.
Whoa, you hate on your own kind, huh?
Not necessarily hate, just generally feel inadequate.
Why is that?
Because I feel inadequate. Like I said, it feels like the more autistic you are, the smarter you are, the more.
But from my experience, autistic girls are easier. Well, you know, the Burning Red Band is here live streaming. Oh, shit. It's all happening. No editing that one out. Josh, have you ever hooked up with an autistic chick?
Almost. First girlfriend.
And I was right?
No,
How far did you get with her? All right, let's not start with it. Let's have him tell us, Brian. Hey, did you eat her ass with us? Whoa, I just said finger. You know that's what's next with you. You're an animal over here. You're like a seared salmon with sauteed zucchini from Elise Lane. I know the man. I hate myself. Just add Elise Lane on Twitter, everybody. We have our Patreon. Here he is, Autistic Thunder, everybody. You ready to meet tonight's comedians? Josh, are you excited for this one? Yeah! Well, here we go. Here they are. Ladies and gentlemen, two more of my funniest friends. Put your hands together for Sam Tripoli and Joe DeRosa. Here they are. Monsters. Two of the best. Dom Irera. I want to give a shout out to Dom Irera, who got stuck in an airport today. Did you get stuck in an airport? I got in an airport yesterday. Fucking U.S. Air. Those bastards. Sam Tripoli, everybody. One of our favorite guests. Joe DeRosa. This is his first time on the show. One of the funniest guys.
Hi, Joe. How are you?
Hello.
Congrats on Carson Daly, man. That's great.
Thank you.
No, that's big. I remember when you used to have a show, so that's really great that you got that.
Oh, come on, guys.
I'm just kidding. That was the first thing I ever did on TV was Carson Daly.
There you go.
Yeah, he's a really nice guy. Tall.
Yeah.
Real tall.
I wrote for the New Year's Eve special that he hosts, and that was interesting.
That's interesting that you said that was interesting.
Because let's put it this way, I think you could probably figure it out. I, start with the most extreme type of joke, and I have to rewrite it 7 times so that it's impossible to be said on every.
This is the Hinchcliffe method. This is what it is known as in the writers' rooms around town.
Yeah. Unless
They call it the Hinchcliffe method.
it's true. That's only for the few, network things that I've done, but mostly the first draft's the one.
So what, you just you tried to get a couple AIDS jokes on the New Year's Eve
Yeah.
thing, and they were like, oh, maybe that's not our demographic right now.
That's pretty much
Just
it.
use my method, that's all.
Yeah, and you were
Hold it back.
like, that ball dropped faster than Eazy-E's T-cells.
Right.
It kind of sounds like.
Exactly.
There you go. You can't say Eazy-E.
And by the way, what ends up happening in the writers' room for that show is you end up writing so many ball dropping jokes that at the end of it you have to whittle it down to like the best ball dropping jokes.
And what was the best ball?
I knew you were gonna fucking say that, but I can't remember the life of it. But I'm sure it was hilarious. Josh, every single week the Patriot, whoever that Patriot is, asks the guest questions. What do you got for our guest this week?
Yes, today, Joe DeRosa. Joe DeRosa, if you don't know Robert Kelly and Bill Burr, cheat, a guy to Fidelity.
Yeah.
My question is, have you ever cheated on someone and actually said afterwards, I shouldn't have done that?
Yeah, well, we each wrote stories about cheating in the book, and my story was when I cheated on a girl that kept telling me she wasn't my girlfriend, but I wasn't allowed to fuck other people. And then I cheated on her, and then I told her in a diner, and she cried. And I was like, I shouldn't have done it. And then she paid for the meal, which I felt really bad about.
So it's a win-win.
I guess so. Yeah, I got out scot-free. And I remember telling comedian Rita Franklin afterwards that I let her pay for the meal. She goes, oh, no, what the fuck is wrong with you?
That's just brutal.
Yeah, I was young, man. I was like 27.
Oh, that's really young.
That was cheating.
That you probably couldn't even pick it up.
Yeah, I didn't have any money. I come back from featuring at Boca Nuts in Boca Raton, Florida. So I'm not proud of it. I don't condone cheating. The book will tell you how to cheat.
You should cheat.
What was the reason for you weren't allowed to fuck other girls? Was she fucking other guys?
I don't know, man. It's weird, you know. I never encountered a woman that has crazy guidelines for the relationship before.
Did she read this? Did she read the book, or did she
No, this was way before the book. We wrote the books. The book is just supposed to be funny. But we made a movie about cheating. So we wrote the book, but no, I don't know why she would say I'm not ready for commitment, but you're not allowed to sleep with other people. I don't get it. Yeah, you're not allowed to fuck other people when you're married, and you're not allowed to fuck other people when you have a girlfriend. When are you allowed to fuck other people? When are you? Thank you, the single guy who's 48 up there.
When you're a creepy swinger, that's what it is. You're allowed to, when you look like you just live in hot tubs in Florida, that's when you're allowed to.
I don't want to have to end an SNL level sketch of creepy before I'm allowed to fucking.
I'm fine. You know, I think people need to really start looking into open relationships. Like, you can love somebody but want to fuck somebody else. And I think some people, like, I'm fine, honestly, with my girlfriend fucks. As long as she doesn't get pregnant by a black guy, that's the only rule. Because I not just be able to explain it off. That's it. If I can explain it off, I'm fine. If this comes out fucking 50 Shades of Black, I'm fucked. You know what I'm saying?
This is one of Tony's bits for the New Year's.
No.
I think you're giving us an open invitation to fuck your girl, though. So, guys,
She's into it. We've been together 11 years.
so you're in an open relationship with the black guys up for a while.
Sam is so weird. Every comedy show Sam does in town is like the Pussy Fest.
Actually, I've never done a show called Pussy Fest.
It's gonna be a cum bath in here. And then he's like, I wouldn't been with the same girl for 11 years.
See, by the way,
Which is who I am.
By the way, Sam, if I was you, I would say that the only thing that she is allowed to get pregnant with is a black baby, because that's probably the only chance you have of raising an apple. See that?
You guys thought that was me, but he's being honest.
Right. When's the last time you saw an Armenian on the FDA board? Have you boxed?
I was trying to Vegas.
What the fuck are you talking about? What are you boxing?
Oh, funny.
Son of a bitch.
Speaking of sex, I like when Brian was like, "Oh, I lost my virginity to disc one disc in 1984." They didn't have these discs in 1984.
No, disc 3 was on it, which is number 3, WWF.
Oh, it's wrestle. Okay, I really thought that was gonna hit hard. It got nothing.
Yeah.
Explain the romance of this. Explain the lead up and the romance and how you finish the job fucking during WrestleMania.
Were you fucking during the WrestleMania, or were you just saying that the year was...
It was homecoming. It was on pay-per-view. My friend and me double dated. He went upstairs to fuck his girlfriend that he had already fucked while watching WrestleMania upstairs. Freshman in high school, I think. And then I went downstairs to his basement, which was a mattress in a basement.
Oh, shit. I thought you were being the chicks. This
Yeah,
guy.
I'm very nice to women.
And I just remember, like, not enjoying it because I really wanted to see what was on the TV.
So you were losing your virginity, but you were preoccupied with fake men and tights.
I remember it being pretty fucked up.
I'll tell you, I like banging to wrestling because you feel like the announcers are talking about you. Yeah. He's down to the count. Here comes a hard drop.
Listen, it's weird. Red Man.
That was supposed to be shitty, guys. That was supposed to be a shitty
By the way,
joke.
that's really funny.
I think I brought it.
You guys got it pretty nice. Real quick, you know, like if you did it enough, you would only be able to come to pro wrestling. Scientists have discovered them. You can make yourself attracted to anything if you orgasm enough while
That's not true because I can barely come like any other dog in the room. My dog in my room watches me every time.
Okie dokie, here we go, everybody. Your next question from Josh is for Sam Tripoli. Hopefully we get a shorter answer.
Well, actually, you have no question. No, I do. I'm getting into it. You don't want to interrupt. Much love.
Whoa, you just got fucking autistic
Your
blasted.
machine is so mean to me.
Fucking straight from the gut.
He must have autism because he just got a fucking weird challenge.
He's got autistic, bro. Guys, seriously, you're killing. You really are. These are shit jokes on purpose.
Oh, come on. Josh, that out there. Live podcast, baby.
Yeah. My question for Sam is: Sam does a show called The Naughty Show. It's a stand-up comedy and burlesque dancing. Have you ever done something that not even you? Has anything ever happened on The Naughty Show that you got in trouble for?
Never got in trouble for anything that happened in a naughty show. Oh, yeah, man, tons of times. The first time we did a show at the improv, this isn't necessarily funny, but it's one of my favorite moments of the improv. We had Belladonna, this adult film star. She was pole dancing, and out of nowhere she pulled out like a 10-inch black dong. And as she was pole dancing, she deep throated the whole thing and did pole work. And the improv didn't appreciate that very much. And but it was one of the greatest moments of comedy of all time. Yeah. Also, there's this follow-up question. Well, honestly, follow-up.
Yes. No, because you mentioned about your girlfriend. I hate to be a great your girlfriend.
What are you doing?
If she fucked you, I'd break up with her. That's all I'm saying. She'd fuck anybody else but you. I've seen your autistic dick. It's not big.
It is small, yeah.
Is it? Yeah.
It's pretty bad.
Really? Can we see it? Real quick.
No.
Show Beyonce over here your dick real quick.
No, Sam.
Why do you see so much dick for? And I fucking see it because Sam stopped.
What is this turned into already?
I don't know. It's partially my fault.
See, like this type of thing, the show your dick thing, that would not fly on the New Year's Eve show with us.
That's apologies. That's why I only play for basic cable. Hey, Sam, I love you. Thank you.
Yeah, there he is. Guys, you know what this is. This is the craziest show in the world. 60 seconds is what comedians get. Guys, you're surrounded, realizing it or not, there's comedians all around you. Smack packed in the back of the room right now. They all signed up for the chance to get pulled out of this bucket, have their name read, and they come on stage and do 60 seconds. And then we talk to them about anything in the world that we want to talk to them about. Comedians, you know your 60 seconds is up when you get the sound that you're getting. So cute. Wrap it up then, or else you're going to bring out the angry West Hollywood bear.
That's a really lame one. You guys have done this before?
I mean, yeah, I was just going to say, West Hollywood Bear used to be a bear, and slowly over the last 30 episodes, it's gotten stranger and stranger. Now it's just unrecognizable and pretty annoying.
Was it a bear like Animal Bear?
Yeah, it's just a bear. And then it was really loud. What was funny was the volume of the bear interrupting people. The performer, they kept trying to go along.
I like that.
I think it's a hard laugh every time, but now there's just like a bunch
There's
of
not
sound
Hollywood.
effects.
Well, you know, that's the second rule of comedy is if it works, don't do it. Don't keep doing it.
Right. Yeah.
Let's change it up. This is a hot crop tonight.
Okay. No, it's good.
There's no electricity in this room. Did all of you drive from Buffalo to get here tonight? Jesus
Yeah.
Christ.
Also, some people from Georgia. Give the guy from Georgia a round of applause.
Georgia? We're in Georgia.
Where in Georgia? Atlanta?
No, I'm going to be at the Laughing Skull in April.
Wow, look at that.
Watch me rock 50 people.
But yeah, you guys ready? Ready to get this thing? You guys ready to get this thing started or what, everybody? The whole cast is here, everybody. Put your hands together for your first comedian doing 60 seconds tonight. He goes by the name of Steve Bennett here. Steve. There's a guy with a hoodie that seems suspicious. No, he went the other way. Wow, that means you just got blacklisted.
Whoa, I got done in Hollywood.
Let it happen, Sam.
Go suck yourself off.
That's what happens when you get blacklisted. The autistic guy makes sounds. Your next comedian doing 60 seconds goes by the name of Rab. Rob, 2 A's, R-A-A-B. Fuck yeah, everybody's scared to death right now. Nobody wants to be first in front of the crowd. That means you just got blacklisted.
Go fuck yourself.
Are you going to change that at some point? Or are you going to stick with the go fuck yourself? And you can just leave the helmet up if you want.
I do it so sporadically that I figured I don't need to change it too much.
You are the most adorable 250-pound man I've ever talked to.
I love you too, Tom.
Put your hands together for your next comedian, Kip Hart, everybody. Kip Hart. This could happen. Anything could happen.
We got movement.
Here we go. Here we go. We know Kip. It's been on before. Kip Hart, everybody. Come on.
Excellent. So, we're in Disneyland. John Cruise. It's funny that John Cruise, they want us to take
It's 51 seconds. You got a 7-second anyway. All right, Kip. Yeah. Nice. So you really work on the jungle cruise?
I do, yeah. So did you go to prison at some point? Did you do drugs? Well, how'd you end up in Disneyland? Just a part-time job. So summer job became a career? So it's not really a career. I just did it part-time.
It seems like it's really affecting your mood and your life. I mean, it's the place of happiness for kids, and you're telling this kid that she should die of AIDS. So what you're...
You have some ignorance. Oh, that's your full of rage. That's nice. Do you like the job? I do, yeah. It's fun. It's actually very nice.
What kind of hours do you work? That's...
Yeah. It's not work. How many just terrorizing kids? That's all. How many runs is that a day on the boat? So it's an 8-minute trip.
So you do 35 or 40 sets of 8 minutes. Wow. Did they really drug test you?
They were talking about it.
Yeah, because that's the best place to do drugs. Do you notice a lot of people? Do you notice a lot of people on drugs there? Because I know so many people that just trip.
Yeah, for sure. It's very helpful.
Do you ever mess with them, or what have you what have you done to somebody that's on mushrooms on the boat?
It depends on what they're doing.
How do you shut them down? Give me an example.
Like one guy was really I was cussing the dads around, so I just stopped the boat. And I said, shut your mouth.
Shut up! Fucking hell! Oh my God! You're allowed to do that? You're
Sure, yeah.
Oh my goodness! What you do? How did you get over at Disney?
About 6 years.
How's it going?
Good joke writer, man. You have some really good structure. You don't waste. I know we're not supposed to get too serious here, but I always do show people always talk over you. Don't waste any time. You get right to it. Well, you got a minute. You got to give it a minute. You'd be amazed. But I thought your jokes are great. Yeah, good stuff.
What else do you do for fun, Kip? What do you do for full enjoyment? Just stand up. A family or anything? Yeah. There's 2 kids. What do? You take them on the 30 years? Wow. Holy shit. Happily?
Yes.
Yeah, it's a live podcast. I get it. She could be watching her shape right now.
Want to know how to? I'm looking up for used copies on Amazon right now. All right, good.
There's plenty, trust me. Kip, what else? Go on.
I just how you got to a little later. What were you doing before you did this? Before comedy? Yeah, just work. That's how I got before. It's how I got Skipper shows. Skipper stand up.
Called a skipper.
We stand up. And asked me to the show, and I never thought of it. Who's the biggest asshole in Disney? Like Mickey Mouse or you're gonna get fired, man.
Yeah. Talk about shit like that.
Okay. Well, then I want to know how much Nazi sympathizing goes on behind the scenes. We have to get them out into the walk.
Wow, what's that?
Try not to.
Gotcha. Fuck yeah, man. Well,
He answered it.
yeah.
He answered it seriously just to keep his job at the very end. He's like, no, it's not very prevalent.
Yeah.
It's like, no, we're just being trivial. No, I know, we're just kidding.
How long have you been doing stand-up in LA? The whole time?
Yes.
Gotcha.
It's great.
Craziest thing you've seen on this.
Yeah, what is the weirdest shit that's gone on? Well, they have this one called Nats. Turned the corner and she had a guy on the leash, collar, and camp dragging her back.
Can I just say something? I love that right after you said there's no Nazi sympathizing at Disney World, your next story, the first thing was I was grouping people onto the train.
We didn't have coal, so we got those two.
Rarely phrased that way. Outside of Nazis.
Kip, we love you. We're rooting for you, buddy. Come back anytime. Kip Hart, everybody.
That wasn't really that day. That was more like BDSM day.
Yeah, totally. It's like
Mr. Someday or something like that.
yeah, interesting stuff. I didn't even know there was a bad day at Disney.
I had a bunch of Batmans running around. I thought that was just
That's weird. I think he
the
told us about the
Matrix subs walking around.
I went on that cruise on my own.
I just can't wait to go to Disneyland to see if I can find him now that I know him.
Yeah.
Because now I know somebody I can smoke with. Hey, just stop the cruise right here underneath this tree. Right? Smoke weed in that one.
Yeah.
Have you been fucked up at Disneyland?
I got really, when I was in Florida, we went to Disney World for spring break once because we were really cool. And I got so fucking high at the campground we were staying in to go to Disney World, and it took so fucking long to get the trams to the parking that I was sober by the time we got in. And it was such a letdown. Maybe got like a 10 minutes of It's a Small World high, and then like that, you know what I mean? First ride, you know what I'm saying? Yeah.
Josh, you ever been to Disneyland?
Yeah, once. Josh told me the best.
You don't have to do. Don't listen to him. You're a lot bigger than him. I mean, if you really want to, if you want to leave the mask down, you can. But
Does it come across with
that's fine with it. All right, cool.
But I like that routine you do where you forgot it was down, then you pull it up. That's funny.
Yeah,
Keep doing it like that.
Let's keep
Just
it
like the movies.
It's like Spaceballs.
Yeah, it's funny. Keep doing it like that. Every time
Whatever works. Yeah, I went to Disneyland once. I didn't like all the crowds.
Really?
It makes me anxious.
Oh, interesting. Anything fun happened when you were there?
The most fun I had is being an arcade. I know. Arcade. I have a big arcade. No. No, yeah, I like arcade games, and I had more fun hanging out just playing those.
I pulled another name out of the bucket. Put your hands together. Your next comedian, Daniel White, everybody. Daniel White.
I love how people get excited for people like it's the Price is Right.
I saw a kid one place.
You know, again, it's one of those SNM slaves. Guy was leather, had a mask. Why did Moses guy was really real way that you can't see that. It was some slave. Right? So that's what's it like? Everything was on his website. And you
one? Yeah, I'd say that one's overkill.
I thought you just made this shit up because I just said the word gimp, and I'm like, oh, he's just freestyling the word gimp. But that you actually prepared for this.
That was going to be the minute that you were going to do, even if Kip before you had said that the weirdest thing out of all of his years at Disney World was some guy in a mask getting
Words are strange and mysterious.
Oh, yeah.
Aggravated that your play on words with the SNL stuff got laughs and my wrestling announcement play on words thing bombed. The crowd's being picky and choosy right now.
Now they're getting warmed up.
I'm just joking. Jeez, you guys look like you're the young version in your cocaine days. From Jesus and cleaned up. I was going to say, I'm the old version. I'll go door to door meeting everybody. Tell them about the
Yeah, it's actually funny that you say that. I'm going to jump in on this one because, Daniel, we met you, what, 4 to 6 months ago or something like that? 4 months ago. I remember you coming on the show a couple times. You got on like a couple weeks in a row right when you started, right? And what I noticed is the last like month or two, I noticed you out back in the pot smoking area where comedians smoke a lot of pot. You'll like run into other comedians there and, guys from the show, and every few minutes, new people rotate in and out. It's the pot smoking area of the comedy store. But what's interesting is most of the people come in and out. What Daniel has done is he has basically marked his territory in this area because he realizes that pretty much every comedian at some point in the night is going to go smoke pot there, and then he can just keep smoking pot, and you get to meet people.
It's like a Starbucks. He's had his like his iPad and his keyboard, and he's just sitting there working.
You have a guitar sometimes. I mean, you really do. That is the true part. Yeah. You set up camp, like you have the Wi-Fi code or something like that. So how's that been working out for you? What's the deal? You've been smoking a lot more pot than I'm guessing you were 4 to 6 months ago, right? So yes is the answer. What's OPP? Right. Whoa, the bear rearing its ugly face.
How do I even do a comedy? Oh, so that was, yeah. Oh, I didn't realize that was the same time.
Did you start here? First time on stage.
So you're, how long?
Wow. See what the fuck we create here at Quiltonia, ladies and gentlemen. Only 4.5 months. Sure, it still took 40 seconds for him to get to it, but he had like 6 or 7 good.
Yeah.
Fucking bangers.
And the premise is funny. Yeah. It's like a really smart premise that you probably don't have skills yet to really deliver.
Right.
Because you're a white belt right now. Right. But you're trying some black belt shit, in my opinion. That's a really funny idea.
Yeah.
I mean, again, like I said, it's like the biggest thing new comics do is they always just over-explain everything.
No doubt.
Like, a great example is you're like, no one can seem to care if this guy's there. That's really not pertinent to what you're talking about. It's like, this guy getting off work. Right. So you should have just jumped right into that. But it's a funny fucking premise.
Yeah, this was your best week, definitely, for sure. I don't know if you were less stoned or less hacky. Because, I mean, like last time, you were like, with the guitar and stuff, and it was just too much. This was like the first time where I thought, like, wow, that was like almost a very well written premise, joke, tag, like everything was
Yeah,
great.
You just have to get right into it, like Sam was saying. You start, with the guy who's on a bus. How do you not have time to change from work? Movie, bang, and then you're already cooking. Joe DeRosa is
about cooking? Meth.
I have no idea.
I do cook.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I cook.
Perfect. I had no idea why I said it like that. I just knew that I was going to hand it off.
Oh, I cooked for myself today.
You did?
Yeah.
What'd you make?
I made chicken breasts, and I made a salad. And fed my dog. Constant things.
Well, how did you prepare the chicken? On your stove, oven, microwave?
Yeah, I usually go stove or oven. I'm one of those traditionalists when it comes to cooking chicken.
Right.
Take a raw piece of chicken, conservative, put it on the stove or maybe in the oven. Put it on spit. I don't think you can spit, you mean?
Spitting! You're just spit kill cooking.
Sorry. Oh my, that's funny. I'm stupid.
Daniel, what do you eat for dinner tonight? Burritos. Plural.
Nice. What'd you put in it? Now, did you not have meat by choice, or because you can't afford meat right now?
Yeah, it's on the grind, baby.
That's beautiful, though. When you start putting meat in those burritos, you're going to be like, I fucking remember. I remember when I didn't have
I
meat.
made it.
Seriously, that's the shit you remember, man.
I remember when 50% of my burrito was just sour cream from it. You're just eating that cool mix of
Hot dog burritos. Don't knock it. Just try it. Trust me.
wow. Fuck yeah. That's just not even for the taste. That's just really what it like does to your physique, like protein. Like it really will help you. You do a lot of push-ups.
Does he look like he does?
Fuck yeah, Daniel.
You love just wait. Did you really see him? I actually did. Okay, that's why I like it even more.
Did he pay his bus fare? Or did he like unzip a part of his leather outfit?
Walt Disneyland?
Right. Yeah.
Sip it up, guy. I feel like relax when we get on.
What's funny is that I remember, when I first started stand-up, I was taking the bus a lot around town. And in LA, it's so hard to sell those jokes. It's so hard to relate to riding the bus in LA for audiences. So I remember chiseling away. I probably had written 8 to 10 minutes worth of riding the LA bus jokes that just never went anywhere. But that's probably a good one. Wow, you, the bus boy himself.
I like a bus bit. It's not really a bus joke, though. It's more, you can still tell that joke, you guys walking down the street in summertime. It doesn't have to, you don't even need the bus. I would just say that guy is a joke. That doesn't matter. As you can see by my 50% success ratio today, I know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, you're really breaking it down.
No, I like to self-deprecate. This is the DeRosa humor.
Oh, I love
That's
it.
his thing. I said the word spit. What do you want, man? It's like, it's all good, dude. You're doing all, you're killing it.
The chicken on a stick.
His name is Jorge.
Daniel, what else? Where are you living that you're taking the bus this long of a distance? East Hollywood. Yeah.
What do you know there was the East Hollywood?
Yeah,
It's where I live, where it's gay Mexicans. What is that? Pretty much. Summer, I could if I had Marshall Parks. Nice. Try that, brother. Jump a lot of tranny hookers that way, huh? You ever just celebrate one night, just get a nice $40 blowjob? You can't even afford meat. They got meat, they'll fuck that burrito, bro.
Fuck yeah. It'll look like sour creams all over the place.
Yeah.
If I'm a good tranny.
Oh, Tony.
See what I did there? I went back to the
Tony,
sour
keep it
cream.
clean, man.
I went back to the sour cream. I thought that they'd be with me.
All back.
This is my brand of humor. This is
what you do.
dial it back for Carson Daly. Daniel White, I had so much fun with you. Daniel's cool. He started here. Good job, Daniel.
Thanks, Daniel. Daniel, why don't you get a job at the comedy store?
Probably be good. How old are you, Daniel?
20, almost 28. You should get a job here. They got to help you. Keep it up. You're funny.
There you go.
Got the option. Two really good guys right there.
I know, and that's, it's amazing because obviously I'm positive that Daniel didn't have that many punchlines for it enough months ago when he started, so it's fun to watch everything grow.
At this point, something like this.
Can we get a girl on stage?
No.
Well,
Yeah. I've noticed you saying everything with zero emotion.
Yeah.
You're like, I had fun with you, Daniel. Thank you for coming on.
Yeah.
Fair and it's fun to watch people grow. You sound like the sounds of the lambs.
Yeah.
It's an robots. That they're still working on the emotions chip.
Yeah. Yeah, that's me. What is that? Oh, no, that's you. Yeah, I speak emotionless. I over-enunciate, and I'm really good at it. And,
What happened?
I
like a gay robot.
No, I just never learned to not speak perfect English. I don't know. It's like there's no real accent.
I'll tell you something about Tony, man. You can put Tony in a room with like the Pope, Obama, whatever, Steve Jobs, all these things, and you would feel that he should be perfectly with everybody. Like, yeah, we're all winners. I'm absolutely
Absolutely. I think they should fucking know. It's like, oh wow, this guy.
I've always said that. That's why he's gonna go really far.
Yeah.
Always thinks he should be in the room.
I think those guys would fucking love having a piece of the future of comedy, which is a really big deal. They say it's only the best medicine. Why wouldn't Barack want to? He's having health care issues.
That's it.
Why not have the best medicine, man?
You're not far out, man. That Carson Daly credit's going to open quite a few doors in this town.
Hey, Steve Jobs slowly calling it up.
All the people high on cocaine still up at that time. Enjoy your show.
DVR it, everybody. You can watch it anytime if you DVR it. Okay, this looks like a new game. I'm excited for this. I love the concert, right? The handwriting. Same. Trying to get a repeat. Neil?
That's how it is.
There we go. It's a two. Wow. Remember, we have the two ladies that are regular. Hey, everybody. Come on.
Yeah.
Hey, guys. I come here to
Special.
Guys, I love dogs. Dogs are like my favorite thing in the world. I realized recently that I treat dogs exactly the way your house was treated. But every time I see a dog on the fence, it's like, I like dogs more like I walk in the street and it'll take 45 dogs. Like I should basically fuck yeah, hey. I love your style, dude. Let's get into it. I love the dog thing. I mean, that seems like it's what you came here to talk about. Right.
With a San Francisco joke, San Francisco joke.
Guess what he didn't do? Say the word spick. No.
Went over. No, just that was interesting.
No, yeah, but yeah. How long is it? Here's all of it. There's a black guy in the back of the room. What's your name again? Katie, that's right. That just finds it hilarious. You're boring or something like that. Katie, what's going on back there? What are you cracking up about? Is that what it is? I had a feeling that's what it was.
I think you got a dick on it. That's what
I love it. Katie. Oh, yeah, we know what feminine means. But I love it. It's like 80's sense of humor is still locked in 97, where the sound of a gay man is just like, oh my God. I couldn't believe it when I heard that. Like,
I like your style, man. I think you're onto something. I think it's just going to take time to develop. You should hit some of the, you know, I don't know if you already do, hit some of the independent. Yeah, I think some of those popular shows might do well. You feel a little less pressure on stage. Something a little weird. Bring it back.
No, probably kills it. I like your jokes. I just think you need to fine tune them.
yeah,
Think more like your opening premise, a little more specific, so we know what you're
the idea is great. I mean, half the days I wake up and only talk to my dog. Like the first person I talk to is like at 10 p.m. at night. You know, so there's something to just only talking. I like. Absolutely, I can completely relate to that. I totally, you know, when I see other cute dogs, I'm a sucker for it.
They ever go on Facebook and show some dude just get rocked by a punch, like, and then you see someone like just doing something mean to a dog, you're like, you're
I totally relate to that, man.
Right.
You know, like I have the soft spot for dogs, man. I totally get what you're saying.
They're just fine tuning it so everyone understands what you're doing.
Why do you, what's the reason that you like dogs more than humans?
Bigger dicks, right? Bigger dicks. Because they're,
You think dogs have bigger dicks than humans?
some got big old dicks.
Really?
Yeah.
What kind of dog dick have you seen, Sam, that's bigger than
I've been on the internet.
Really?
He's comparing it to his dick.
Yeah.
Just
Searching.
seen some weird shit.
Wow.
It's like a lot, or back to your question, it's harder to alienate dogs in social situations.
Right.
That's the kind of thing.
What do you mean by that? Can you give an example? Like, what do you mean by alienating dogs in social situations?
Dogs don't learn weird out when you just don't have anything to say to their question. And you just kind of stare at them and you're like, hi.
Yeah. They don't judge me when I'm fucking. So that's why I like that. Judging you, yeah.
No, Brian said judging.
Ryan's totally judging.
Yeah.
I'm not judging.
Yeah. I'm trying to.
Brian said the word judging. He didn't say it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you responded like he said it.
Yeah. The whole thing went off its tracks, and now we're in the woods.
Yeah. Sam's thinking about dog dick right now. I just said what
Sometimes it goes a little off the track, and I just fucking give it a little power steer. That one was we're going backwards right now. Hey, what's your last name?
Right.
Wow, that's you realize? Do you know you have Batman ratings?
I do.
Yeah, you're not working on it.
It's diagnosed backwards.
What do you do for work?
I do customer service.
For what?
Or they do shopping.
Yeah. What's the online shopping app? I think I know about that. That's that. Yeah, it's a weird one, right? Where it just like it says like it's cut down from this price and now it's this price. That's that one. Yeah, I know that one. I know. Well, he's on the show and I'm hosting it right now, so that's like a part of it. You want to go sit back with Haiti and be a homophobe, Sam? Section.
I haven't had a question like that, but it's for cutting the children to fulfill their wishes. No, you did shopping with us. What'd you say? I said you invented that. I invented it.
What do you do for fun, Kate?
Yeah.
This.
Stand
I
up.
like video games.
What's your favorite video game?
Minecraft.
Wow. Jesus Christ. Listen to that laugh he's been holding in. Wow.
What's your favorite?
Yeah, it's the best one.
Why?
What? Because it's like Legos, but a video game, and there's also zombies in it.
Did you not know Legos suck in real life? They're the fucking worst. For who? They suck. Legos always suck. They're great. The nerds like Legos.
Wow.
Oh, I want a movie.
Wow.
That's me. The Lego movie is awesome. Fucking dork too.
Joe
Fucking got an Oscar. That movie was great.
Joe DeRosa.
What you just said. Hold on. What you just said. The Lego movie. Yeah. Anything with funny voices is awesome.
No, that's not
When somebody gives me a really good movie, somebody gives me a book, and they're like, great, we get to put it together, then we can play with it, and you can't even go fuck yourself.
Wow.
I don't want to fuck myself. I want to play with this movie. Leave it alone.
Man, Joe DeRosa, you have a real stance against Legos.
Legos? I don't care what steps I step on.
Wow.
So you should Lego guys up your ass? No, it just always bugged me, because you go over a kid's house to have fun, and you take out a bucket of fucking Legos, and you put the thing together, and then you just stare at it. You couldn't even do anything with it. It was like assholes that like model planes. 3 years old. What do you want to do with it? Cut math? Like seriously. You like model planes? Yes. I swear to God, I only wanted to put together to smash it over my dad's head for giving it to me in the first place.
You never liked Legos.
No.
Is it?
Wow. Did you ever have your own Legos, or were you born because you don't have no, man. I'll tell you why I didn't have Legos, because I was smart enough to ask for real toys, like I don't have a G.I. Joe. And I couldn't play with it. Oh, okay, it's fucking hard. That's great. That's why we had fuck you, G.I. Joe. Wait, are you saying what's wrong? Are you saying you're Batman? They come with all the Avengers. Sam, let us stop. Like, are you saying G.I. Joe is you like Legos better than G.I. Joe? G.I. Joe's, yeah, Legos fucking whoops. You are fucking spit, dude.
Giants gonna have Fred Lincoln law. Jihadi Joe over here, this fucking asshole. Remember, you can't play Legos when you're 3 because they're too small. You play when you're like 6 to 12 and they fucking suck. They don't. Those are the years where you're like, I want to blow shit up. I want to see fucking, I want to make cars go fast. I want to, you know, that's.
I'm glad you weren't my friend when I was here. How about that?
If I was your
Because you know what you would have done? You would have blocked me.
no. I would have shown you a different way. You'd be even farther in this meeting before your second Carson.
How much do you like me? How much do you like me? What was the last thing you said? How much do you like me? Like a hated line for the Legos at the Lego stores. Are you that big of a Lego guy right now? No, I have Minecraft. Right. So you don't need it. Yeah, buy Minecraft content. Buy them every time.
Do you have Minecraft on your phone also? They are big. Come here with a bunch of people?
No. I came here with.
You're very German, by the way.
Yeah, great. I know. Like, I didn't know this was weird until, like,
Glorious Bastards.
right. Yeah. I was like, this is just how I do free.
You've been always doing that.
Yeah.
And you're not from Germany.
No.
Why not?
Are you German?
Because this is more comfortable.
Are you German? Do you have German blood in you?
I do. It's like Jewish German blood or something.
I do. Why do you think I do comedy?
Yeah. Where are you? You're good, dude.
I'm from Oakland. Oakland? Yeah, okay. You like Too Short? Not really familiar with Too Short. Wow.
So you don't like
Wow.
He's a spy, guys. He's a spy.
I can't believe you don't know about Too Short.
He's a rapper that loves sex. Dude, he's a spy blowing him.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
How did that happen? Because his dick was too long.
No, he blew a load of
What are you people? Too Short, remember? You guys
blowjob buddies. Nobody knows that?
crowd. I don't even like you. Let the record show. I didn't like the crowd for episode 95. I'm turning on you guys.
On front drop.
How did the girl that blew Too Short guy? His dick was too long. I got nothing. I heard somebody fucking sneeze in the main room. That's 500 feet away from here.
You hear the best Too Short lyric?
Yeah.
He's got a song about gold diggers, and he goes, "You look like you look at a dick like it's a slot machine."
Is that the whole
Hilarious.
thing?
The erect dick, just a chick.
Oh, yeah.
He's suck it like it's a
I like that.
progressive hipsters. That's what we have. Check out that song. It's called "Broke Bitch."
Broke bitch.
Yes. Yeah, but learn your culture, your history of your area, bro. It'll help your ass.
It was fun to meet you, Hayden. Hayden,
Yeah,
you
keep
are
it up,
gay,
dude.
right?
Hayden,
Hayden, you're gay? Are you out of the closet?
I'm not gay.
Really? I didn't know you were gay. Like, everyone's like, oh, then we are not done with Hayden. Sit back down, Hayden.
Hey,
No! All right, Hayden. Yeah, I love you, Hayden. Great job.
good job. Hayden, where you want me?
Raise my
Play Minecraft.
1 and 1. Yeah. 1 and 1. Mom and a sister. Oh, mom and a dad.
Oh, I thought you had
Really not kids. I mean, I get it all the time, but I'm just double checking.
I'm just That's fine.
Wow, that's awesome.
You're theatrical.
Fuck yeah. Amazing.
Be
Hey,
who you want to be.
I love it. San Francisco, too. But, okay.
San Francisco, dude, like West Hollywood, way more gay than San Francisco.
Right.
Okay?
Absolutely.
This is, I mean, dude, there's a billboard right now of a man's asshole on San Francisco. I don't even know if they're advertising. It's just a man's asshole.
West Hollywood was like mean.
Yeah. It's just he's snarky. It's just the new bad guy in every fucking film. Have you seen that?
Yeah.
He's snarky.
I've been trying to fucking get past this.
Oh, yeah.
Guys, are you kidding me? That's all I want is to be the bad guy in a fucking movie. It blows my mind that it doesn't happen. I've had a joke that I've been doing about it for like the last year, literally waiting for there to be a director in the room laughing, just like, of course, why would it happen? Yeah.
It's gonna have you and Taylor Negron vibe.
Yeah,
You played the villain of the Last Boy
It
Scout.
drives me crazy. There's like people whose careers are exploding because they're playing these bad guys. Right. Yeah. It's fucking the King Joffrey.
Guys, have a Hayden.
One more time.
Hayden.
Hayden Grafneo is on Twitter.
Just did the walk-off.
He's the Moth Prince on Twitter. And Daniel White is at Dan O'Comedy. And Kim Hart is at Kim_Hart.
I find it funny that you just immediately thought he was gay. You called him like 3 times during his interview. I
mean,
Oh, yeah.
for somebody that gets so much
Right.
shit,
I completely. I mean, we assume, just like I assume that Haiti is black, that Hayden from San Francisco was gay. Was I the only person that thought that?
no, I didn't think he was gay. Yeah, but I don't care.
Do I
I'm
sound like
making
a
an
crazy
issue.
person?
I don't.
99% of the time, the person goes, "Oh yeah, gay as fuck." When I ask that question, they're like, "Just dick." But it's no.
I mean,
You
it's
just want to
just.
talk about it on. I get it. I mean, I think that was pretty obvious. It got weird, and
I mean, I think it's just weird because some of us just don't say gay or straight. We just say people. That
you're so full of shit. You're so full of shit.
By the way, I don't get it.
You're really throwing me into the.
I don't get it.
You're really throwing me into the gay billboard on that one.
I don't get a gay vibe from you at all. I get a vibe of like a guy that stuffs animals in his face.
All right, you son of a bitch.
Son of a bitch.
How dare you say I stuffed animals? Your next nickname goes by the name of John Gammon, everybody.
God.
Here we go, John Gammon. Hey everybody, how's it going? My girlfriend she moved in with me, right? And for the third time recently, she quit her job. Fuck my life. I just got done dealing with one dude's fucking bills. I gotta deal with two people's bills now. And it's just crazy. I wake up just out of my mind like there's a fire and I'm like, whoa, what's going on? Dude, it's 8 a.m. And that's how I wake up like every day now. I walk down the stairs. I like sit down, watch a show, all this breakfast food that I bought for both of us, right? And I know it's a mistake, but I just wonder right out loud, like, did you possibly, I wonder right out loud, what exactly is the reason you quit this job this time? And she goes, John, I'm a boss. And I'm just like, keep going if you want to finish it. She's Chinese, but she really don't. How many times have you been on stage? Really? Fuck, I guess my barometers are just off. You need to break up with that girl immediately. That's not even a joke there. That's just you hating your girl. It's a minute of therapy. They just bounced it off 150 therapists at once.
Yeah, the arrangement of the joke is completely wrong.
Yeah.
Do you know, it's like she just moved in. That's just a joke right there. And you're like, man, she quit her job. Now you moved on to a totally different premise. You'd be like, she just moved in. Every time I come up in the morning, she's just eating. Right? There's a joke. Now you want to sit on that for a couple fucking minutes.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like, you introduce like 8 different premises with it opening up. And then you start trying to get the punchline.
So let only like fucked up the phrase. It sounds like you have a lot of shit going on in your life, so let's find out about it and let's just let the jokes rise to the top. Let's break this shit down. You ready?
Good. Yeah. Can I ask a question? What part of that joke is true? 'Cause it doesn't sound true.
That's all the second time.
No, but I mean, is she really black? Is she really Asian?
Oh yeah, she really is.
She's black. Does she really talk like that? All right. So it's just coming off. It was just coming off.
She's not a boss. She's not even an employee. How is she a
That's my
boss?
joke I was trying to get to. I was like, she can't even handle being a fucking employee.
You don't even have to say handle. She's an employee.
Was she
She's not an employee. Yeah.
was she serious when she said I'm a boss? Was she really being big, or did she like really serious? How did you get into all that shit?
How long?
Like, so much, yeah.
How long have you been dating this girl? Wow. Where did she work?
She moved in.
Moved in. You love that pussy. Just watching her shovel cereal into her mouth every morning while she tells you she's a boss.
She's going straight up like my face. I know.
She expects that shit from now on. Wow. So where'd you meet her?
Yeah, you can't keep giving her the queen princess treatment with all those eggs. Oh, you're gonna have to put your foot down and some
But they're free range. You gotta remember.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, the situation. Where'd you meet this chick? Wow. Tinder was out a year ago? Yeah. Time flies.
By the way, Tinder has this new offer for $20 a month that lets you go backwards if you accidentally swipe to the left. For $20 a month. Over 30 if you gotta pay $20. If you're under 30, $10. Yeah, but still.
Are you serious?
Yeah. Who wants to pay $10 just so you can accidentally go backwards? No.
So
Now you can only do so many likes. What? You can only like so many people, and then you gotta stop, and then you gotta wait 12 hours before you can start liking people.
Is that true? How many?
I don't know the exact. I'm trying to find out. But that fucking app is the downfall of this culture. No, it's great. It's not. Here's why it's not great. It is not great because nobody uses it for what they're supposed to use it for. Meeting and fucking. That's what it's meant to be used for. Everybody means like I met my girlfriend on Tinder. What the fuck is that? That's how lazy people are now. They're literally like swipe, swipe. Why haven't I met my Prince Charming yet? Swipe, swipe. Die alone. I love it.
Absolutely.
There's so much you can get into, dude.
Yeah.
The fact that she quit her job is almost the third or fourth thing you should be talking about. In fact, it's like your girlfriend's black. That's she's the whitest motherfucker I've ever met. And you're surprised she doesn't have a job. Yeah.
Oh, Jesus Christ. There's certain things that you just don't say.
Just ruined comedy.
Won't you take a bite of food while you're choking, you fucking moron? Jesus Christ. Oh my God.
It really is about just organizing what you want to talk about. And you just were just introduced 19 different products.
John, let me ask you this. Where are you from? Cleveland, Ohio. Beautiful. Jerry, how fucking dare you, son of a bitch? I'm from Youngstown, Ohio. What? Oh, alright, well. Okay, anyway, fuck.
John's ex-wife?
John, how long have you been in LA? 6 years. What have you been doing for work?
I've been acting on a show on ABC in the middle. You guys ever seen it?
Oh, congrats.
You guys seen it?
What the fuck are you doing here? Are you
A joke is that only people in the middle of the country watch this fucking thing.
Whoa.
That should watch it. But dude, why are you doing this? You're on TV. I think it's not working.
Why is it not working out?
You're on a TV show. I know, but I fucking everybody tells me what to say, how to say it.
Okay, I respect
You're dancing together for John, not selling out.
Yeah, but don't say that because it's a blessing you're on the show.
Right.
And eventually someday you might not be on the show.
Right.
But you just want to expand.
Yeah.
So I totally understand.
No, I really love stand-up. I never had the balls to like fucking hated it.
Wow, that's
Yeah.
amazing.
Dude,
I want
game is a shit show.
Yeah.
You don't like that. Stay on network.
I will.
Fucking up at 3 a.m. and Cleveland. Need to pay back because you can't get off the show high. Getting drunk with the only waitress that will drink with you. It's fucking miserable.
It's not. Cleveland does suck, especially there.
You should have opened up. Because I got my own show on ABC and just listen to how many girls would instantly start laughing at everything you had to say.
you can delete
You would just start crushing, vaginas would just start blooming right there.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
How long's that show been being made?
A chick on Tinder now, the guy who's got a national television show.
No, it's
This girl just hit the fucking jackpot of fucking Tinder. Are you wearing condoms or are you just blasting away that fucking pussy?
I wish I drew blanks. It would be the best.
What?
I don't know. I wish I drew blanks.
So you're blasting away. So you're gonna make another story with Sam. He said he's wearing condoms. I'm now Jesus Christ. I'm just trying to say, I feel like we should do an intervention or something.
We're talking to him. We're all talking to him.
I think you're a ranting comic and you're not letting yourself rant. So what you need to do is you need to figure out why you feel the way about these things, what's really bothering you about these things, and then get on stage and rant it out. And put your anger into it. Put your angst, but don't be a lunatic. You can't get up like, I've been carrying this fucking whore. You can't do that, right? But like just put your annoyance into it. Be annoyed, not angry. That's what everybody used to tell me. Ranty guy, yeah. But and then when you're not feeling upset about that anymore, that's when you know you move on. You don't care about it anymore. Move on to your next thing.
What season is the middle?
Started.
Season fucking 6. So you've been employed for 6 seasons on an ABC
What
show?
am I gonna do?
Get the fuck out of here. John Hammond, everybody. There he goes. Come back again soon. I love you, John. You're an amazing person for not
You
just...
know I can kiss your ass. This is crazy.
It's amazing. 6 fucking seasons on network. He's coming to the attic of the comedy store trying to find himself. Get the fuck out of here.
Calm down, Tony. Tony, 6 seasons and not one person in this venue of the show, though.
But it's ABC money. That's what's crazy. It's the money.
Patricia Heaton stars that show. That's money.
Yeah.
Yeah, money show.
Yeah. I loved Patricia Heaton and Birdman.
She's not in Birdman.
Don't listen to this. Next time you get killed off, dude. That fucking sucked.
What was the show?
It was so bad. I won't even repeat it.
You love Patricia Heaton in Birdman?
Because Heaton rhymes with Keaton. Anyway, moving on.
Oh my
God,
god.
it was so bad. It was so bad.
Oh my god.
You see Carson Daly tonight on ABC. 1:30 in the morning.
Me on ABC and John Gammon on ABC. That's what network has. That's what network has come to. John is @_John Gammon on Twitter. Follow him.
Million followers.
He definitely needs to break up with it. You definitely need to break up with your girlfriend.
Yeah,
I mean, that's just
you don't-
pain.
you don't
You're just
need it.
pain and hate. You should be fucking everything right now.
You don't need it. And I know what you're going through. I hooked up with a black girl once, and I swore it was the warmest vagina that I ever felt. It turned out she just had a flu, and I was an idiot. Nothing on that already.
NBC's Carson Daly tonight. 1:30 in the morning.
That's John Gammon. Fucking sons of bitches. I can't believe you turned the Carson Daly thing into a fucking runner. You asshole sugar racer. You fucking did. I love it. You son of a bitch.
We have to do everybody in the bucket.
No, we don't do everybody in the bucket.
I got nervous.
Get nervous. It's all good. They do, right? Michael Perkinson.
That area's killing you right now.
We know Michael.
Oh, yeah, I love this guy.
You ever had your arm so deep inside a woman, you look her in the eyes, couldn't find the condom. Fuck all that. Fuck. Lord. God damn it. Really? Fucking tester, that one went well. I like to leave Cheetos in the street to teach birds about risk and reward. Oh man, I feel like Neil Patrick Harris doing the Oscars. God, fuck this. Why is comedy so hard? The dryer lets me put the colors in with the whites because the dryer's not a racist.
Fuck yeah, the stuff you do in between your jokes is hilarious. It's unbelievable. It's amazing. It's like completely backwards.
It's like his jokes are commercial breaks.
I would love just to hear all the middle parts edited together in one album. Just like,
And by the way, I think this is what, your 3rd or 4th time on the show, and every time it goes like this, and you're one of our favorites. It's unbelievable. You have perfect comedic timing.
Your act matches your look.
Yeah.
I'm wearing shorts in March.
You come up and you throw the empty cup with confidence, which is my favorite thing that I've ever seen anybody do upon arriving to the stage. Just blatantly taking one last sip of drink because he planned it and then throws it into a meaningless corner, just littering. Just littering at one of the most, classic comedy clubs in the world. Just fuck this place. And just then after the first joke, you start panicking. Like the confidence of the guy that throws the empty cup and the confidence that you had after that first joke, they're like two completely different people. The fact that you can make that switch in 17 seconds is incredible. Like, I feel like I almost couldn't say anything unfunny enough other than maybe making a Patricia Michael Keaton rhyme that would possibly make me lose that much confidence and panic that quickly. But it's great. You're so good at it.
So when you thought about your act you put together, and you said, okay, I gotta open something that lets me know who I am. And you said, I'm gonna open up with my fucking classic fist, I can't find the condom joke. Really set a tempo for this act. What were the other jokes that maybe didn't quite make the cut to open with? Well, I'm running out of jokes. So I'm trying to keep it new here. You should run from all your jokes, by the way.
Was that a true story? Did you really have to find a condom in your... Like, I fucked a girl, here we go. I fucked the tampon into a girl once, and 2 days later she got really sick, and I had to try to do the same thing, put my hand in there, try to reach it, and then I got the thing from the oven, like the foam thing, and then it's that little...
No, it's just like that. That's called saving you. He just took all the fun from you.
But here's what I don't get. Another successful actor comes down to do stand-up. You were so good in Wolf of Wall Street.
Yeah.
Why waste your time doing this right now?
Superbad, Rob. Yeah. Are you from Philly?
Yeah, right.
They look like you should open a restaurant next to Fat Sal's.
Oh, Jesus.
No, don't waste the minute. No!
What was doing there?
Next to Fat's house.
Keep going. It was this bad before. Keep going.
God, Skinny Jones. And then, I don't know, we dressed like hipsters. Fucking,
That's a weird...
you
complimented you.
And by the way, he's done this before. I went for Michael's first time on this show. I went his ass up, and your second and third time on the show. And when you make fun of him, for some reason he does this weird thing where he goes, "Oh yeah, well you what? Oh, here we go." By the way, whatever you're about to hear, he's been thinking about it for about 3 weeks. That's when his last appearance on the show was. So here we go, everybody. Let's see. 3 weeks of writing Michael Perkinson's Tony Hitchcock joke. Catch your breath, Michael. Wait. You want to grab your empty cup and toss it again so that you have some momentum going into this? Go ahead, Michael.
Tony.
Oh, shit. There's the setup. I've heard that before, Tony. That's
You
right.
sound how Justin Bieber looks.
He looks great. What are you talking about? Justin Bieber's notoriously.
It's all reverse compliments. And I thought he was going to... He pulls that sounds out of me. I thought he was going to go even fatter something. He goes skinny.
Yeah.
Joe.
Right.
Dress him nice, kind of.
Yeah.
Over out. Do you understand the insults?
The saddest thing is that I know this guy will be on television.
That's exactly
here.
That's exactly what I've always
He'll
said.
probably be on the middle by the end of the month.
I noticed that you wear shoes this week. This is like the first week you didn't wear flip-flops.
Fucking cold outside, Brian.
Why don't you wear pants?
Because I fucking hate pants. Really want to know the truth? Yeah. I'll let you know the truth. It's the baby of 6 boys. Alright, every time I wore pants, I wound up getting pushed down on the ground, wet grass knees all day. And I traumatized flight from it. There you go, fucking 4K cameras. How's that look? You want me to go talk to a therapist? John, yeah, because we work something out together.
Just like you said that, you just did it again. Your style is incredible. Like, you try to be funny, and then when it goes bad, you just fucking panic, and that's so funny. I would almost tell you to write better jokes, but you know what, man? I think that's your fucking thing. I think you're the guy that people are going to go, I'm going to take you to go see this guy, Michael Perkins.
We're going to heckle the fuck out of the It's going to be great.
Yeah, it's going to fucking be
If you tap into it, it's going to be amazing.
Yeah.
Right now, you don't know how to tap into this retardedness that you have. I have no days. I feel sometimes.
Yeah. So you don't wear pants because your younger brothers, older brothers push you down on the ground and you got dirty knees.
Wet knees.
Wet knees. Do you think you're going to get wet knees now? Do you think if you wear jeans right now
I'm going to fall down more times than I did then. I like to party, Brian Redman. How about you? Huh? You like licking asshole? I'm licking an asshole, dude. I'm not fucking like it, dude. I do like it. Come on, man. You know?
There we go.
Did I come out to that thinking I was going to end up licking an asshole? Same thing with getting wet knees, Brian Redman.
I could watch Michael Perkins and Mom all day.
Here we go.
So beautiful.
That was funny.
It happens, and you fucking hate the fact that it happened. That'd be good.
I love that you said that. That's funny. I'm serious. Write that down. Being very serious.
Right down.
Can I
Fucking assholes.
Will you remember any of this tomorrow? I got 2 more legs. They got 2 more legs. Before I just completely black out, fall asleep with a handful of jizz and fucking in and out. Why are you holding the jizz? It's jizz. Why aren't you throwing it? At this point, who gives a shit? It's LA. I'm fucking over it. I'm fucking over it. Hey, how's it going, guy? You want to get like you and Hank?
You're gonna hang out after the show.
Yeah, totally.
Oh, dude, grab it out of that hands, King. Come on, King. Where are you? Come on, Come on.
I don't know.
Why you prancing up here like a goddamn fucking rabbit?
Jesus Christ.
He's gay. Come on, you're Chris Farley character. You really are, man. Come on, turn this around. Where's your van? Down by the river? Seriously. Hi, Peter Griffin. I like to
Oh my God! All right, Michael, that's it. You are one of the funniest lesbian comedians I've ever seen in my entire life. There he goes, Michael Perkinson, everybody. He's on Twitter at MC Perkinson. Now, here we go, guys. You're our final part of the show. We have 2 lovely young ladies that do a brand new minute each week. We literally, like, every week, they write a new minute. That's 52 new minutes a year. They're the only comedians that we know that even do that shit. And they do it every week here. We watch them get better and better. And it's always fun. Going up first this week, from the Dysentery podcast, really fun. She always, sometimes she'll take a small topic, like an inanimate object, and rant about it and break it down. It's always fun and goofy and wacky. It's the one and only Sarah Weinstein, everybody. Here she is! That's commitment right there. At any point, you could have pulled a Michael Perkinson and gone, oh, fuck. But you didn't, and I like that. You stayed in the pocket. You kept trying to knock it out. What happened with this What happened this week with the toothpick that you're so pissed off at us? You've reached your boiling point. I always find that gross. I'm not a toothpick guy. I hate it when I'm hanging out with somebody that in fact has a toothpick. Like, I think it's gross getting stuff out of your teeth in front of somebody. And it's sort of weird how casual it can be.
That's funny. You should be telling a joke like that. You're putting so much of that character on it. That's really you're who you are. You've been doing coffee shops too long. It's seriously though. If you just get in here and go, I'm sick of seeing toothpicks everywhere. It's bugging me. All of a sudden now it's funny. It's like there's a perspective on it. Take that character out of it.
Yeah, you seem to have a rage about it, but you express no rage about it.
Listen,
You seem, not that you but it's like you have to have a little bit, I felt like there should be a little more into your dislike of it.
The funniest thing that always happens with your style is when these inanimate objects become humanized or talk about how it affects you in a human way. We pretty much just heard about how toothpicks are dressed up, and we didn't apply it too much in anything that affects you. Is there somebody that uses a toothpick that you dislike in particular?
I mean, I'm a toothpick guy. I'm like Tony, so is there a reason
you're pro toothpick too? You guys know the toothpick guy?
What's wrong with that? Why are you not a toothpick guy? I've never heard somebody go, I'm just not a toothpick guy. For what? picking your teeth, or keeping club sandwiches together, or fucking cleaning out bowls and pipes.
I believe in it for the sandwich thing, absolutely. I like toothpicks for that, but to be clearing your teeth publicly, it's just not my thing.
Just be you. That's the key. Like there's just be you doing it. Because when you're you, you'll get into your real emotion about it, and then suddenly you'll be. If you're approaching it from the idea of this character, then it's just everything's going to be. That's a low ceiling. Everything's going to be kept up inside of that voice. It seemed more like it needed more tags. Like in the dress thing, I like, but then you should. Something else should have happened. Instead, you used dress twice. You know, you should have been like, Are you? Delivering life? I mean, are you always like that?
Yeah.
Or just like,
right now.
I mean, you've been talking like this. You're still deadpan. You're still a little monotone, but it sounds natural. It sounds like you are.
Yeah.
This is still good. This work. This is what you should be doing. Delivering the joke. Yeah. Instead of just purposely trying to pump the legs so much.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think you need to hit it quite that much.
It's hard as shit. I mean, this is stuff we all still struggle with. In a day, I'm
Right.
struggling with drugs and alcohol.
Right. Exactly.
I've actually done that before, where the top part broke off and the rest of the toothpick was in the sandwich I didn't know about. I took a bite, tongue at the top of my mouth. It's terrible.
Yeah, it's a very sharp object.
I still have toothpicks, man. I have no problem.
It's made of wood.
It's made of
Made of wood. Well, there you go. Chip away at it. Toothpick. Sarah Wolfshank.
There's plenty of other stuff, man.
It's another new minute every week.
They have to do it there. Can they be like, oh, I did this minute
Yeah,
6 months ago. Here's how it's worked.
They do the minutes that continue to work for them in their other sets that they do that are longer other places. You know, this is just where you get to hear it first. It's like the you get to either hear it first or you hear it last. You know what I mean? Like it works out. They take a new angle or they don't. They've been killing. Your next and final comedian of the night just won her, I believe, 4th or 5th roast battle. She's undefeated in roast battle. She dropped down the University of Florida after her first time on stage here on Kill Tony. Ladies and gentlemen, the one and the only Kimberly Condon, everybody.
Hey guys. I guess I want to talk about some weird things that I've been thinking about lately. One of those is that the burger baby just turned 85, which means she's most definitely getting burger again. Suicide hotlines for extreme Muslims are just over the phone job interviews. Every single one of our grandmas are fucked. Penny is a really bad neighbor. I think I've been thinking these things because it's obviously it's harmless.
Willie Condon throwing out some quick jabs. I like it. It's fucking hard hitting one. All grown up. I love the, that was great. I especially loved the segue of, what was it again? It was like, alright. Like she was just checking off laughs like it was nothing.
Very funny. They were well-written jokes.
Yeah, very.
It's interesting because it's very natural and it just worked
Yeah.
well. Wow, that styles, now you got to write a lot of jokes, but it was fun.
But she usually, it's like more on a topic. Usually it's 1 minute. So I think those will mix well with the other, chunks of stuff that you have written. Those are always great to have, So it happens to me all the time where, you end up writing a 4-minute bit, then a 6-minute bit, then a 2-minute bit, and then all of a sudden you do those bits and you have the light for 2 minutes and you have 1 minute to wrap it up and you just ended one thing and you're like, how do I
random thoughts.
Yeah. Yeah, that's fun.
Yeah, it's great. Great work. Well written. Well,
Congratulations on your most recent roast battle victory. What's your record now? 4-0, ladies and gentlemen. That's every Tuesday here at midnight. Our sister show, our good friends over at the roast battle, Jeff Ross and Brian Moses, do it every Tuesday at midnight here. Kimberly, great job. Kimberly Condon, everybody. There they are again, the ladies of Kill Tony. That's at Princess Shank on Twitter. That's at Kimberly Condon on Twitter. Follow them, be their fan. They're blowing up. They're going to be huge. They're already hilarious every week. Live right now. Streaming right now and download. What do you want?
I have a couple days.
Just go on that. Yeah, go on that head.
All right, well, at the end of the month, I will be on by then. I'm at the comic strip in Edmonton the last month. And then second week in April, I will be at the amazing Laughing Skull. I'm very excited to finally play that club. So if you're in Atlanta, come out. Watch me
Love that. Joe DeRosa's Joe DeRosa Comedy on Twitter. What do you got coming up?
I want to plug a sort of a promotion I'm doing. This is absolutely true. Some people that aren't big fans of mine took the liberty of bringing my album ratings down to 1 or 2 stars, all of them online. Here's what I really want to do right now. Let's go all the fucking way with this.
Yeah.
I want everybody to give me the lowest reviews you can. I want to be the lowest rated comedian on the internet. I'm dead serious. I'm dead serious. I really want to do this. The reviews are really fucking funny. Leave crazy reviews about why my albums suck or why I didn't like them. And all platforms, iTunes, Amazon, Google Play, whatever it is. Joe DeRosa, look up the albums. I don't give a shit if you've never even heard it. Just big. And the funniest reviews, I'll get in touch with you and I'll send you like free shit.
Joe, I think you're really funny.
Thank you.
I thought you killed tonight. Somebody says I didn't get it.
Joe DeRosa Comedy on Twitter. There you go. Joshua Meyerowitz is at Autistic Thunder on Twitter. Hilarious. Great job, Joshua Meyerowitz. I'd like to give a special shout out to 311 and the 311 cruise, which had me this past week. I had so much fun with all the 311 fans and the band. Such a great time. Can't wait to do that. Everybody should plan for that a couple years from now. 311 cruise to Jamaica is a lot of fun. Kill Tony 100 is April 13th in the Maynard of the Comedy Store. Wherever you live, get your airplane ticket now, because Bruce Buffer will be there.
Guys, the last Death Squad Secret Show was last Wednesday. We had almost 400 people come to the show. It was ridiculous. It sold out. The next one is March 11th. That's not this Wednesday, but next Wednesday. And tickets are on sale right now. And episode of Kill Tony Volume 2. Come for Tony. It's
Have a one more time for the music stylings. Pat Reagan. Well, Tony, it's another crazy Monday night. Everybody's so excited to be here. We've been working on the Comedy Central roast of Justin Bieber all day, everybody. How exciting is that? That's one shirt of Comedy Central.
It's so funny that you've been working on it so much every day. It's all you've been thinking, dreaming, and like Bieber. We were just outside, and out of nowhere, he's just like looking down and just goes up and goes, Bieber. Like, for no reason.
Sort of like Bieber Tourette's right now.
Why did you do that? Did you even realize you did that?
I was thinking about another possible angle making fun of him, and I noticed that I was doing it, so that was me going to Bieber, and he's got me.
It's crazy.
It's a really fun thing. Luckily, it's fun target to have, and the day is really, 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 really great. It's like the greatest roast ever. So I'm really excited. Congratulations to you, people, because it's going to be well written. am trying to get Bieber on the show, if you're wondering, and there's rumors that maybe next week he'll be here. No confirmations, guys, but just rumors at this point.
Why are you even saying that when you know he's in the back of the room right now?
Guys, give it up for Justin Bieber! Yes. Okay, you know, if you guys don't have an telling it's Bieber, then I'm going to send it back. Don't come up, Bieber.
Yeah.
Stay there.
Put your shirt back on.
This cold-blooded crowd that doesn't even get excited.
What if we did that with the Patriot?
You guys don't even have hope. That's what you're lacking right now is hope. So let's move it up a notch. Here we go. We have our one and only sponsor every single week. She makes a delicious meal for her guests, and I know one of our guests has already eaten some of this, and our other guest I think is going to be very excited because this sounds right up his alley. Those are carne asada tacos with tortilla cheese and fresh pico de gallo. It's from Chef Elise Lane, sitting right there, everybody. Great Russell Peters, because she's a professional chef. Be fired for all your catering needs. Hey, maybe you live in LA, you're having a big party, you want to impress people. Why not have a professional chef instead of making hot dogs and fucking it up? You know what I mean? People are going to want to be your friend if they really like the food. Guess what? You can be up in this fucking tent with people. I don't care what you do. If you're a waiter, you can be the restaurant manager. Every week it's delicious. She's at Elise Lane. Girl Cam on Instagram and Facebook. Welcome, Monday audience. It's a Monday night. You guys are in a crazy show right now. Streaming around the world live. Streaming show. The number one comedy club in the world. The world famous comedy store. Every single week, you play with me and Ryan. We always have a Patriot, someone to keep us safe. This is this guy's third or fourth time being a Patriot. Very, very funny guy. Always a great human being. One of my favorite rising comedians. One of my favorite pals just to write jokes with us. Played a hilarious time. We're going to get together. Hormoz Rashidi, ladies and gentlemen. It's the Iranian Patriot. He is literally he wasn't here on sing along with us? Want to sing us the national anthem? You know it?
This is the Islamic Republic station. But I don't know.
That's a different national.
This is the new government. It's like the Islamic Republic.
Oh, you only know the old.
I only know the old one. It's not the Islamic. Wow. But I'll sing that. I'll sing one else.
The one that you know, the more dangerous one. Joshua Davis. I don't get how you just fixed his name. Like, I mean, I was saying, there's no way that's the right angle. Here you go, Joshua Davis. Great Josh Martin, everybody. Swing and bustling. Now I can hear Hormoz. Hormoz, are you excited about tonight's show?
Oh, very excited.
We've been on the show a few times. One of our favorite people. How's everything been? Anything crazy going on?
I went on a hike yesterday. Got bitten by a dog for the first time.
What kind of dog was it?
It was a mutt, but it was a big one. And the guy was keeping it on a short leash, but not short enough. It just fucking snapped when I wasn't looking. It bit my thigh.
Right through your thigh.
Yeah, the ranger was right there too, and I was like, dude, I'm not gonna tell the ranger if you don't want your dog to be killed. But get the fuck out of here with your meat ass dog. There's kids around. And that guy was really heated. You know, like you go hiking, we all been there. You go hiking, you're on mushrooms, and then a dog bites you.
I was like a hero or thank you chicken.
Do you really like the dog the mushrooms?
I used to think that like when I was on mushrooms, animals could like feel it and like know that I was a piece. I don't feel that way.
Well, there you go. A lot of people would take the time to tell a funny story in that situation. Those are sort of a comedian, so really, that's a rip. A dramatic story of something I'm talking to. Hormoz Rashidi, everybody. Time to show where I bring up our guests. These two, I've been working with for a very long time. of them is one of my favorite rising talents in the world, currently opening up for Whitney Cummings, Sarah Silverman, and the other one is one of my first mentors, one of the funniest, coolest people that I know, and one of the greatest comedians anywhere. One of my favorites to see all the time. He's been on the show before. This is her first time. Bring hands together for the great Stephanie Samari. You might be the least Barbie girl of all the Barbie my tacos. There they are. Okay, he's gonna hand them to you. Who's off his ginger beers? That's mine. Okay, I was gonna make fun of those beers. That's spicy. I want to see where the dog bit you. Let me see on the thigh where the dog bit you. Hold down your hands. Hold down your hands. Oh, this is like it's slower. Really go guys, I got hit by a big it gets covered up by one baby-sized canvas. How good were those mushrooms that you were on? You had a serious dog bite. I mean, I didn't think I had it that serious. I kept hiking for like the next 5 hours. But then you were like, I can't wait to tell everybody that I got bit by a dog. Well, the first time I literally got bit by a dog. Well, then you haven't been to my house. I've not been to your house. It is true. Steve Trevino is the scariest. My dog has bitten more comics than the other dog. The last dog that bit me, without a doubt. Steve's dog. I remember when you called me up, you go, your dog's on the loaf of bread. Yeah. And I'm fine. Yeah. No, it's true. I was house sitting for him, dog sitting for him at one point, and this dog was pure evil. Like, it made no sense. It's like I mean, it's good we're around its master, but what he doesn't know, because he's never there to see it, is that when yes, pure evil. I ended up on the phone with you and had to knock on the neighbor's door. The neighbor had to come over because the dog is going to attack her. It was one of the scariest dogs in my life. You have to get a baby. I also know more about the dog than by a dog. Right. With a cat. Like a tree. Just sit down here and the dog is your dog, Steve. He's a monkey, like Australian. And you know what I learned after dog sittings? They call them a healer. Not because they make you feel bad, they will heal you. Because they are known for biting your heels in a farm. Not your legs, but like handle ships. Yeah. There's that legs. And I would bite the legs of a sheep, so it just So you guys know how it works. We sit here, we talk to stand-up comedians about anything in the world. Maybe we try to help them out. Maybe we get something, like we have an idea. Or maybe we just talk about something else. Maybe see if there's something else funny they could possibly talk about in the world. And we do it all on a live streaming podcast. Comedians, you know what the deal is. You get 60 seconds of uninterrupted stage time if I pull your name out of this bucket. You know your 60 seconds is up when you get the sound of the kitty. Adorable. Hear that? Listen to this. Listen to this. Oh, how cute. That needs to wrap it up, Dad. Girls, you're going to bring out the angry West Hollywood bear. I love that. Yeah. It is bad, and it sounds angrier than ever. I just love the last thing I got. Last time I was here, tell me you guys had an outfit, bears, and I come back several months later and say, fuck it. Yeah, this is the just how they do it. It's more casual. There you go. Okay, make an effort. Big budget cuts. When we started going streaming, that's when we had to pawn off the original Patreon. So guys, let's get it started. Audience, are you ready? Live streamers, are you ready? Our first comedian tonight goes by the name. Sure.
Oh, wait. Marcus Martinez.
Marcos Martinez. Oh,
You guys, I'm not always good at dating. I prefer to date according to my breast size. I have small breasts. Therefore, I prefer to date someone with small hands. My only options are children and Mexicans. I can't take children because they don't have jobs. I have to pay for everything. I'm not going to date Mexicans because I'm Puerto Rican. And everybody knows one Hispanic plus one Hispanic equals a baby. I'm not about that. I'll be a stepmom. Because, like, for me, children are scary. It goes children and then cancer. But at least with cancer, people are happy for you when you get rid of it. That's an abortion joke. I don't think abortions are bad. I feel like it's like when you go out to eat, you just send it back. It's not going in the garbage. Someone else is just eating it. Christians tell me that the babies go to heaven, so I'm just sending it back up where it goes. It makes me feel better about my abortion. Thank you. Oh, yeah.
Where are you from?
Buffalo, New York.
How long have you been stand up?
Like almost 2 years.
How long have you been in LA?
Like 10 years.
What made you want to listen?
I always knew I wanted to write, so when I first came out here, I was just trying to write, and then I was like, how about you just do it on stage? And that was that.
What do you do for work?
I work as a personal assistant for a talent manager. Yeah, he does like music for studio composers.
Was there a part of your joke that you said something about eating an abortion? Was that what you were getting at?
No. I'm just saying it's like sending it back at a restaurant, like people don't throw food out. Somebody takes it home. It's just like, in my head, an abortion is like, if I don't keep the baby, someone else just takes it.
You said somebody else eats it.
Did I?
Yeah, I think you did.
Oh, yeah, I
And I was
did.
like, wait, what are you talking about? Eating an abortion?
Yeah.
You kind of lost me at that part. Sure, but I like the abortion material because it's always interesting to see what somebody's take on it. Or too, like shocking, like it wasn't like, so you kind of walk the line a little bit. For sure, because I've had a few and I've kind of let it go. Just bringing up the word baby in some audiences.
You had a few abortions.
No. So guys.
Can you give like a shout out to babies though that we like never figure out they're permanently that age and they just go to heaven just like that? Yeah, nothing.
Or did they like grow up? They grew up into even more.
Psychic told me that everybody's 30 in heaven.
Yeah, that's great. Where'd you meet this psychic?
I think I'm psychic, so I just like hanging out with them.
What am I about to say about yourself?
You're gonna say it was like average.
You don't know, you just said you were psychic.
Yeah, but like on the weekends.
This is what I would say. I gave 60 seconds. It's really hard to tackle an abortion joke.
Yeah.
It's 60 seconds. Me being Mexican American, I would stay away from ethnic jokes. I call it toppling it up.
Yeah.
You don't want to top it up. You don't even look Puerto Rican.
But I am.
I get it. You can mention that and then move on, in my opinion. That's
For
right.
sure. For sure.
You're very sensitive about these Mexicans.
Well, yeah, just when I see comics and all that, hey, me and Mexican means that push it up and down. And then especially if they went that with like Mexican culture to where that I learned from hanging out with Jesus so much. It's like it's very clicky out there, and those guys all commit to. Oh yeah, there's just like a weird thing in Mexican comedy to where like there's a whole army, of Mexican comedians that just sell it out. You know, they just they walk on stage. Where's my Mexican people at? Right? But you can't put them in a room like this when you're trying to, for African. They don't get it. You know what I mean? So this is my, I call it taco it up. You never want to talk to them. You know? And then I'll talk to them. Yeah, go ahead.
Well, I didn't really take as much issue with the Mexican thing. I think it's fine if you talk about being Puerto Rican. But what I think is, number one, like, your boobs are almost small.
I'm saying,
So you don't need to be getting off the bat.
For sure.
That's what I just feel like I self-deprecating because I think that like personal level and like would actually just like makes us not trust you.
For
And
sure.
also like you thinking you're psychic and all that stuff is like so much funnier and more personal than like what Martians, which is like very like general. And I feel like as girls we're like, well, we can talk about dirty stuff too, but like you don't have to do that. So like Austin, like really do that because they're obviously.
And don't dress down, you're a pretty girl.
This is just how I dress. Dress up.
How do you make friends with psychics?
I just go to like agave.
Oh, why?
It's like a new age church now. Yeah. Everyone thinks I go there, but I fucking
Because you go there because you're like, oh, like you like saved your apartment. Yeah.
Is that place full of crystals?
No, but like my apartment is for
Do
sure.
you have any crystals on you?
Nope.
What happens when you're away from your crystals?
I feel fine because I'm not like a maniac. I feel that you have crystals on. She has it. I like her.
So, how do you meet a psychic?
You say words to them and then they tell you that they're psychic and then you just give their phone number and you know.
Are you a gypsy?
No, but my mom is for sure. That's funny.
So your mom has crystals too?
Yeah, my mom thinks she can
Trying to get into that.
Yeah. Like, what makes you you is cooler than the fact that you can kill a baby. Yeah.
Were you born in a crate?
We can all do that. No, not that I know of.
Yeah, anybody can get an abortion.
Yeah. Okay, exactly. Except for you guys. You can pay for them.
I put my babies in a sock.
They're expensive.
Are they?
Yeah.
Really? How expensive is an abortion? I go with my abortion special consultants. That makes it worry.
Well, little bit of fact, I never had.
Okay, but how much would one be?
It's $350.
I just said
You had one? Also, you just paid out $350. Anchors are so expensive now.
yeah, I don't know.
There's no reason to go to the party.
Yeah.
You guys all laughed at the same time at once. Very bizarre crowd.
My ex-girlfriend just started her period. It's like that's not got a $350 value right there. She started her period.
You just go on horseback ride. What do you miss about Buffalo?
Just people are just like down to earth, blue collar.
You have a lot of friends there.
No, everyone.
You ever go back and visit?
Like every 2 years. Yeah. Yeah.
Or they stay in Buffalo?
Yeah. How old are you? 28.
Are you ticklish?
Depends. Don't love red man, whatever you do.
Top 3 days you suckle.
What was that?
Top 3 days you suckle.
Top 3, like as in are they famous or
I don't know. Just like, I know mine. I think you did a great job. You came up with material, and that to me says a lot more.
And by the way, I would never want to do this sort of like a lot of fun.
Yes.
I just
That's kind of my name.
yeah.
That's kind of my name. Hormones, Iran is the Puerto Rico of the Middle East.
That's true.
Any thoughts on Miss Martinez?
I thought she was funny. I appreciate a girl that's kind of follow jokes. Usually it's just boys like that. You still hear their faces. Would I prefer her to like not look like such a whore?
Monterey.
If you want to give your Twitter handle a shot.
Just Monterey. My name Monterey and Monarey. My dad does drugs, so that's what we get.
It's a great name.
All the facts. A gypsy mom, a drug addict dad, like that's just what you get.
Well, you get a comment out of that. That's
For sure.
What's your dad's drug of choice?
Heroin. He's sober now, you guys. He's sober. Give it up for Monterey.
It's just a small group. I kind of signed with that.
Me too. I was like, what's that small? Like, was it like a seed?
Did you have questions for the guy? You mentioned heroin. I just wanted to bring down the audience real quick. I mentioned that Iran is the #1 heroin addiction country in the world.
an open act on the road with me. They're standing outside and not business cards. I'm like, oh, really? Yeah, but yeah, it's one of the most embarrassing things.
Yeah, well, part is sort of like, I feel like it's like old news people voice stuff. Oh, yeah, here's my business. Contact me on the Rotary.
Still ask for a card, and I feel stupid. I'm like, no, I don't know.
That's cool. My dad would
Thing now, it's like a thing. People love it.
yeah, my dad would ask somebody for a business card, they'd give it to him.
They should have a thing now where like you can tap. One thing of it, like a button and a tap.
So you can't have
Oh, really?
like,
I bet you Stephanie.
well, like,
What's the worst thing you did in the beginning of your career?
I don't know. I have a lot of really embarrassing stories with black out because I was in a really high drunk. But no, like you can't be fucked up when you first start. It's not like a good movie. I don't think I've ever seen that. But I remember when the first time I did the running downstairs, the host didn't even know who it was. I was like, just all nervous energy. Okay, you're gonna get 3 minutes and there's gonna be a light at 2 minutes. It's gonna be a star. I was like, okay. And then I don't know how much I did. It probably was like a minute. It's like I was so nervous and like in a blackout that I saw those red lights and the stars on there. Yeah, I thought that was the light. I was like, okay, I can see that. Oh my god, I just like freaked out and ran off stage. I didn't do that for like 6 months. I've still never done one through.
I always thought
For 6 years.
I'm getting like when I have an opener that like walks on stage and like you get spotted in my show and they walk on stage and like, fuck are you?
You have to
You have 5 minutes. You're just sitting there. Well, it's my thing. You don't have a fucking thing. You suck.
Transcriber Michael Perkinson, ladies and shut the fuck up. Oh, pit bulls. Everybody wants to have a pit bull. It's not how. They're not vicious. It's just how you raise them. Look, motherfuckers, you can raise a border collie to be vicious. And she's just gonna gnaw on your fucking baby's neck like a dentist. Nothing's gonna happen. It's not about it how you raise it. It's the fact that at one point, its whole fucking 8-year life, besides the fucking do something stupid, it can fucking kill an antelope. It's a fucking pit bull. There's nothing dog we fear. I was gonna talk about how people. Hey, I love how people take me serious now that I wear glasses. A year ago, I didn't have glasses, and people took me for the retard that I am. But now, they're like, hey, did you clean that faucet as good as you could? Yes, sir. I promise, sir. Look, I understand. Right? And then now people are like, hey, I'm thinking about buying a nursing home. What do you think? I'm like, yeah, nursing homes are turnkey. People are always.
I have so many questions.
Nursing homes are turnkey. Let's fucking leave it on that. I'm writing the joke in their head.
To fill in for you guys and for some of the listeners that might be seeing Michael for the first time, he's been on a few times. What I learned about Michael is that he's funnier in between his jokes. When he's talking about how bad that just went or whatever, like in the middle of jokes, he kills. And then when he starts saying something that he prepared and thought of, and it's just dog shit. Don't let that take away from the fact that he's killing in between the jokes because he's such a fucking likable, like giant lesbian head.
If Jimmy from South Park wasn't paralyzed, are you talking about Timmy? Stupid. so fat that that shirt never comes off even if he's in the pool.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
He's a keep the shirt on kind of guy.
Oh, yeah.
Jimmy is actually
What is that on your arm? What is on your forearm?
They get a tattoo.
It's his son.
What's on your forearm?
That's my son. What does it say on your fucking forearm? Read the words.
Alright, Gummy, Avatar, Batman, Risk and Reward.
What happens? You get 1 minute on stage, you prepare all that shit, and you just fucking rattle on nonsense about border collies can be like animals.
Listen, guy, why don't you use a Sharpie, guy? Yes.
You want to talk about a use a razor blade? Those are the chicks. Michael can handle it himself. He likes to see his watch here and see how his reaction will be. He's been in the war zone. It's you pussies first.
Oh, is he okay?
We're talking about that day I didn't get drunk, so I did some dance off for the entry.
Oh, did you win that?
I won it. I won the fucking. I lost all self, whatever they call it. There's some manager who kind of looks like, Andy Dick's younger brother. Then some guy's like, you just know the title up. I don't think you know what's happening right now. Did you just try to tell a little story or something? I just into another setting. I just killed the MG room when I got off the stage.
Holy fuck! Right, but you gotta get some shoes.
Where are you dressed with that? Middle-aged vacation.
I'm sleeping on a couch. I've been sleeping on a couch.
Just sleeping on a couch doesn't mean you have to wear what you're sleeping on the couch. And you think it's a couch and put on a fucking doll outfit.
Straightening iron to straighten that hair out. I mean, I like how interesting y'all are.
How old are you?
29. You're really funny, man. You're a funny dude. They really are. You're a funny person. They have a right to say fucking right.
And you know what? Sometimes some people don't need to, in certain situations. Like we've said this every time it's been on this taking time off to me. The next Jonah Hill type in some fucking whatever. Look at his fucking head. How can you not love that? He's better than Jonah Hill. Jonah Hill's gonna lose out on roles to this fucking guy, and they're gonna be casting a Jonah Hill type, and he's gonna book it over Jonah Hill. Because you're like locked in Jonah Hill at his best. And Jonah showed us that he can actually control himself, and you can do that, but it's perfect. You can stay in this perfect, likable weight, and it would be awesome.
2026 Network Rock Show. Why not? Yeah.
I'm a one-liner, but going to these open mics repetitively started
You're a one-liner? No, you're not.
Give me one line, come. I leave Cheetos in the street to teach birds about risk and reward.
Do one that you haven't done on the show. Do one of the fucking things all of you.
I think it's not a one-liner.
What's the Pac-Man one? First of all, you have to write fucking risk and reward on your arm. Remember that bullshit? Just make shit. I just smile and keep looking, guys. Just smile and keep looking.
You're into the joke.
I'm already to talk about risk and reward. X's can bring it down. Words can make me want to kill myself.
Oh, stop.
Not really. Not really. I'm not suicide.
You would never, ever kill yourself. Let's face it.
I'm not going to kill myself. What's the Batman joke? Okay. It's ridiculous. I like to run through grocery stores, eating hard-boiled eggs till I find the fruit section. So I can pretend I'm Batman.
That's funny. I still think you're not a one-liner.
No, you're a guy who comes on stage and has fun.
And you know what? You were correct to say that Tony was Jimmy from South Park, but without the questions.
Right, that's true. I thought about that afterwards, but I wasn't going to give it any credit.
Yeah, take that shit. Guys, it's fun
Sinjin Park is now following me on Twitter, everybody. I got it.
Yeah, sorry, but that's cool.
I was gonna say she's gonna have to explain herself.
So bring the teenage bitch.
Wow, you really went for it there. Everybody. Even the irony of all that I know.
By the way, she's following me, and she's also following 130,000 other people.
My heart is broken. Larissa.
Or
Still looks pretty decent.
are those her kids?
Yeah.
Nice.
Kill Tony! Kill Tony!
And he, guys, get
What was that? Are you gonna write that on your arm for next week? Okay, rattle off one more two from your arm. Let me hear another one. I want to see if any of these are good.
Teddy Grahams are fossilized gummy bears.
You've been eating good. You know, where some people on the outside, like they just jumped off a building. That went off your arm. You really put that on your arm. I put it on your coffee. I'm lucky. There's only one fossilization.
Then why did you write it?
It's there for backup.
I keep up with the people. You know you have to do now, Michael. Kill yourself.
No, no.
No, you don't have to do that. You just have to cut off your left arm.
Let's go with the diabetes.
Oh, I see that. That's weird. And a smile. I like that.
I don't care. Who gives a shit?
You're a funny man. You are a funny dude, man. You really are. Michael, what do you want to do? Like, what are your two biggest dreams?
The biggest dreams? Dude, not having to fucking worry about anything. Just have to have rent covered and get some pussy every now and again that doesn't be that paid for. Fuck it.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, no. I want to fuck you. I don't want you to leave.
I mean, like, sounds like that couch shit has another 30 years of you ahead of it.
I don't believe you.
Huh?
I don't believe you.
You're one of those girls. You're one of those
I
girls.
think a girl could really help you, like, buy some shoes.
With my money, right?
No.
And her shoes and your shoes. What do you do? What do you do? What do you work? I don't have a job. I'm just here trying to find a job. I got an audition to play a fucking overweight, creepy guy.
Well, normally when people like say the description of the audition, that they're going to like that. They don't perfectly nail exactly like what they are. I mean, what kind of auditions would you rather be going out for? Overweight, slightly creepy guy? Because there's only so many options of shit that you can book. What do you want to do? What do you want to be? Skinny? Not creepy?
No, I want to do karate.
Do you know any karate? What did you do for this dance outfit?
I'll fucking kill you.
You fucking kill
I
me.
saw a little bit of it. I broke the ceiling, but you broke the play some music. I'll dance.
Well, are you gonna break the ceiling?
No, I'll put the microphone stand away.
Audience, would you like that? I think we all want to see. I think we all want to see exactly what Michael Bergen is doing. He's emptying the pockets. Like, I think it's around the shoes. And the shoes are off. Wow. Fuck yeah. Oh.
So fucking funny. Professional dancer. This dude had an iPad. He was chasing me around this basketball gym. Just
Oh wow! So when the blood gets rushing to his head, it's a disaster. Tonight. I think you woke up the beast and you put that stuff in your pocket. You got that? What's going on over there?
gotta be careful with those bags.
Nice pockets. What's this audition? Built-in underwear. What'd you find your audition? You don't have built-in underwear. I cut it out. Free ball. Free ball. It feels good. Like it. You ever powder up? You powder up your free ball, and it just feels fantastic in this weather. Just fantastic. I would love for free ball in this weather. Can I dismiss myself? I'll dismiss you. Real quick, when's that audition for over a week maybe go? Oh, I just responded to it today. It sounded like I'm not even auditioning. They just took me from the picture. You booked it. Not even the picture. I got this picture all like, yeah. Fuck y'all. Just kidding. No, I think we have a future Rumble. Yeah, I know. I never heard of him. Say somebody I know. I think of the future. Yeah, there's definitely something to you. You're very, very likable, and we love having you on. Like, you're a real wildfire. So, we love to hear all this shit. Pretty sure you already booked it. Former GM of the Comedy Store, one of the guys that, I worked for, one of the last bosses I ever had. The last boss I ever had. They could buy me. That guy was crazy, right? Well, what can I say? This is an interesting one. This isn't written on a normal piece of paper. Is that approved, Josh? You know about this? So somebody just wrote this in earlier? And I shouldn't read it, right? Because that makes it an unfair system, correct? Alright, perfect. See, we're on with your parents. Got our next comedian, David Deary.
Next time, I just got back to LA. I was visiting my parents for 2 weeks. I never realized how much I hated my parents. I also never realized how loud the masturbation actually is. There's really nothing worse than jerking off and thinking to yourself, can my mom hear this? The only thing worse than that is jerking off thinking, can my mom hear this? And being like, oh yeah, she can. It's a big boy now. I've seen those sorrow toys for some else. The only thing worse than that would be jerking off thinking, can my mom hear this? And getting excited about it, and there's a knock at the door. And it's my dad. He's like, what are you doing? Oh, you're jerking off to mom? Cool, bro. Yeah. And the cousins all come over. They're like, yeah, and the dog and the whole thing. Oh my gosh, the next one is wow.
And perhaps I would say one of my favorite minutes I think I've ever heard. Yeah, kept it on one thing. And it's
I think that's definitely, if not the best minute I've heard. Come on, lines, come on. It's 20 years and
that's why you did so.
You see this?
Yeah, we see.
He doesn't have it.
You're a pedophile forever.
I know. His publicist in Vegas stopped me like a long time ago. This was like Mr. Showtime. He was like, oh my God. You gave it across. I was like, yeah, I never knew. I've been getting it a lot. Like, seriously.
Another story from David Deary. David, I love that. That was amazing.
Thanks.
How long have you done stand-up?
About 5.5 years.
5.5 years. And you're from?
Well, I'm originally from Philadelphia, but I've been spent the past 10 years here.
You're doing stand-up?
Yeah, it's stand-up. I started in Europe.
Where at?
In Berlin.
You started in Germany?
Yes.
What's your nationality? What are you?
My mom's Jewish, my
Get
dad.
the fuck out of here. That is amazing.
No,
You started in Berlin.
Yeah,
You're
that's
Jewish.
Oh, yeah. That's awesome. I got it back, bro.
Incredible.
My dad's Italian Irish.
What's it?
with Chelsea Peretti, Nicole Chelsea Peretti. She's also Jewish.
I thought you were pretty impressed, man.
Thanks, man. Thanks.
Pretty good opener, strong.
There's not a lot of comics in Germany. You know what I mean? I get a lot of time.
What's some of the differences in European crowds here? I performed in Sweden, and I can tell you one thing that I noticed.
What's that?
Is that they don't laugh like Americans. Americans laugh more like pundits. Like when we think something's funny, we let it agree. We all have our own goofy laughs that we do. We push it. And in Europe, it's sort of, at least with the stand-up, it's like, we're like,
They clap a lot.
Respect, and they
clap,
yeah. Like if you're killing, then they're clapping like that the whole time because the show's going good. And we're like, yeah, keep it going.
German audiences clap, like even for German comics, it's just like a thing in their culture when they laugh. If it's really good, they clap. So it's hard, and it's hard to, like, I guess they don't have the culture of like joke, slam, and get it rolling, Like Bobby Lee, when he made a perform out there, people would just be like, oh, it's funny. Oh, and it's just like, that's a bit of an antagonist.
I did it with Joe Rogan, and that's pretty much what he did. It's like these people were clapping their hands together for pretty much an hour and a half.
Yeah.
Not to mention the half hour that I just going up and down him. I mean,
It's probably hard to keep your timing. Like I only did comedy in Europe,
it was
so
super weird. Like, we did 2 sets in a theater in Sweden at one night, and I did 30 and he did an hour and a half. And the first set, I spent the last 10 minutes of it only being able to talk about their responses and the fact that they could clap. Like, I had this weird epic sort of set with the people that were there, where I was realizing what was happening and also thinking that I wasn't doing good. So I'm like, why are you guys laughing? And they were laughing at that. They were clapping at that. What is going on? Like, I almost felt like it was a joke. And then I made the adjustments for the second set. This kept going, and if you just keep going, this stick with you. They can't believe it because I guess people just aren't that funny.
it's just not, and they just don't do it. It's like the same reason we're not good at soccer. We just don't care. They don't care about it.
David, that's it. That was
They don't give a shit about it.
That was a complete bit, right? Like that's
Yeah. I've done it a few times.
How much material would you like? Is it comfortable? How much material do you have? It was the longest set.
Well, I've done a lot of long sets because when I started, I actually was just like, I wasn't even trying to be a comic. I was like, I'm just going to go for a show. Like it was a joke. And then a lot of people came, and it was like my friend told me, he said, oh, you should be a comic. Like, it's a classic story. Like, you should do comedy. And there's no, out there especially, there's nowhere to do comedy. So I just said, all right, I'll do it. No, lots of German. Why brought you there in the first place? Music stuff.
What makes you keep the mustache?
I fixed the washing machine one time, and I was like, you know what? I got this. This is mine now.
David, you wanted to go on the Death Squad show Friday?
Yes. I signed up for this podcast like 20 times, and I'm pretty bitter about it. And today I was like, I feel like I'm going to get picked today because Pat Reagan was talking about dead cats, and the crowd is angry, and I'm going to be horrible. I know it's the point. Oh, you are now worked out. This is a miserable fuck. Thanks for that was really impressive. I'm much happier now than I was in Germany. So
yeah, I've known you for quite a while, and you've helped, Josh, set up and help us out.
Thanks for letting me do that. Tell me, Rick. I'm pretty old.
You're like the cool dad.
I'm the cool dad, yeah. The skateboarding dad.
Yeah, wear this hat.
I'm 41.
How long were you in Europe for?
10 years. I know, I blinked in on this.
What were you doing over there?
Well, I stopped over there doing music stuff. I used to do a lot of music stuff. And
When you say music stuff,
I
was you got a Walkman and headphones?
I've been in bands and I produce music, but I went over there DJing with some hip hop kids from New York, and then just kind of fell in love with Berlin. So I got all dudes with hip hops in a band.
David, did you drive a van across the
My past here.
I mean, your past is a drinking games.
I was a DJ.
$1 million question. The $1 million question is, how did you get your pedophile band across the ocean. I love it.
Lots of little kids paddling, man, paddling.
What kind of car do you have?
I don't have a car, I have a bike. Wow. Yeah, and I'm like,
how far do you live from here?
I live right now in Westlake. I'm looking for a place. I live in Ontario, California.
I don't even know what Westlake is. You name a cross street or something?
4th and Rampart. You want to know the exact location? Take it over the address. It's like down past Koreatown. It's like Koreatown, Westlake, downtown. It's not like ultimate. Be on the bus too. Sometimes, yeah. Or I'll get on the train. I'll get on the red line. Very big massage parlors over there. I bet. I'm looking for a place to live right now, so I just got a job at a pizza place.
Why'd you move in? Why'd you move in? What did you do?
I'm married. I'm a married man. So I miss my wife. She's cool. Oh, she's in. You could be. Stephanie would never have been married now.
Where are you now? Where are you from originally?
Originally from the suburbs of Philadelphia.
Born and raised?
Where?
Close to the
Did any USP girls break their heart out there?
No. It's nice to have one look out.
Your mom has her.
What's that?
Well, David, we love having you on.
10% free.
You did a good job.
Somebody you can go with, because she's not right. I just believe the 2 nights. Take the train. Oh, take the train.
Mr. David Deary.
Oh, yeah, you can take the red line to the gold line. I know. Yes. I did that before on my way to the Rose Bowl. Black Mountain, like, winning ground. Ladies and gentlemen, your next comedian is Alex Wong.
It's long enough that my friends call me a pocket pussy. Like, it's funny and it's weird. It's funny because I know now he owns a sex toy. Because you don't just go around buying sex toys from me. Like, you're a consumer, you're a believer. It's weird because I know after he used his sex toy, he was like, oh, you know who could use one of these? Alex could. Happy birthday. But I took it because it's a gift. And I get loans because I get loans. So, when I'm at home, I'm looking at the pocket pussy. And I'm on a cute grandparent. It's like, don't know why you do it. No, I'm just like mad at Sandra Bullock. Like, come on, Sandra, give him another chance. He's misunderstood. See, but this is 2 weeks notice again. Like, ah, fuck it.
After that was it. You just still your minute.
No. There's like a couple more like lines to a couple more texts. I'd take his pussy down.
Did you try it?
I did try
Does
it.
it actually fit in your mouth?
Yes, it does. It's compact. It's
Did you take it? Did you take it to a public place with you and then use it for like what it's worth, or did you just use it at home? I use it for a pocket pussy.
I used it in traffic.
How happy are your parents right now that you understand that?
They're miserable.
I know. They're Asian. I know. Their sister dad gave you that pocket pussy. Are you Korean?
My mom's Vietnamese, French, Dutch, Chinese. That's where they live in. They're so simple. Some sick baby.
Well, look at his bone structure. It's just like
So, when did you use it? How did you use it? What was the
Why do you want to know this?
Because that's part of the material. It's certainly, and it's not that funny when I'm staring at it, wondering what the fuck he's like to test myself, like to challenge myself. Are you trying to make a joke?
Yeah, I don't believe he used to do it.
That's a,
You know what photos of that? Have you fucking seen the car?
that's just like,
Photos?
yes.
Yeah.
You really took a photo of yourself?
No, I did not.
It's so much multitasking. You're driving fucking the
It's like after a show and I'm going home and I just have a son here to jack off. It's like after a show and there's traffic on the 405. Yeah, there's always
traffic. You go to work to run off some of that energy. You should really get home and charging off.
There he is. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? I can hear me. Can you hear me? I can't hear you. Welcome. I was just thinking about you. Riser, can you hear me? There he is. Can you hear me? Hello? Yo, Riser. 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 Can you hear me? Riser. 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 Can you hear me? Riser. Riser. I see you're there. Yo, can you see me? I'm gonna call you. Yo, dog. Yo, I don't know what's going on. Let me check and see if Discord's having an issue. Dude, great job on your post.
The private call works fine.
Yeah, I know. It's strange. Okay, so I'm gonna go to down. I'm going to down detector, and I'm looking at Discord. Discord looks like it's having issues. Oh yeah, Discord's having major issues right now. So let's just talk until it gets fixed. All right, dog. I'm just giving you a heads up. That chick who I sent you, you posted a picture of her at the tip of my penis and asked 2 years ago who that was, and somebody answered you. she's your body blue. That bitch is your body blue.
It's research purposes.
Oh yeah, right. Exactly. Research purposes. My ass. I see that you are a fan of Jessa Rhodes, a true man of culture. I like the picture that you took of her. That was good. Yeah, dog. That's what I was gonna say. You better clean your shit up. So go to. Yeah, it's your post from 2 years ago. So you were so obsessed with this girl. Like I understand Zoot because his girl's on the front page, but you went on a manhunt, or better yet, a woman hunt for this bitch. So I was just.
This is why you don't go on Reddit.
I thought of that too. I know, man. Your secret's safe with me. I won't tell Zoot, but I do have to give you some shit over it. I know, and all these people are like, "Who's this pervert who fucking loves Japanese indoor pools?" Oh, that's fucking funny. I saw that. I was like, "No, this can't be Riser," and I'm like, "Oh no, it is." I was on a walk today. I made a video for you, by the way. But it's on my other phone. And I was looking at your post on my walk, and I was like, "No fucking way." he is a little pervert, and so I thought that was hilarious. Shut the fuck up! Shut the fuck up about your account got hacked. All right, well then you got hacked. Okay, no big deal. So no big deal. I just wanted to bust your balls on that, dude. You're posted so well. Over 2,000 likes. I don't know. When I was looking at it, it was like 2,400 or something. I want to say it was pretty high.
No, yeah, no, it's going up faster than fucking later rounds video.
Word, dog. Hey, but you didn't even thank the guy. You should be like, dude, thanks. I mean, it's kind of a dick move on your part.
Yeah, Reddit etiquette.
It's called Reddicate.
Right, yeah. I think I sent him a DM with like flowers and like a coupon to
I'm sure you did. I am sure you did.
buy
But
you a nice tip.
yeah, well, that's good. So at least I know you're.
Also get
I
paid a nice tip too.
yeah, tip of my penis. At least I know your type. It's basically what I thought it would be. It's basically what everybody is. So that's good. Yeah. So anyway, that's just hilarious that we give Zoot so much shit, but you know, nobody's perfect.
All the liminal spaces, people are like, who's this goober?
Exactly.
Liminal photos.
Exactly. I it like on my walk, I was looking at your profile. I was like, dude, I can't be reading this correctly. I'm like, no way. Did he fuck up majorly? And I'm like looking at your post. I didn't see it. I didn't see last night that you had other pictures on it. So I like swiped through. I was like, oh, tight. And then I look at your profile. I'm like, no fucking way. So I was gonna make a video for you, that of my discovery, but I made a nice one for you. But it's on my other phone, so I don't have it right now.
It's nice that this is a private call for once, not a stream as well addressing this for future.
Oh, everybody can hear it, but like nobody can hear it because
Oh, great.
yeah, no big deal. No big deal. Okay, so dude, there is a documentary I think you'd really like that we should watch. You don't have to watch it tonight, but it's on Stanley Meyer and the water powered car, and that's like a really important part of history that is not discussed a lot, and we should know it better. We should know it like Bob
I
Lazar
got assassinated.
at a Cracker Barrel in Ohio. He got arsenic poisoned or something, some kind of poisoning. Um, yeah, so we should check that out. And he was meeting with oil executives there, and as he was leaving, or as they left, he got into the parking lot and yelled, "They poisoned me!" And then he died in the parking lot. So one day, I'd like to make a cross country road trip to his wherever he died, and I don't know.
Why hasn't someone like picked up on where like his work is? I mean, there's hydrogen cars, but this is just running on water.
Straight water, dog. That's what we have to find out. Like I know this story and I've known about it for like 5 or 10 years or so. No, more than that. Maybe 15 or 20 years. But your guess is as good as mine. The only thing that I've ever been able to surmise is that they basically took Stanley Meyer to court. Somebody did, and said that his, you know, what the words they use, debunk and all that other shit. Said that he, they basically ruined his life in court, and then when he was going to sell the, he was, or maybe he wasn't even going to sell it, but he was just in discussions with some powerful people. And I think that has scared off a lot of people. But you're absolutely right. Like, you're telling me that some guy like, I don't know, Bitcoin Obama, not him specifically, but some guy who's like has no oil, has been like, but like tons of water, it's just never been like, Doug, let's put this in a car and let's try to figure this shit out. What am I saying? Like, necessity is the mother of invention, and like a place where you have no gas or oil would be like, okay, let's really try to get down to this. But I'm not sure. I'm not sure. I mean, maybe it is all um, fake or whatever. But I've seen what the car looks like. It was just like a little go kart looking thing. Um, but if Bob Lazar,
His death is not fake though. So
no, absolutely,
The guy is fake.
absolutely, no. I know. Well, that's the thing. Like they just say he had a heart attack or some shit like that. But I'm not sure. Then we have to watch Air, and then well, we can do Air for whatever. Uh, Discord. I can't believe it's having such an issue. So anyway, um, I um, well, how was your day?
It's good. Nice day outside. Very chill. No complaints.
Very well. Um, we oh, I got asked to be on a podcast tomorrow at 9 a.m. So it's with somebody in Czech Republic, but we'll see how that goes. Um, yeah, yeah. So
They asked you, or you asked them, and they said yes.
he asked me, and I didn't get his message. It was like in my spam messages of X that I just like I never ever check, ever check because you know it's only like garbage in there. It's literally like hundreds of OnlyFans girls. It's it, and they're just bots or whatever. But then there's this random Czech Republic guy who I think saw that I had asked to be on somebody else's podcast, and he was like, "Oh, I'll have you on." And he has a tech AI podcast, so that's cool.
Nice.
Uh,
Is there a lot of, is it like more than 500 subscribers?
I don't think so. Maybe, but he's got a nice setup, but his English is like not his first language, so he'll be better understand. Um,
Does he post his podcast on Reddit?
he posted on X, so that's something. Um, I I uh, I I will see. I just saw that he had posted on X. Okay, so I had this idea.
How long are you going to talk for? It's going to be
I don't know. I
an
don't.
hour.
No, I don't know if it's all in AI. See, the thing is, though, he has to know something about me before interviewing me, or I'm just going to overwhelm you with so much. And so I sent him. He just got back to me like this evening, and was like, "We'll do it." Or I asked him, "What time are we?" I asked him like if I don't know 4 in the afternoon or something. When do you want to do the podcast? And he's like, um, he got back to me. He's like 9 a.m. tomorrow. And, okay, what channel do we do it on? By the way, you should know if anybody ever asked you to be on a podcast, be very weary because it's a really easy way to defraud somebody. Basically, they send you a link that you think is a Zoom link, and it ends up being like a drainer link. I got one time. It didn't drain me, but
Yeah, I've heard about that.
yeah. And you're so excited to be on the podcast that you're like, oh yeah, I'll give you access to my computer and all kinds of shit
They
like
get
that.
the Zoom link and then bam. It's actually it's very smart.
Oh, it's totally smart.
Horrible, but
It's totally smart. So I did this thing. Remember DeviantArt? They banned me for. They said I was linking off site, which is like okay, that's cool. So I did this thing. I don't know if it's. I don't know. This to me is just extremely outside the box thinking. Uh, so I I go on Getty Images, which is like the largest quality image database on the internet, and I get thousands of pictures of women who I think are really beautiful, but they're not what I would say um, what like the kids, so to speak, would think are beautiful now. They're like ladies from like
Lena Rhodes.
yeah, they're not like that chick, but they're like it's like Marilyn Monroe and Audrey Hepburn kind of chicks, and but they're like classically beautiful women. And the reason why I chose them is usually they're dressed pretty modestly, and I don't want just like chicks in like bikinis and stuff. It's fine if they have ball gowns on or something like that, but like anybody can do chicks in bikinis. Okay, so then what I did is I made a meme template for like 1,000 of them that says, please type hashtag, please type Rabbi Rothschild in YouTube and filter by life. And then below it, linktree.com/rabbi. And to my surprise, this started populating on Google. So I put 1,000 of these things on DeviantArt, and this asshole saw that my account was basically um, he saw that my account was uh, like just spamming like links or whatever. So I got banned because it said that I was like linking off site or something like that. So I thought, okay, all right, asshole. If you think I'm linking off site, then I'll remove all the links from my profile. Basically, like you might be able to find one link, like in a picture that I have or something.
Can you make the meme like your face when you search Rabbi Rothschild or something? And that's not, it's telling people to search, but it's not actually saying like this link.
Yeah, so that's what I did. So what I did was, instead of giving anybody a link, I found this bulk image creator that here, I'll just show you what this thing does. All right, can you see my face?
Yeah.
Okay. So here's my blog. This is a blog that I created. Okay, so this is a picture of Whitney Houston, and do you see it says copyright? Maybe you can, maybe you can't. It says copyright 2026, Rabbi Rothschild, hashtag viral rabbi. Please search Rabbi Rothschild in YouTube and filter by live. For more information, please search Rabbi Rothschild in any search engine, social media, or AI platform. Do you see that?
Yeah.
Okay. But this isn't my fucking picture. You know, this is like a professional picture. But I'm just taking credit for all these people's pictures. And, you know, if I go viral, I'll give them all credit. I'll pay for all the pictures or whatever the fuck I need to do. But it's like, it's, if they sue me, that's great. That brings me a lot of attention. It's almost like beneficial if they sue me. It really would be. And so.
I don't know, do you think the media would press the news just suing you?
Well, Whitney Houston's dead. It would be Getty Images that would sue me. And that's still fine. That's a huge news thing. I'd be able to get that in press releases and all kinds of shit. There'd be articles written about it and everything. So anyway, then I put my own copyright on this thing. And I don't know if this is gonna work, but let me just check. Let me see if it's worked. That's fine. One thing about my copyright is it's like a watermark, but I didn't put the watermark usually over the ladies' faces because they have really pretty faces and I kind of want to preserve them. And okay, so I'm going to check right now. My other account lasted like 22 hours or something. And this one, I get so many people who who are favoriting these pictures because they are cool pictures and I didn't ruin them with this copyright. Let's see if I got banned. No, I mean I just got 3 people just now. Oh no, this person 1, 2, 3. Dude, this person's following all my shit. Wow. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Like 12 fucking likes or they favored it. Like people like my art. It's not my fucking picture though. So, they like professional pictures or whatever. But I didn't ruin them by putting this watermark over the people's faces. I could have, but then it looks to me more like spam as opposed to me trying to preserve the picture by just having like a much longer copyright notice than anybody else has. So this account is now like almost 20 hours old, 20 something. It is, it is, let's see, let's do it's like 20 hours old. So far so good because these accounts are DeviantArt uh, ranks really, really well in Google. And so long as I can stay away from like the moderators or whatever of um, DeviantArt or whatever for like, I don't know, maybe 48 hours or so, I should be okay. Because then those um, pictures will kind of settle and then they won't be in like new releases or whatever. But anyway, I thought that was it is, I know it's a really genius way of promoting myself, like in a sly way by using the copyright watermark because that's something that real photographers do and nobody gives them shit. And I made sure I got rid of the links in just about all of my, like, I'm not promoting links. I do say like what to type into the computer, but that's not a link. So we'll see how that goes. But I've been working on that, and then I got this other. I'll show you my other. Can you still see? Can you see me?
To use a copyright like symbol like that, so you actually have to like register the.
Who the fuck cares, dog? Sue me. That's what I'm saying. That's the best thing that could happen to me. Does that make sense? Does that make sense? The best thing that could happen to me is a giant company like Getty Images suing me. Because that means they're going to have a ton of lawyers who are looking up shit about me, and they're going to be like, holy fuck, this motherfucker has spammed everyone on the internet. We're not the only person with this issue. And they'll end up talking to their friends like, hey, this person's live streaming all of this right now, and we're going to send him papers, basically, and that's going to be live streamed. Like, do you understand what I'm saying? Like, it would be to my benefit. If that doesn't...
Yeah, so you're not allowed to claim one medium like that photo as your...
Well, so... Yeah, you're not, but here's the thing. There's an argument to be made that when I put my big message over it, that it becomes a new art piece. It's not a very good argument, but there is an argument to be made. And I think in the future, I'd be able to defend that argument to say, I put my shit on everything. And by my adding text to it, it becomes my art. Now, they'll probably say, like, the big issue is something I believe called unjust enrichment. So, like, how much money am I making off of this? I'm not making anything off of it. So they can't sue me for any profits. This is really just a self-promotion thing. Here's another bot I have. Can you see my computer? Okay, so this one is going through all my old Instagrams, and it is adding descriptions and alt text. Like, this is in like Swahili or something. Some fucking language. There are 290 languages available on Google. Translate now. They expanded last year. Didn't they? Like doubled their size. So I'm almost done with every single language. Like, at least I put like maybe 100 different posts or so for each language. And then here's my other bot. So you'll see 3 bots. This one.
Using hashtags in those languages.
Oh yeah, definitely. You can only use 3 hashtags though. I'm sorry. You can only use 5 hashtags on TikTok. And so this one, if you're wondering what this is doing, This is another bot that's creating. Okay, see, it's making a clip. You see the clip being made,
Yeah.
and then it posts in there, and then it publishes. There you go. So I've got 3 bots going.
Which site is that publishing it on?
Kick.
Okay.
So
Still doing that one.
Doug, yeah, I figured.
They must love you.
I figure. I'm gonna. So long as I told them, I told Eddie Craven in an interview that I did with one of his bigger creators, Ori, like more than a year ago. I told him, you can stop all of what I'm doing right now if you just put in a captcha system. And they didn't. So long as they don't, I see it as a really great way to be able to promote myself. It gets people to come into my Discord, and at least sometimes they message me, sometimes they talk with me, or they'll come to my YouTube. Like people of all languages, or I should say all countries, who speak all languages because they don't know what this is. And so that gets them in. So I've got 3 bots going right now, one on Blogger, one on Instagram, one on Kick. That's right here. And then I've got another couple on Rumble. I have some other ones that are running on Rumble, and then 2 more on TikTok. So right now I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
And the TikTok one's working.
They work amazingly, Riser. Yeah, they are. I've created over like 20,000 music videos, just random ass fucking songs. And I get all these really small artists who are like, thank you so much for using our music. Nobody's used our music before. You're the first person. We're so appreciative. And I get like organic follows from that and a bunch of likes. I just checked one of my accounts and I have like 39 extra likes. And it's literally just a fucking bot that just like half the time is just me sleeping, and the other half of the time is just in calls like this. But I think it's really cool that all that is being archived. It's like little snapshots of my life played to music, which is art. It's absolutely art. So I think that's baller as fuck. What else? So those are my bots. I've got 7 bots going. 2 on Rumble, 2 on TikTok, 1 on Instagram, 1 on Kick, and 1 on Blogger. And then I did this thing for. There's this website called imgflip.com. It's one of the biggest meme websites. And I created over 2,000 memes on this website. And I got like 15,000 points, whatever that means. I get a ton of people who just randomly click on my profile and stuff. And then there's Flickr. Dude, I had 79,000 people look at my pictures in the last 72 hours on Flickr. No one liked it, but but 70. I just looked at it. They're just the pretty ladies with like text at the bottom that says, "Please type whatever." Your guess is as good as mine because DeviantArt, I get a ton. You just saw people were favoriting. So to me, it's like Flickr is either botting themselves or it's just being featured on like a big, maybe it's being featured like on a big board, but I don't know. Somebody on DeviantArt did comment, why are you...
Like a... Where I see this thing where, it's like the Yelp documentary where like they're basically like charging people for these impressions, but their ad is way at the bottom.
That could be.
They have to like scroll down to actually see the thing, but 99% of people don't actually scroll down that far.
That could be. And I'm not doing it for people to see that. I'm doing it so that when you go to Google Photos, I have more photos there. Not that I don't have a lot, but I have a lot of competition. And I've never focused on photos. I've always focused on video. Video, I dominate in a lot of ways. And I'm doing my best to just, like, I saw it as a weakness in my search engine strategy, And as I was doing my best to improve my AI strategy, I was like, well, you know what? Photos are something that I could really improve on. And um, you never know, someone might see one of my memes and then actually go and like, whenever I have one of these new strategies, it always takes, I don't know, a week or two to see if it actually worked. And then I'll get a random person who comes into the Discord and I'll be like, how'd you find out about me? And they're like, oh, I saw a meme of yours on this website. I'll be like, no way. Like, that's how it happened with Kick. That's how it happened when I would just spam people when I clip them. That's how it happened on Twitch. It's how it's happened on a lot of platforms. So, anyway, I thought that copyright thing was an interesting strategy. That, all right, guys, if you don't want me to put my links in there, that's fine. I will literally just still preserve the picture, even though I could destroy it and basically put my watermark over it. But the ladies are so pretty that I know they're still attractive pictures, and then it doesn't look 100% like I am just spamming my thing. It's like there's some artistic value to that. So um, we'll see how it goes. I mean, I'll go to sleep tonight potentially, and tomorrow my DeviantArt account will be banned or whatever. But that's fine. It's no big deal. There's another couple websites I've been using. One of them is Tenor, TENOR.com. It was bought by Google. I told you about this. This is the one. If you ever want to use like a GIF on, I think it. I think like Reddit uses Tenor. Reddit uses Tenor or Giphy. It might use Giphy or Jiffy or whatever. Um, but to get on those, every meme and every GIF has to be approved, like which is unbelievable to me. Like I would think that like it would be like just like Instagram where you just upload something, but no, everything. And it's telling me a longer story. It's telling me more and more about the internet that more and more things have to be approved before they'll allow them to be posted. Like YouTube, YouTube used to just be able to upload anything you want. Now there's a whole upload verification process to make sure it's not copyrighted or anything like that. And the same is happening with just GIFs and memes, and that to me is like a telltale sign of the internet that there's constriction of free speech and things like that. But yeah, and then um, I didn't ask anybody to be on their podcast today, and I should, but I was doing other things. So I might send out. All I have to do is send out either like 10 emails or contact 10 people on X or something. But that's my goal: 10 people a day. If I do that for 365 days, that's over 3,000 requests, and um, I should get some money for that. And it's not like what I want to do, which is create a robot that does it, and then just keep getting spammed, and then create another one, and keep getting banned, and do another one, keep getting banned. I want to avoid that. I want to preserve my account. So anyway, we've got that going for us. I take it you still can't hear me in Discord, right? Well, maybe I take it. I hold on. Let me test myself. Test. Yeah, my other account is um normally the reason I have that other account in there is so that I can hear myself because sometimes I run into issues where my mic goes down. And I want to know, is it on my end or your end? Because I deal with so many people. Dude, Discord is off the chain when it comes to the issues that they're having. Um, yeah. Oh, okay. Wait. Here we go. For anyone having problems, switch the VC region to something else, and it'll work. Okay. How do you do that? Um, let's see here. VCs are not working. Says I'm in my buddy. Says I'm in me and my buddy can't hear each other, and it says our mics are working. Can't get into VCs right now. Screen share. Okay. Well, this is a bitch. Let me see what people are saying on Twitter. Actually, let me go to Reddit. You know, I have a theory in the future Reddit karma will be worth money.
You can sell your account.
That's true. All right, we're going to Discord. Discord. And community Discord. Yeah. And can't hear anyone on the call. I was on a call with a friend. Yeah, same. It's happening in one Discord server. I joined another VC and I can't hear because the Discord might be down. I kind of found a fix. You have to make everyone leave the VC, kind of like Roblox, make everyone leave the VC so it resets, then rejoin. It works, but it can still happen again. Like right now, it happened to me. Only way to fix it is to get everyone to leave the VC. This bug only occurs if you join the VC after it's been up for longer than 1 hour. Okay, so let's try that. Why don't we join? I'm gonna start another call. I have like a custom thing right below here. It says, just one moment. It says, join to create voice channel. Okay, yeah, can you join that one? Let's see if that works. Let me know if you have trouble finding it. It's right under Brandon's. So there's this section that we're in. Then it says Rabbi Rothschild's Arena. Then it says Brandon A. And then it's mine. Do you see? It says Rabbi Rothschild's channel. Yeah, you should. Oh wait, hold on. Let me check. I don't know. Maybe. Yeah, it's there. Okay, so do you see that there's the one that everybody's in, and then below it it's Rabbi Rothschild's Arena. Then it says join to create a channel. Then it says Brandon H channel. Then it says Rabbi Rothschild channel.
Below the arena, I have 24/7 radio station. And that goes to.
You don't see Brandon H channel?
That's the one, the 24/7 live stream.
Okay, just
I'll
one.
send you a screenshot.
Yeah, you can do that. I'm going to send you a link right now. So, there you have it. Okay, join the one that I just sent you. Yo, dog, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Isn't that weird? Okay, so let's just talk in here. So you don't see this call? Can you hear me? Riser. 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 Yo. Okay, so could you hear me in there?
Yeah, can you not hear me?
No, I couldn't. Okay. Well, I heard... Okay, go back in there and let's try it again. Okay, can you hear me?
Hello.
Yes.
You can't hear me?
Yeah. Can you hear? Can you see me?
Yeah, I can hear and see you.
Okay. Now I can hear you. And do you see this VC in your list? Like, do you see above here? It says Brandon A. No way. It worked for 5 seconds and then it worked. Okay. What happened? You just couldn't hear me anymore? Can you hear me in this call? Yo, Riser, can you hear me? Riser. 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 Okay, I'm going to hang up and I'm going to recall you. Riser. Riser. There he is. Yo, pimp. Okay, so it rugged completely. Yo, can you hear me?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay. For whatever reason, it cut out, and then the mic wasn't working during my call.
So I was just. Could you still see me?
Yeah, I just no audio.
Okay, interesting. All right. I'm gonna go back in to Yo dog. Yo dog. Yo dog. Yeah, okay. All right. Well, we could do screen share or whatever, which is fine, but I don't know, we'll probably run into issues with that. So we could just start the documentary at the same time as well. Or hold on. I'm talking about a documentary. I mean,
Screen sharing not work.
well, actually it might. Okay, so you want to do a screen share? Do you have enough devices to be able to talk in a call like this and then do screen share?
Yeah.
Oh, baller.
Screen share from my computer.
Baller. Okay. Okay, well, we can do that. Just one moment. I am going to.
Michael Jordan on the air.
Yeah. How are your Yeezys? Are you ready for an update on Brendan Schaub? You got it. All right. So there's Brendan Schaub is circling the drain, and I've said that before, and it's just this like amazing soap opera that's going on. So basically, I think that
arrested for running an illegal lottery.
yeah. No doubt about that. No doubt about that. That's absolutely true. Yeah, no doubt about that. Okay, just looking for it. All right, so here's what he did.
10,000 entries, even though it's charging $10 per entry.
Right. And then it just so happened that like somebody really close to him won, and then that person sold the car the next day, and then they found that car for sale in the same city where his business manager lives, Palm Beach. It's just extremely shady. Okay, so there's that aspect of it. There's another aspect. He's being sued. He was sued for two other things. One of them was for employment violations, but that one was hilarious. So was um, he had an employee. The guy's name is Mark. Mark's nickname is Big Gay Lion. Why? I don't know. That's just his nickname. And so Mark, Big Gay Lion, basically would go on tour with Brendan Schaub, and Brendan would only pay him, like, even though Big Gay Lion was there for security and to be like a manager and stuff, Brendan wouldn't pay him like the way that you're supposed to be paid in the state of California, which is like your travel time, and like you're working like 24 hours. So there's like um, there's like a certain extra amount of money that you're supposed to get so he wasn't being paid correctly. So Big Gay Lion sued Brendan Schaub in court, and the day of the hearing, Big Gay Big Gay Lion um, sent the link to the court. They were doing like virtual court with Brendan Schaub in like an employment hearing, and Big Gay Lion sent the link to Brendan Schaub's biggest hater on the internet. And the biggest hater on the internet live streamed the court hearing live on YouTube, and you're not allowed to do that. And so Brendan Schaub found out about it, and they like either delayed the hearing or they might throw out the case. But it was just absolutely like hilarious that like the it's called PF Chang's because that's what the community is called. It's called homeless cats. These are just all insider terms, but basically what it is just like people like as um, as Shane Gillis has said, literally a medium-sized city now hates you. Okay, so Brendan Schaub, uh, he also did a what do you call it? Like an endorsement deal for some kind of like CBD, and in exchange for getting like 10% of the company, he did like CBD ads, and his CBD ads would be like this. They'd be like, yeah, you need to get what's it called? Pure Spectrum CBD. My son was having uh, epileptic seizures, but all we had to do was give him Pure Spectrum CBD, and he doesn't have epileptic seizures anymore. Which is like that's like a hard thing to prove. But anyway, like Brendan would say anything because he was a 10% owner in this company. Well, he ended up like either selling his share or something like that. And anyway, there was some confusion, and he's being sued over that. All right. Then he's got Brian Callen, who cannot sell tickets. I told you he was in Irvine um, last weekend or 2 weekends ago, and couldn't sell out. They had to give his tickets away. And I've been to the Irvine, um, where he was playing the Irvine Spectrum. It's the Irvine Improv, and it's a big club, and it was like more than half empty, and they had to give away the tickets to the people who were there, which is never good for a comic. And now other comics are starting to make fun of Brian Callen because it's like, dude, you moved halfway across the country to get away from Brendan Schaub, your partner, so that you could live with live by Joe Rogan because Joe Rogan told you, hey, if you move to Austin, I will give you a residency here. And he did for a little bit. But the thing is, at the end of the day, Brian Callen is a 59-year-old comic who is like washed up. Nobody thinks it's funny. And he's never been like a big actor. He's always had bit parts and things. And moreover, people don't like him because he comes from like amazing amounts of wealth. His dad is an well, his dad has the wealth. So his dad was an international banker, and he like Brian Callen was born in the Philippines at an army base and grew up in the Middle East, in like Saudi Arabia, and has just never really had to work for like that's how all these guys are. And I've said it before, but okay, you have Brendan Schaub, who was a comedian. His dad sold an email company and made up like millions of dollars doing that. Brian Callen, his dad was an international banker. Um, Bert Kreischer, his dad is a lawyer for the Church of Scientology. Uh, Tom Segura, his dad was a major time Merrill Lynch executive. Um, Whitney 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 Cummings. Her dad is a lawyer for like venture capital, and her mom was like an executive at Nordstrom. Like all these people, are you seeing a pattern? Here's how this works, and I know I've said it before, but if you have a, I'm watching these people on Kill Tony, and like the people who are really working to be comics, um, they have to have a 9 to 5 job. They just can't sit around the fucking comedy store and get high all day and then go on for 10 minutes and make $20. Like that's not realistic. But these other guys can because they can basically um, utilize their family's wealth and stuff. So okay, back to Brian Callen. So Brian Callen can't sell any tickets, and I believe Brian Callen's contract with Brendan Schaub is up at the end of this fiscal year, which will be June. And so they're already making arrangements to go take the show from 2 days a week to 1 day a week. Now it's like, wait, why would you take your show from 2 days a week to 1 day a week? Like, doesn't that hurt like the show? And yeah, it absolutely does. The reason why they want to do that is because Brendan Schaub has to pay Brian Callen $25,000 a month to do the show, and he's not able to do that anymore because he's not making the money that he was. And Brian Callen is going to have his is having like everything cut because um, he's not able to sell tickets. He is a laughing stock. They went from the the media capital of the world, LA, to Austin, which everybody's moving out of Austin. Um, Not only that, Brendan Schaub, not Joe Rogan. Exactly, he's too invested, and see, he makes serious money. And when you make that kind of money, it's best to have a house in Austin. You can go and jet set anywhere in the world that you want, which is kind of what he does, at least in the United States. But to have that, you want to have a place that doesn't have income tax as your home base because you're making a huge income. So your income is like, I don't know, his is like $200 million, or like 100, more than $100 million a year just from Spotify. That doesn't include YouTube, and it doesn't include the UFC or any of that other shit. And then you've got so to not have to pay tax on that is huge. And he has a big house in Austin, but the it's not the it's far less property taxes than he would be paying in state income tax. Now, on the other,
People say that his Joe Rogan's net worth as of early 26 is 250 million. Like a billionaire.
is he like a billionaire?
I mean, like, do you think? I thought his net worth would be more than 250 million.
Yeah, I think Google's off. He signed his first Spotify deal for $250 million, and then his second Spotify deal was $250 million. So unless he blew through all that money, which he didn't, I would say his net worth is probably closer to 400 million, maybe even a little more, especially because the endorsements that he does, that doesn't include the UFC and it doesn't include YouTube, which I'm sure is a pretty penny. So, um, I don't know, maybe Spotify's off, or maybe Google's off, which it is on a lot of those net worth estimators, but um, it's a good question. All right, so then you've got um, Brian Callen, who's not able to sell tickets, and he's getting everything cut. He has two families, one in California and one in Austin. His one in California has like kids who are just starting to become like college age, so he's not having to pay um, child support on them anymore, but he still has to pay $25,000 in alimony. Like the reason why he was doing Fighter and the Kid is because it was kind of a wash. Like, okay, I'll do this stupid show twice a week, and then that takes care of my alimony. But the thing is, with Brendan Schaub cutting him down to once a week because they're just not getting the views that they once had, it's like he doesn't know what he's gonna do, and he's like freaking out over this stuff. And the thing is, they freak out on air, which is like they have their production meetings on air. They just don't communicate. They're not really good friends anymore. Not to say that they ever were. They kind of were using each other because they were in the Joe Rogan verse and whatever. Okay, so Brendan Schaub. Brendan Schaub is having to sell his house in Austin because he bought too big of a house. Basically, Brendan Schaub was like, "Oh, I'm not going to have to pay in, um, employment income or state income tax on my employment, so I'm going to be able to buy as big a house as I had in California." And it turned out that the property taxes were $80,000, and he's complaining about it because he's like, nobody tells you this stuff, and it's like, dude, a quick Google search would have told you like, hey, the property taxes are going to be really serious, especially in Austin. And he's got homeowners fees and all these other things. So he's having to um, he's having to move, which is expensive too. And the thing is, the homeless cats, which is what the community is known as in the Reddit, they're, and I'll say I am too. I'm obsessed with every post. It's like because he just makes such an ass out of himself, and they have taken screenshots. Like his family keeps having to lower and lower the price of their house when, so now they're going to be selling it at a loss. Which I feel really sorry for his kids. His kids didn't ask for this, and the thing is, they're they're just starting to get to the age where their friends have the internet and will get onto the Fighter and the Kid subreddit and are just going to tear these fuckers apart because their mom is a wannabe Kardashian who takes like OnlyFans pics for Instagram and in like bikinis and like onesies and like showing her butt everywhere. And these kids are just gonna be menacing to their parents. They're gonna be like, dude, your dad is such a doofus that Joe Rogan can't stand him, and your mom is an absolute whore. Like they're just, I feel so badly for these kids. Anyway, um, then we've got Brendan Schaub, who did something. Uh, so Brendan doesn't have like he does so many fucking podcasts. Again, and I say that that's why I am so invested in this is because he puts out a lot of content. He puts out his own show on Monday. He puts out um,
Have you asked if he has a podcast?
no, but that's funny that you say that. I actually, his producer today was just randomly on Kick. Hasn't been on Kick in 2 years. And I look at my computer, the one that has the Kick bot on it, and I'm like, no fucking way. That's one of his producers for one of his shows. And my bot clicked him, and I looked at how many people were watching him. Zero. So it's like, dude, this guy, the producer is like a this he's not a celebrity, but he's like pretty well. He's like he does Theo Vaughn's podcast. He's the producer for it. He's the producer for um, some of Brendan Schaub's, and it's like if he's getting zero people, then your average person is getting zero people because this is a guy who has connections to a lot of these different streamers and podcasters. And if he's getting 0 people, then everybody's getting 0 people. A lot of people are. And then that means all these other people are it's Zoot. 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 Yeah. So let's can I add Zoot to this call? Hold on. Let me hold on. Let's see if we can. Okay, just one moment. I'll call you right back. Zoo, can you hear me? Zoo. Zoo, can you hear me? Zoo. Zoo, can you hear me? Okay. Discord's having some kind of issue, so just be patient. So just one moment. Let me get Riser in on this call. So just stay in here, okay? If this call cuts out, then we'll make arrangements. Just stay in this call. How are you? Okay, good. We'll talk in a second. Yo, big dog. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Riser. Zoot, can you hear me? Hey, Riser and I are trying to have a 3-way call with you. Do you see that we're trying to call you? All right, go to that 3-way call and let's see if we can get that to work. So I'll see you there. Yo, Zoot, can you hear me? Zoot. Zoot, just a moment. Zoot. Oh, I caught you. Amazing. Hold on. What'd you say, Zoot? Yeah, you are. Okay, so let me join. So Riser said that he. Hold on, you might hear me from 2. Yeah, okay. He just got a call from a friend, so he's doing his own thing. Let's play Dice Party. What up, pimp?
I can't talk about it on live stream.
Okay, one of those issues. Okay, well, we're gonna play Dice Party and we're gonna make it all better, okay? Zoot.
Yeah.
I was on a walk today and I thought about you and I made you a video and it's on my other phone, but I'll send it to you when I can. And I just say that I appreciate your friendship. And I do. You should know that you're loved. So don't ever forget that. Three of a kind, Zoot.
You ever say like some weird comment and you go like, what the fuck? And then years later you don't think about it and then that comment turns out to be true?
Um, maybe, I guess.
I can't talk about it, but that just happened to me.
Okay, what happened?
It's too close to my location to talk about. If I talk about it, it drops into my location.
Okay. Nice, small, straight dude.
I'll just say some very, very bad things may have happened around the area I live
Okay.
with some very notorious people in the world.
Okay. Are you okay?
Yeah, we're fine.
Okay, good. Oh, fuck you, Zoo.
Fraud. One, two, three, four, five.
No, you don't have a 4.
I don't even have a straight, do I?
No.
Might have been another choice.
3 of a
Hear
kind.
me out.
Oh, no way. You don't have the balls to do that. Oh, wow. It paid off.
You have a really high score right now.
Yeah. Dude, I got a big straight, but I already have one.
I hate it when that happens.
Ditto.
You know, there was one game where I got 3 5 times in a row. It's not in a row. 3 5 times. And I was just like, doesn't give you an extra bonus if you get them 5 times. It was annoying.
Dude, you're dominating.
I just hit a full house. Which is that I think the full house is probably the easiest thing to get on the runner side.
Okay. No, 3x. Because you need a 3x to get the full house. And the chance. And the chance. So the chance is the easiest on the right side, then the 3x.
That's a good fucking roll. Oh, speaking of, oh my god. Hear me out.
I'm listening.
So I go the chance of the full house.
Whatever you want, big dog. Full house, obviously. What are you doing?
Full houses are not that hard to get.
Dude, you got a big chance, bro. How aren't you beating me by more?
Because I haven't played anything on the left side.
Neither have I. Oh, bullshit. Bullshit. Yeah, I've already played the full house, dog.
The other good thing about no. 3, 2, 1. 12 is good.
Oh no, I made a mistake.
5, 6 is straight up. Give me 5 sixes or 5 fives. 5 sixes would be good. 4 fours. I should probably go for the twos. Okay, that's a good roll.
Give me another 3.
This game?
What'd you say, big man?
You think I'm going to get the big guy?
Yes.
I think I'm going to get the bingo plus.
What's the bingo plus?
You know, it's when you get the bingo, the bonus, and the bonus 5 times.
Well, when you get the bingo, well, you get the bonus. Oh, okay. Okay, I get that. You should just call it a double bingo.
The dingo plus.
Okay, just call it the dingo.
Dingo. Alright. Fuck. Fuck. This is bad. That is a bad roll. That is also a bad roll. That is also another good roll. Rabbi, you know what I need?
What do you need, Zoo?
5 sixes.
Okay.
Get 1 6.
You did not get the. You didn't get the bingo, nor did you get the dingo. Oh, you did get the bingo.
Got the bingo.
You got the bingo. Good job. Okay, don't go anywhere. Let me see if I can get. Let me see what Riser's doing.
How did you play so badly?
Because I was focused on other things. Zoot wants to watch the Dingo documentary.
Hey, where am I?
What up, big dog?
You said playing my chomps there was a good move.
Yeah. You had said that you were going to go to Melbourne this weekend, and I understand you didn't, and that's fine. Why were you going to go there? Is there some kind of comedy special thing there?
There was. I started having dark thoughts.
Okay, well, has your medication helped?
I'm not on it yet.
Why aren't you on it? Why aren't you on it?
Because it gives me an access to a way to, you know.
Wait, why aren't you on it?
Because I need to have I need to have it supplied so I don't overdose.
You need a.
I need to have access to it, but not have access where I can overdose.
Okay, well, can't you give it to your mom and be like, hey, just give me these once a day? So why don't you give the prescription to your mom and say, Mom, keep these out of my hands, but once a day I'm supposed to take them. And at this point, you would say, Rabbi, that's a good idea. I'm going to do that.
Yep.
Say it.
Yep.
That's not what I said to say.
That's a good idea. Right.
There you go, Zoo. Okay, cool. Do you want to watch the Dingo documentary? Do you want to watch the Dingo documentary?
Yep. Why did Tony Hinchcliffe get kicked out of his own show because it was so bad?
Did this happen recently?
Yeah, his show was so bad that they kicked him off. He kicked him off stage and kicked him out of the venue. It was so bad.
Oh, because it's like a WrestleMania thing. They also threw him through a table.
No. This was last night.
Oh wait, this.
At Ocean's Casino in Atlantic City.
Oh, okay. Let's read about that. I did not know that. Hold on.
Yeah, it was keeping people out of the show because it was so bad.
Wow, Zoo, you've got your pulse on the comedy epicenter. Tony Hinchcliffe performed stand-up at the Ovation Hall within the Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City, New Jersey. While there was a scheduled show on March 1st, 2025, the next confirmed upcoming performance is set for. Okay, here we did that. So, where did you find this information? On Instagram? Zoo. 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 Zoo, can you hear me? Test. 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 Oh.